Feels new, fresh. I like it.
I love my presets.
Presets are the best.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
It's just like my car radio on my phone.
Find your new favorite feature on the iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. If you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse, call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
95 in the Turnpike are accident-free so far, flowing freely as well. Got some road work here, Belvedere Road east of Parker Avenue. Also looking at construction, Bonoist Farms Road south between Southern Boulevard to Belvedere Road. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword bonus at realradio921.com. That's bonus. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Woohoo! What is up, Penthouse on a Thursday? It is cold as you know what out there. My God. It's so cold. I mean, it's so cold. I might have to wear a condom. That's how cold it is. It is going to be a crazy day today. What's up, baby? Getting close to championship weekend. We'll discuss so much. Why do everybody hate the Chiefs? Come on. Is it because of Patrick? Is it Kelsey? Is it Taylor? People just hate the Chiefs.
Because they're winners.
They're winners. That's right. They hated Duke. They hate the Lakers. They hate the Yankees. The Cowboys when they won. Oh, my God. And I know so many people are like, oh, they're going to lose again Sunday. We'll see. We'll talk about that. A lot going on. You got 13 chances a day to win $1,000 for our boy Rover, which is an awesome situation. Who doesn't want $1,000? You can bet it on the Chiefs this weekend. How about that? Or Josh Allen's over rushing yards, something like that. You could do a lot of different things with that. We got a big giveaway again today at 11:45. We'll get into that and so much more on a very cold Thursday. But they are saying today the rain is gone after tonight, and we should see the sun tomorrow. And if you get 5 days with no sun in Florida, man, you're getting totally screwed. Dominic, how are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for checking on me last night. I appreciate that. Very nice. I like your colorful hoodie today.
Thank you, sir. Well, I just had to make sure you're all right. You know, you never know with you.
Yeah, look at your hoodie. I didn't even notice that. That was nice of you because I didn't check in on him.
I don't expect you to check on me.
Well, I mean, if you said you were sick, I would have. But
it's fine.
But that wasn't why. So I didn't, and I just figured, it was just Greek. It was just Greek being Greek.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a lot of people call because I usually don't miss work. So if I do, people are like, "What the hell happened?" So.
I don't want to say usually, but
whatever. You want to go career?
Do you know how many years you have on V2, by the way? But yes, you were very good for a long time, and I am not. I'm just saying, don't say usually because the past few years you have been getting comfortable as you should. Using your time.
Because we have a new boss.
Yeah, and I know you say that, and listen, no bitch here, but just don't say you don't take time off because you have it lately.
I still left last year 11 vacation days.
Well, you have a ton of time.
Yeah.
You do, and including sick days because they roll over. Yeah. Vacation days don't, but that's because in the past you did not. But yes, you have been using what you should be, and those are your days. Because they don't go anywhere else.
Good morning.
Hi. I'm just saying. Listen, I'm a girl who likes a vacation, so no bitch here.
No.
Take your time.
We still came in.
Yeah, me and Don were here. I was here till almost 5. I'm sure Don was here.
Same here.
Yeah, so we were still here.
You guys do a great job.
No, I love the video that you posted on was it Instagram?
Yeah.
It was just Franny doing her thing. Oh yeah, we're not on. Sorry guys,
Sorry.
I was just taking a shot at Greg.
Yeah.
I heard. But I whispered it.
Yeah. I got it from everybody. I heard three
Well, I
things
just
about
wanted them
that
to know
video.
that we were still giving away $1,000, even though we were not live on air, just to pay attention and
That's
listen,
right.
because we were still giving away $1,000.
The $1,000 matters. I heard three
Yes.
things about that video. I can't say two of them on the air, but I did hear, hey, Franny did a video, and she took a shot at you.
What was the other thing?
People said that you look great.
But you can't say that on air?
There was another thing they didn't say, but I don't want to get into it.
Okay. Well, all right, text it to me, I guess, if
No,
you can't talk
no,
about it on air.
No, I won't. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Yes,
Greek
we're
Spreads
back.
is probably inappropriate, is what I'm guessing.
Oh, yes. Well,
okay.
without a doubt.
Got it.
You have a lot of fans, too.
Got it.
I got more text about your video than how are you Greek.
Heard you're out.
What's wrong? What's going on? I said, Franny said she needed a day off, so I took it. I ran with it. Some people believe that. I mean, come on.
Until they saw the video. They're like, oh, wait, but she's there.
Yeah, she's there. You did it from
Weird.
home.
That's weird. I think I had the background, Real Radio, and everything was behind me, so I'm pretty sure I don't represent Real Radio at home, just so you know.
You could fake that. I mean, there's people who remember on Zoom, they would have the backgrounds of where they weren't even there.
Yep.
I know somebody at iHeart, a big executive, who got nailed like that.
Yeah.
Where he had this thing in his office, but he wasn't home. And they figured it out.
A lot of people do it for fun, though. I mean, I posted a video about the fair yesterday, and I had a Ferris wheel behind me.
You weren't?
I really wasn't there. It's
Oh, I
crazy,
thought you
right?
were.
It's crazy how you can do that.
That's amazing.
Technology.
Oh, my God. 877-927-6969. Do you ever give heat to your coworkers who miss a day because of a very big decision in their life? Let us know.
You always give me heat, so I'm like, dishing it.
I give you heat because I miss you, not because you're off. Like, if you were off and we were doing something together, like maybe playing, I don't know, hopscotch.
Like, when does that happen?
Never. Checkers. Something like that. But it is the Penthouse. You can go up to 877-927-6969. Good friendships, good shows, good situations. You just pick up right where it left off.
It's only been a day.
Long time. Are you kidding me?
I do. I will say, because I know G-Man, you don't like the cold. And every day it's like, it's so cold, it's so cold. And even in the studio, it's so cold. And outside, I will say that this weather sucks. I like cold. I do. Don't get me wrong. A break every now and then, right? I live in Florida for a reason. Obviously, it's beautiful. It's sunny most of the time. It's hot. But I like this little break that we get around winter and fall. I do. But with that drizzle,
it's not
wet,
good.
It's like
yes.
New York, Philly.
And it's miserable.
Oh, yeah. It was brutal.
Like, and taking the dogs out, I was just like, can we all just go back to bed, all of us?
Oh, yeah. It's the day you definitely want to stay in bed. When you wake up, you're like, oh, it's
Yesterday,
cloudy.
for sure.
The fog.
It reminds me of growing up in New York. You don't see the sun for like 4 months straight.
It seems like
really?
Mm-hmm.
It did seem like a lot of times. It would be like raining for like a week, and then you get one day, and then rain for like 5 days.
I don't think it was last year or the year. Do you remember? But there was like a February, March where it rained almost a month straight. Yeah, and it was very weird for Florida weather.
Yeah, it was. I remember. I think that was 2 years ago, and it only got nice the week of like the Honda.
Yeah.
Because that 1 year the Honda got crushed. But I remember.
I will say my front yard never looked better though. That grass was lush and beautiful. Yeah.
It looks great.
Yep.
You can text us at Real Radio 47142. Why did the Chiefs get so much hate? My God. Last night with my friends, I'm like, will you guys stop? They're going to win again. Just stop. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I think people like to see somebody else, right? Somebody else win because don't get me wrong, it's the better team that should win,
That's
right?
it. Beat the champs.
And a lot of time that is. But I have heard, if I was betting on it, I probably would say the Chiefs. But if this happens, and obviously we have a few more games to go, we have this weekend too. But if it does happen to be a Bills-Chiefs matchup, and I have a lot of friends who are Chiefs fans, and I love friends who are Bills fans, I kind of may go for the underdog this time around, if it's that way, because...
Well, that is what it is. That is the Bills and
so
Chiefs
that's
Sunday.
what I'm seeing. Like, I would just, you're right, this Sunday. So I am rooting for the Bills to make it into the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, kiss my... I don't get off the train. Choo-choo, baby. You want to beat the champs, then you beat them. That's it.
And also a lot of things I've been hearing about the Super Bowl, a lot of people are really upset that certain performers aren't going to be at the Super Bowl, specifically Lil Wayne. I don't know if you've heard that because he is a Louisiana boy. I have a feeling because I've been hearing, even on my Peloton ride, I did a Lil Wayne Peloton ride yesterday.
Oh, how was that?
It was fun. It was good. It was a 30-minute ride, but because they do artist series where they just play certain artists the whole entire thing. And so it was Lil Wayne, but even the instructor was bitching about it. They're like, and how dare they not put Lil Wayne in the Super Bowl? I think that if he's smart, because Kendrick Lamar is the one who's going to be playing the Super Bowl halftime show, and he is in his very own right. I mean, he's it. Like, he's amazing at what he does. Great artist. We'll see what he does at the Super Bowl. I think if he was smart, he'd pull in some New Orleans flair, some Louisiana, some people from there.
And again, it's people who talk who don't know what's going on. They could have reached out to Lil Wayne, and maybe he's busy or said no.
I think that there's been narrative that it didn't even happen.
Yeah, because Kendrick Lamar actually released an album. He released it, I don't know, probably a month or two ago. And there's something about Lil Wayne in there about him. He used to be a fan of Lil Wayne, and then how he disappointed Lil Wayne by taking his spot for the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Lil
so
Wayne
he
was not
already had
happy
a
with
track.
him. Yeah.
Lil Wayne's a little bit out there, too, with certain things and things that he says, and the NFL might not think it's a good image. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But
I know.
don't think
The
anybody
NFL also had Eminem and Dre and Snoop. So,
no, I know. I'm not saying.
they've said some things. So.
I know. Everything's different in life. Everybody's got a different path. Everybody's got a different. We see it in our own lives. There are different rules for different people. And maybe he did something that pissed him off. I don't know. Or maybe he's busy. I really don't know what it is. But yeah, the halftime show will always get a lot of juice. And that's always something where people would be very, an opinion about it was good. It sucked. And that's why the Super Bowl is so good. Locally, everywhere I was going last week, I started seeing football pools up everywhere over the place, which is crazy. But they're there. But this week's the championship. This is the 5th time a rookie is starting in a championship game. Daniels is starting, and the other 5 were 0-5. So we'll see what happens with Washington, Philly, and the weather, too. That could be a factor this weekend, too.
True story. So we already got Chris chirping, 47142, started off with Real Radio. Stop giving Greek a hard time. He earns his days off. He works every day of the week for you guys. I don't know if it's every day. And,
6.
And listen, by the way, because I said he needs to take those days off. We just give him crap.
Yeah.
It says, Franny is like a Where's Waldo comic. We never know where you are or if you're going to be on the radio. Money is on the dresser and Dom sucks.
Well, that's always good. I mean, always good to hear that Dom sucks. Now, wasn't there another golf event in West Palm Beach? Who played this week? Was it Tiger Woods' team or no?
No.
Justin Thomas's team played.
Yeah, and your dude, Ricky Fowler.
And how did they do?
So Ricky Fowler's team lost. He was New York, and they played Atlanta, which was JT's team, and Atlanta won by, I think it was 4-0, 5-0, 4-0. So, yeah, Ricky's team not so good.
So how did
but they had fun. It wasn't as
intense?
You picked I think you picked the better one, too. And, of course, I think it was more of a big deal because Tiger was playing, Jupiter League was playing, but they had more fun. When you went, Tiger did with them, and just kind of yucking it up and looked like they were having a good time. They were having a good time, and you could tell too, even with play, when TGL last week, the match lasted 2 hours and 15 minutes. It went over because it's supposed to end at 9. This one ended 10 minutes early. So to me, it went by super fast.
Who was the kid who came out and did the bird, Atlanta bird, like the shuffle? Who was that golfer? Because that got a lot of heat. It got a lot of attention on social media.
I was like, I wasn't unfortunately able to pay attention much, but was it Patrick?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
And he had the chain.
Yeah, a couple
it
of
was
them
on
had
Justin
the chain
Thomas's team.
Yeah. So Atlanta. Well, yeah, because I think it said dirty. Was it Dirty Birds or Dirty? Because that's what they called Georgia. But Patrick Cantlay, I think maybe it was him. Lucas Glover was on the team, and is it Billy Horschel? Horschel? How do I say it? So it's fun. It really is a good time. This time around because if you're not aware, I just started being a concierge for the TGL for their matches. And this time, my first time, pretty big. The suite I was in charge of was for our governor DeSantis and his family. Nice. This time around, it was pretty big names, but I wasn't familiar with it. It was because it's SoFi Stadium. They're the sponsors of it, and so it's a lot of their people. There was big wigs with the Gatorade. There was big wigs with Hard Rock Bet App. I got to meet a couple of them.
Cool.
Rolex. I know you're a Cartier man.
But if they get me too, I wear. I mean, I don't go against
Cartier,
but I would wear one if they get me a free one.
There was a couple of professional LPGA, as there always is. So it was cool. We had there's about 30 people.
Now, do you carry your business card with you when you're there or not really?
So I have them in my bag. I have them.
I think you should.
Yeah, I have them with me. Hopefully I'll get to, because I was in a different suite, I'm hoping maybe get to stay in the same one for the season. So I get to start to see familiar faces and know people and stuff like that.
I think you should carry it with you.
It's fun. It's a good time.
They're waiting for a competitive match. That's really what they're waiting for. So far, there hasn't been
next week is going to be great.
Where it comes down to the wire, the last hole or something like that. That's what they're really waiting for.
And I'm sure it's going to happen. I'm excited about next week just because who's playing, but I think that they're going to destroy the other team once again because I believe it's Jupiter and it's Boston.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with the teams, check them out. It's tglgolf.com. This is the new thing that they opened up and right up the Palm Beach State College, the campus right there.
Beautiful.
It's really cool what they've done. But with the Boston Common, as I mentioned, I think that they're pretty stacked, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you who's on Boston Common. It's Adam Scott. We got Rory, Keegan Bradley, and Matsuyama. It's a pretty stacked team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then Jupiter played. That's Tiger's team. And they lost to, was it LA? I think.
Yep.
So, and LA was stacked, but I think Boston's a bit
Can you
more
bet
stacked.
on this yet?
I think
they
so,
have their
right?
own thing. I think it's draft picks.
Oh, really?
Yep, they have their own app.
You
associated
can on
with.
Hard Rock, huh? That's
No, it's
interesting
not
because as
on
I
there.
mentioned, I met a couple people who were running Hard Rock Bet that were in there. I didn't ask them about it.
I know that I had dinner with somebody the other night who is involved with DraftKings, and he was telling me they're trying to put apps on planes now.
Wow.
That you could bet when you're in the air, which I think is
That's cool.
Crazy.
Lose money before you even go on vacation.
Especially since you're crossing different state lines, as you're going.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, again, that's what he was talking about, and that's something that I asked him right away. So what happens when you cross different state lines and everything like that? And he just said we're trying to download it. So that's it. I missed a very important text.
So you can, by the way, I'm looking. It does have TGL.
Oh, is it up there now? Because it wasn't up there when I went.
Yep. So I went to the Hard Rock Bet app and TGL 2025, and they have tournament lines. So the next one is the head-to-head, and it's Boston Common Golf Jupiter Links, which is next week.
There we go.
Yep.
Wasn't there 2 weeks ago.
Yep. So it just says the tournament lines is what you can play. I think that's the only option it's given me.
All right, well, now you can bet on that, too.
There you go.
Cool. And have you been betting this week? I haven't really talked to you about betting this week.
I mean, there hasn't been much football.
All right,
so, yeah, I'm kind of on a limbo right now.
Are you going to bet baskets or not really?
Yeah, when I see the right thing.
College?
Yeah.
The Gators won last night again. Very close
On a
game.
roll.
Yeah, their SEC is tough in basketball this year. It really is. It's just stacked. One of the I would say a good bet to have is that the champ's going to come out of the SEC. Auburn, Tennessee, Gators.
Yeah, Tennessee's good.
Really good. Alabama's good. So if I had that, bet SEC against the rest, I would take it. I don't know what the odds are, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, so one of he's a big wig here. He works in Tampa. Tommy Chuck, he's a huge Volunteers fan. And during football season, him and I, we trash talk if we play each other, and just via text. And so then I got a trash talk 2 weeks ago, last week or whatever, and I was like, is football on? What's happening? And then I remembered, we play basketball too. Talking about because Georgia was playing Tennessee, and I was like, oh no, now I got to keep this going through basketball because he has not hit me up during basketball season, but probably because Tennessee's doing so good.
Yeah, I was gonna say because Tennessee's typical management. They jump on it when it's like, oh my God, we're doing good.
They're doing great.
Oh my God, Tennessee's good. Where were you last year, bitch? You weren't saying anything. Oh my God.
Be nice to Tommy.
I like him. Nice guy. He brought us sandwiches. Nice guy.
Yeah, he would always Chick-fil-A us. I'm the best.
He's a very nice guy. I mean, if I see him in public, I say hi to him.
That's nice of you.
I think so. 877-927-6969. Why do so many people hate the Chiefs? That's what I want to know. I get it everywhere I go. I'm sorry. I just don't understand it. You know what? They're a good team, and they win every year. Beat them.
I think this year, some people think they have a little ref assistance. I know you're not going to agree with that because all your bets are on their side.
No, it's not that. There's good calls on both sides. I mean, there just really is on both sides of the ball. Nobody talks about the coach of Houston who's getting paid millions and went for it 4th and 10 on his 45.
Yep.
And his quarterback gets sacked 20 yards. I mean, that was a bad play, too. Of course, if you got money. I mean, Mahomes said yesterday, I shouldn't have flopped. That was a flop. I mean, and the 2 calls they got, they could have went either way.
Yep.
I mean, what happens now with betting, and it's all to do with betting. Everybody thinks it's not. It's all the people on the internet and social media who come up with all these things. Like that referee who reffed their game, they're 7-0. So they feel, okay, here it is again. But when you see those things, you take advantage of them. You run with them. You don't fight them. It's like somebody saying, I'm going to stop a train. You're not stopping the train. I got news for you. So get on the train.
Is that ref this weekend too, or
no? He's not this weekend.
So do you think he'll be in the Super Bowl, the bigger game?
I don't know. Yeah, he's 7-0 when he refs the game. Now it has nothing to do with covering.
Mm-hmm.
But
hey, winning's winning though for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, even this, because as you go on more and more in the playoffs, the lines usually shrink.
Mm-hmm.
Like for a conference championship game for the NFL, 6 is a lot of points. That's usually it's 3 or less, 3.5 with trends. And for the Eagles, now when teams are given 7, they don't cover. They're below 500. When teams are given less than 6, and home teams are also like 15-4.
Okay.
Right, and that's another thing. But these are all trends that you see out there that, social media produces. If you read, you'll find out stuff like that. But I think the Chiefs are easy to hate because they win. Same thing with the Patriots. And the Patriots also have the cheating thing. I got news for you. Here it is, Cinderella. I'll give you another slipper. Every team cheats.
Mm-hmm.
They just got caught. Sorry, they all cheat. There's stuff back to the 60s when people had locker rooms mic'd up. So they all cheat. They got caught. And if the Chiefs are getting a break, I mean, it happens. What are you going to do? Maybe this week. I think this week they're going to watch their penalties. I think the NFL might be like, hey, unless it's really blatant, don't call it.
Yep.
I do, because I think, as it goes deeper and deeper, people go nuts. But, again, I don't know. I like them, but I've had them 3 years in a row. So, of course, I'm going to say that. 877-927-6969, your chance to win $1,000 13 times a day with our boy Rover. Hope you listen to his show in the morning. We'll be back with This Day in History. Also, we got Trifecta, but we're going to tell you something about the bedroom that maybe you might not think of, but could help you and save you money. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Police are warning all of the residents of chocolate bars that are making the rounds that are laced with hallucinogenic mushrooms. And I know, it's scary, it's frightening, it's dangerous.
I'm terrified that I won't get any.
Yeah, it seems like more of a win to me.
The news junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
The recent wildfires that ravaged Los Angeles now account for one of the largest disasters in the history of our country. Now, iHeartRadio is bringing you an historic fundraising event.
The Fire Aid Benefit Concert.
Live in Los Angeles.
Donate today at fireaidla.org.
Join us January 30th.
Listen live to the Hit Nation station on the free iHeartRadio app, starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 Eastern.
And show your support for the people in need in Los Angeles.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Even though we're coming in accident-free at this time, we're seeing some delays on the Turnpike northbound after Boynton Beach Boulevard. Now there's some construction to look out for if you're driving in Boca on 95 southbound after Congress Avenue that has a right lane blocked. That's traffic. I'm Claudia Fernandez.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
The South Florida Fair is open. Get ready for 17 days of entertainment, blending cutting-edge technology with old-fashioned excitement. Visit our Imagine the Future interactive exposition and discover how science fiction is a reality today.
Check all the activities online at southfloridafair.com or download the Fair app. Now through February 2nd in West Palm Beach.
South Florida Fair. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Hey, it's Franny, and if you're looking to add curb appeal and value to your home, a beautiful new impact garage door from Precision Door of South Florida will add both. Schedule a meeting today with one of Precision's expert replacement door specialists, or go to flgaragedoor.com and try out their simulator. You'll be amazed at all the choices you have. Precision Door of South Florida is all about quality parts and customer service.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Hey, it's the Greek, and the beautiful ladies are at Monroe's of Palm Beach. And when you want to kick off a great weekend, kick it off at Monroe's with Fantasy Fridays. The beautiful girls are there, and they're entertaining you all night long, along with a 5-star menu. It's Fantasy Fridays at Monroe's, but 7 days a week. It's always a good time at Monroe's, and the beautiful ladies are always there. Monroe's of Palm Beach, #1 on my agenda. Great place to also watch sports. If your team loses, you're still a winner because you got a beautiful lady from Monroe's. But Fantasy Fridays to kick off your weekend. Pace.
Football's heating up. The NBA is back. And on Hard Rock Bet, you can bet every sport. Even combine all your sports into one bet. One Florida bettor put $50 on a combo parlay and won more than $100,000. And they tacked on another $10,000 to that win with a daily profit boost. Promos every day for every kind of player. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. Win your first bet or get up to $100 back in bonus bets. Payable in bonus bet up to $100, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Thorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Duffy's Sports Grill is the place to be to catch all your favorite sports action. Duffy's is voted the best year over year with their award-winning jumbo wings, certified Angus beef burgers, barbecue baby back ribs, and 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. Plus, with over 80 TVs, you'll never miss a minute of the action. So grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's to cheer on your favorite team. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. And remember,
at Duffy's, our game is always on.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and a scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You said bye-bye to big government. Now it's time to trim the fat from Big Wireless. Pure Talk gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers, the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250, say the keyword, save now, save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
True Green. Get a golf course quality lawn that's more affordable than you think. Don't wait. Sign up at truegreen.com for 75% off your first service. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. TRUgreen.com.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting a little bit less rain across the area today, more of a light drizzle. We'll see long breaks in the rain as well, so it's not going to be a consistent downpour all day. We'll see intermittent periods of drizzling and then intermittent periods of also breaks in the rain. Afternoon high temperatures in the mid-60s.
This report is sponsored by True Green. True Green. Get a golf course quality lawn that's more affordable than you think. Don't wait. Sign up at TrueGreen.com for 75% off your first service. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. TrueGreen.com.
Have you made your favorite station a preset on our new and improved iHeartRadio app?
Wait, what?
What about your favorite podcast? You could do that?
Yeah, you really can.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love, plus a new trending section and the lyrics to all your favorite songs.
Love the new look of the iHeartRadio app, guys.
It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored to you by Pillar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday on Real Radio 921. You got 13 chances to win $1,000. We got a big giveaway coming at you at 11:45. You will definitely enjoy it. Dominic's in the house. Yo. Of course, Francis is here.
What's up?
We got some craziness going on with the
Yeah.
power here.
Sorry
Lights
if
going
we,
up.
if we lose you.
Yeah, we're flickering. We're
Yeah.
flickering. But we're still talented and entertaining. That's not changing.
So even if you don't hear us, just know. We're still talented and entertaining.
Just telling you. We're going to do a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, sports fans, basically, we know are knuckleheads. I mean, that's what it's about. They're really missing a couple of chairs at a table of four. So everybody's blaming Andrews for the game on Sunday when the Ravens lost. And it wasn't Andrews' fault. Yes, he dropped 2 passes and he fumbled, but there's like 123 plays. It's so bad that his girlfriend had to delete her social media. And he's not talking to the media. He didn't talk to them on Sunday, and he did not talk to them on Monday. And he's getting a lot of heat from people. Does he have an obligation to talk to the press? I don't know if that's in his contract. Yes or no. Guy doesn't want to talk. He just doesn't want to talk. Should he have? Yeah, I think you got to get up there even when it's bad. You got to take the heat. But he is getting a lot of heat from a lot of people that he's not talking. I think if he talked, I think it would go away and it would end. But he's just going to say, like, hey, man, I felt terrible. I dropped the ball. I know Raven fans are upset. I know people who bet on him are upset. But if you really look at the whole game, it wasn't, we always remember the fourth quarter and the last couple of minutes as we go on and off. But we don't remember, the beginning. Just like a relationship. You remember the end. You remember the beginning when it was good and you were banging each other 3 times a day and everything was hunky-dory and you were bringing roses over. You remember the end. So get off the heat on the guy. I mean, you know what? I know he gets paid millions of dollars. I hear that he gets paid millions of dollars. No kidding. So do hookers.
He's done great all year, too.
He's had a great career. He really is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it sucks that they dropped the ball, but it does in our life today with social media and the people and everybody has an opinion, which most people can't even count 2 and 2. They're beating him up. The guy didn't want to drop the ball. I'm sure he felt terrible about dropping it, but if it makes you feel better to slam him, go ahead. I mean, it happens. I had the Ravens. I'm not blaming them. Come on. And I guarantee I lost more to you on them than you did. College football championship, Ohio State won Monday night, but the ratings were down. Probably the greatest night in Greek organization history was Monday night with sports betting because Ohio State covered first half. They covered for the game. They covered their team total. They did it all. But the ratings were down. They feel it's because it was a holiday, maybe some of that. President Trump being put in office. Maybe people didn't want to watch TV at night because they watched it all day. 2 teams that were from the Midwest. They're saying all those things. But at the end of the day, the ratings did go down a little bit from last year. Also, there was more college football this year. That's another thing you got to realize. In the previous years, there was only 2 games. It was the Final Four. So I think more hype was in it. And this year, you got a lot of college football. We really did. We got a couple extra weeks, and maybe people were just burnt out with it. I don't know. But the ratings did go down. But it's not going to affect anybody. It really matters because they'll all make a ton of money. Jimmy Butler missed his plane with the Heat. I mean, it's so bad, this situation. It's just, he got suspended again. I mean, like, him and Riley, I don't ever think. I thought him and LeBron and Riley were bad at the end.
Oh, man.
This is way worse. I mean, but again, it's just, and I like Jimmy Butler, but it's a player just doing what he wants to get out. I mean, and that's the problem with this whole system, that you could be so annoying that they got to trade you.
Did you see him driving around in the golf cart?
Yeah.
That's a funny video of him going around. Oh, no autographs now, but I'll be back.
Yeah. I like Jimmy Butler. 5 years. I mean, he's had problems everywhere else. I defended him from many people. They said he was, always pissy in Philly and Minnesota, wherever he was. I think he's a very good player, but this thing has really gotten bad. It's nation news. They only got until February 2nd to trade him. They're trying to trade him, but we don't know what's going to happen. But missing the plane is just like so bad, where you're just not even showing up for a plane. You're holding other people up. I'm sure they gave him some time, but the Heat suspended him for 2 more games. It's hurting him in his pocket. I don't know if Jimmy cares or not. He's going to be happy in Phoenix because his home is in Los Angeles, so he's going to be close to his house. But he said he loves the Miami lifestyle. He loves the nightlife, loves playing dominoes. He's just a regular guy, has this coffee company, loves South Beach, but, I mean, it's just really getting bad. And like my dad always said, if it doesn't end bad, it doesn't end. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in a Cove Shopping Plaza. I was there yesterday and enjoyed myself a great meal. You guys will too, and you'll love their coffee. Over to Franny for this day in history.
When you skipped work?
Wait a minute.
Okay, what?
Are you my boss? Hey,
Wait, I'm doing something. It's this day in history. All right, let's go.
I'll get you after.
All right, back in this day, January 23rd, we are going 176 years ago, 1849. A woman named Elizabeth Blackwell got her medical degree from New York's Geneva College to become the first female doctor. Then 92 years ago, in 1933, the 20th Amendment to the Constitution was ratified. That's the one that set the date a new president assumes office and determines what would happen if the president-elect dies before he can. Then we have 68 years ago, 1957, toy company Whammo produced the first Frisbee. They sold over 100 million Frisbees by 1977. So 20 years, sold 100 million Frisbees.
Who doesn't like a good Frisbee throw? I mean, on the beach, hanging out.
It's fun.
walking,
It's a good time.
It's awesome.
Yes.
That's what I meant, Tom.
52 years ago, 1973.
Greatest memory ever.
President Richard Nixon announced that an accord had been reached to end the Vietnam War. 50 years ago, 1975, Barney Miller debuted on ABC, starring Hal Linden, Jack Sue, Max Gale, Ron Glass, Steve Landisberg, and the incredibly sexy Abe Vigoda.
Abe, nice.
It lasted 8 seasons. 49 years ago, 1976, David Bowie released his 10th album, Station to Station, which featured his classic hit, The Golden Years. Speaking of bands, 48 years ago, 1977, Pink Floyd released their concept album, Animals. Same year, 1977, the TV miniseries Roots, if you don't remember that, based on Alex Haley novel, began airing on ABC and became the most watched TV program in history. Then we have 42 years ago, 1983, the A-Team debuted on NBC. Next year, 41 years ago, 1984, Hulk Hogan beat the Iron Sheik at Madison Square Garden to win his first WWF wrestling title. 39 years ago, 1986, Chuck Berry, James Brown, Ray Charles, Sam Cooke, Fats Domino, the Everly Brothers, Buddy Holly, Jerry Lee Lewis, Elvis Presley, Little Richard, Jimmy Rogers, and Sam Phillips were among the first class to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. 36 years ago, 1989, surrealist artist Salvador Dali died at age 84. 34 years ago, 1991, MC Hammer and In Vogue, he used to love In Vogue, became the first recording artist to get 5 nominations each at the Soul Train Music Awards. We got, man, I gotta skip. There's a lot of things that happened. All right, what do I want? Let's skip through some of these. This is it. 34 years ago, 1991, the IRS began auctioning off Willie Nelson's property to satisfy the back taxes he owed, which totaled over $16 million.
Better than going to jail, though.
I said I picked the good ones, like this one, 1997, 28 years ago. The Spice Girls movie Spice World was released.
I remember when you wanted to go.
So good.
My favorite.
You were like begging, please get me tickets, Spice Girls.
25 years ago, 2000, American Beauty won the Golden Globe for Best Film Drama, and The Sopranos won Best Television Drama. Okay. Man, so many. Let's see. 20 years ago, 2005, legendary Tonight Show host Johnny Carson passed away from complications related to emphysema. Then we have 4 years ago, sorry to end it on a sad note, but 2021, Larry King died of sepsis shortly after recovering from COVID. And he was 87 at the time. And there you go for things that happened this day in history, January 23rd.
Larry King and Johnny Carson, both of them, I think they were married like 13 times. Larry King was like 8 times. Carson was like 4. So let's get back to Dominic taking a shot at Creek earlier on.
You should say, he did not let that go. I can see him out of the corner.
He's writing it down. Hold on.
He was texting and shaking his head like, I'm so mad. I can't wait to yell at him.
I'm not going to yell at you because you're young. And you say a lot of things. Your generation does and makes mistakes. Okay,
He's going to mentor me.
I had a day off yesterday, and Pollard Coffee is a client. Okay, so that's why I went there. I chose to go there for lunch and sit down with the owner and talk about our future dealings with him spending money with our great company. And also, when I get money for this company and this station, that helps you.
Oh,
and helps your job. So what I would like is an apology to Greek and the whole Greek nation. And now, don't ask me this game all weekend who's going to win.
F your feelings.
That's how I feel.
I love it. F your feelings.
This crack don't smoke itself.
Bitch, you know how I take my coffee.
And
love to sit and chat, but crack don't smoke itself.
Yeah.
Really doesn't.
All right, so this is something that was in the post the other day, and I don't think a lot of people think this, but say you're in a relationship or you're dating somebody. You don't have to be dating somebody. You could just have some, let's say, sexy time. Franny likes to use that word, which is nice. And all of a sudden, the person has a new move that you never seen because everybody has their things, and everybody has their things that people like or don't like. And this article said that if somebody comes in with a new move, and most people wouldn't think this, it could mean that somebody's cheating and they learn the move from somebody else and then they bring it back to the bedroom. So next time somebody does something new,
I know.
you might be like, where'd you get that from?
Right? Stirring the pot.
Yeah.
Some people watch stuff.
It could be.
Yes. Some people read. Some people, there's other reasons that they may want to try because they're like, hey, you know what? Got to freshen this up. Got to freshen up our sex life. So let me do some studying here. See what I can find. Some research.
Again, everything we speak about, there isn't anything that's 100%.
Oh, I know, but you always have to go to cheating.
I read the article. I didn't go to that. I mean, and a lot of times people also say when you're more with the person you're with, you could be cheating because you feel guilty. Because you're like, ooh,
when you're more with the person you're with?
Say you have sex 3 times a week, normally, okay? And then you might be having an affair, and all of a sudden you have sex home 5 times a week because you feel guilty and you want to throw the person off. So, different things. That was in an article. Another thing that guys do, and I've heard...
Man, that person's busy. Sex 5 times a week at home and sex with somebody else? It's a lot of sex a week.
You never know. I'm just saying.
Good for whoever's on the other side of that.
Another sign could be if your spouse comes home and takes a shower.
Ooh,
they say that's a big thing. Like, just walks in, hey, hon, either way, I just want to take a shower because they were just with somebody else. And I know somebody...
Like, and not in gym clothes, right?
Yeah. You know what I mean? They just come home, they go like... And I know a guy who does this. He always goes, when I go home, I got to take a shower because he paints outside the lines. And I'm like, why do you do that? He goes, because, I just was with somebody else.
He needs to get her smell off of
Yeah,
it.
That's exactly right. But again, these are just...
And how does his wife not like, why all of a sudden are you going straight from your suits to the shower from work? Like that I would start questioning if that was something that wasn't common. But I'm saying a little different. I think it was was it a text or was it a TV show? Was it somebody listening that said that they knew somebody, or was I watching it on a TV show, that they knew somebody who would pretend like they were going to go work out?
Yeah.
So they would go, it was here, right?
Yeah.
So they would put on her gym clothes and stuff like that. But she wore, it was a text. But she wore like the loose running shorts to make it easier for her. And then when she came back, she was all sweaty because she was running, quote unquote.
That was, you brought that up.
I think it was one of our texters.
Yeah.
I believe.
So again, we're just trying to help you. Somebody comes up with a new move, Dominic, I see you. I'm not Stevie Wonder. Okay? The next time I'm suspending you.
Quit banging on the desk.
What do you got?
Jesus.
All right, Chris, here you go. You get to deal with angry Chris.
Hey, Penthouse, how are you guys doing?
I don't know.
We're doing great.
Are
I'm not
we?
mad at all.
You're
I
like
don't know,
ruining
lights are
my,
going on and
you're
off.
ruining my equipment here, banging on the desk. Things are falling.
I didn't see you yesterday. I'm cranky.
Oh, it's
We could tell.
Come on, Franny, it's a show.
Yeah.
All right, Chris.
My God. As soon as you come in, they beat you up. Ugh.
Chris has got your back.
I know he
Just because
does.
I know doesn't mean Chris doesn't.
I know. Chris, I appreciate you, bro.
You guys been shooting, firing shots at Greek all morning. Dom with the slick comment. Franny, who never shows up to work with the slick comments.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I personally appreciate all this hate that Greek's getting today. He's like the Patriots or, the Chiefs. Everyone he's a winner, and you guys are just hating.
You're right. You know what? We're really jealous, Chris.
Mhm.
That's what's going on.
Okay, as long as we're on the same page.
Freddie has a love for me, but it's very hard to find.
Where'd it go? Just
Where'd
kidding.
it go?
I do. He knows I do.
And the other reason I called, I just wanted to give my wife a shout out. We had our anniversary yesterday.
Nice.
Aw.
And, she was nice enough. She took the day off of work just so she could have lunch with me at work. And,
Nice.
Went home, had the house clean, and had dinner ready. You can't ask for a better woman than her, man. I kid you not. She was meant for me.
Aw,
That's
I
great.
love that. How many years are we now, Chris?
We've been together for a whole lot, but we actually been married too.
Oh, married 2 years.
That's great.
I thought you were saying. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That's awesome, though. Congratulations.
nice.
And every time you talk about her, it does
Yeah.
seem like you guys are very much in love. So
And it's
great.
nice that you recognize her, too, which is always a good thing, because one of the worst things in life is when you don't get recognized and people take advantage of you and just think every day it's the same old, same old. Good job.
It's going to be a long day.
Yeah.
You can leave now, bitch.
Can we?
Let's see how the show goes.
Okay.
I wasn't talking to you.
Oh,
Because I would never use that word with you. Because
Bitch?
I have too much respect for you.
Just behind my back. But
I
I'm
never
just kidding.
called you in my life. Like,
bring it on, bitch.
My God, you're out one day. Oh my God, the tulips are
So,
falling.
Chris, I did hear all of the nice things that your wife did for you. How did you reciprocate?
I enjoyed them.
There you go.
Typical male. Oh my God, you're the best, Chris.
I love you guys. I always listen. And Dom, you suck.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Happy anniversary.
Yeah, happy anniversary. God bless. 877-927-6969. Why did Chiefs get so much hate? Why do people hate winners? You guys can call us on that or anything you want to bring up with me and Franny and obviously Dom, too. His mic's still on. We know about this second hour. The second hour. Not last night, but a couple of nights ago, somebody did ask me, they go, how come that kid's camera's never on? I go, don't ask.
I did hear this before because one of our fun facts about the Frisbees at 47142, they said Whammo was originally a pie company, and then when business was like bored or slow, employees would throw the pie plates to each other, thus giving birth to the Frisbee.
Wow.
Who knew?
That's amazing.
I believe this.
They
I haven't looked it
throwing a
up, but I
pie at
believe
each
you.
other? Like, I mean, somebody probably said,
Well,
what the
no.
hell is this?
Empty.
It was empty.
Oh, I
That's
thought they
how
were
it
full.
flew. Oh, my
yes,
goodness.
wow. You throwing a pie at me?
Wow.
Wow. I'd be like, no wonder they're not making money. We're throwing pies all over the place,
Goodness
and they're smashing.
gracious.
Oh, my God. We got overhead here. We can't have that. All these pies are getting smashed. Have you ever smashed a pie in somebody's face?
Yes.
Did you feel good when you did it?
Yeah. I mean, it was like one of those like party game type of things. So yeah, it was all right.
There's a place I worked at, and they had the same. So Roxy's did it too, and also Dirty Martini. And anytime it was somebody's birthday, they got pie in the face.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Workers or customers?
No, employees. Yeah, like they would wait till the end of the night, obviously, too, because you're working and you don't want to be covered in it. But man, I ran from that so hard.
Did you ever get in or not?
No, I would have been pissed. And I know it was all fun and games, but I don't know how many people want to get pied in the face. But they knew, like you knew if you were going there and it was your birthday that it was bound to happen.
Yeah,
as an employee.
Years ago, they used to do that here, and it got really out of hand one time with 2 guys.
No, so that was the thing. It wasn't pie. It was one of the morning shows who's across the street now. He had a...
Wasn't it pie?
It was, but he had a persona, and it was pie something. So it was. He's got a bunch of personas. Love the guy. He's actually my neighbor. But I think the one was like pie something. So he would randomly pie people without them knowing, and that was it, and just kind of run and be like, I don't know what his catchphrase was. And they would film it, and it would be for bits and stuff. But the people didn't know. The victims were not expecting it. So yeah, there was a lot of people not happy with getting pied.
I mean, he would nail you right in the face.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sure.
But that place used to be crazy back in the day. There was a lot of nutty things that happened around here.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. But this one time, it turned into like almost a fight.
Oh, I couldn't see it. Some people handled it pretty well, but I can understand, especially if you're not expecting to get pie in the face at work. It might piss some people off.
Yeah, I would be pissed too. It is the Penthouse. Back in the groove after a day off yesterday. Dominic had to have. We're back today, though. Don't worry about it. We're going to come back with some Florida stories and a lot more in the Penthouse on Real Radio 921. Straight, and you know the box. Peace.
Think we're just in your car? Think again. Anytime, anywhere. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
Your Stanley Cup Florida Panthers are back.
Looks around, but they score! They score! It was Cam Cole!
They've savored the taste of victory, but a new season is starting, and they're hungry for more.
Johnny scores! Gus Barsley beat the buzzer!
The Cats are back, and they're on the hunt for another championship.
The runner is up, and he scores! The overtime winner!
Listen all season long on Real Radio 92.1.
Start the celebration, South Florida. The Panthers have done it. Stanley Cup champions! Stanley Cup champions!
Your FM home for the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
We're coming in accident-free at this time. No issues if you're driving to Boca, Delray Beach, Wellington, all the way to Jupiter on 95 Military Trail or the Turnpike. That's traffic. I'm Claudia Fernandez.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber, HOA and condo board members. Fiber internet has never been easier. Blue Stream Fiber simplifies the switch, helping your community save up to 50% while keeping residents happy. Their step-by-step process makes upgrading hassle-free. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio today.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
The Glass Chamber. All things vape and all things smoke. Exotic sodas, Pupco, Mike Tyson wraps, Raz, HQD, and the newest disposables. If you are not shopping at the Glass Chamber, what are you even doing? With the latest and greatest in the industry, why wouldn't you? Now open in Boynton Beach. 8 convenient locations. Visit GlassChamberFL.com and buy the best quality glass pieces and accessories from your favorite store online and have it shipped to your home. The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and a scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Franny, and stop wasting your time with lowball offers. Head to GiveMeTheBin.com, America's best car buyer. They'll come to you, check in hand, even pay off your payoff. Cars, trucks, SUVs, exotics, they buy it all from $2,000 to $200,000. Just enter your VIN or license plate at GiveMeTheBin.com and get a cash offer in 60 seconds. It's fast, pressure-free, and they guarantee top dollar. Selling your car has never been easier at GiveMeTheBin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheBin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Morning, Paula.
Morning, Ron.
Another day in Adminville, am I right?
What are you working on? Oh!
You okay?
Your tabs. You have so many open.
Yeah, gotta order lunch for the big client meeting. With great responsibility comes tabs.
I can help. Close all those tabs and open just one, easycater.com. Online ordering from local restaurants, plus tools to save time, stay on budget, track expenses.
One tab to rule them all.
EasyCater, the smarter way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
I've just been feeling so sluggish lately. You should try the Metamucil 2-Week Challenge. The Metamucil 2-Week Challenge? Yeah, Metamucil 4-in-1 Fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Start your daily routine now, and in 2 weeks, you could be feeling great. Well, it's been 2 weeks. How you feeling? Lighter and feeling great.
If you want to feel lighter by promoting digestive health, sign up to take the 2-week challenge at metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting a little bit less rain across the area today, more of a light drizzle. We'll see long breaks in the rain as well, so it's not going to be a consistent downpour all day. We'll see intermittent periods of drizzling and then intermittent periods of also breaks in the rain. Afternoon high temperatures in the mid-60s.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about recruiting, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword credit at realradio921.com. That's credit. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You're back in the Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you guys are having a good day. And don't let the weather get you sideways. It's going to be a little bit nicer tomorrow. Be cold, but the sun will be out. We miss the sun. It's like we don't see Dominic for a couple days. We miss him. Then we're back in the house, and the sun is here, and it feels like South Florida. Some parts of Florida got snow the other day.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is crazy.
See, in Destin, and I'm talking the beach, and that's not sand. That's snow, and people frolicking. I have a girlfriend who lives up there in the Panhandle, and just seeing the ocean, right? It was crazy. I understand some up north places, but here in Florida, it's just wild.
It looked like a movie.
It's wild.
I think I saw Pensacola had 7 inches.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It's crazy.
An inch is a lot down here. You never see snow.
Did it break records, I think, right?
Yeah.
Was it record breaking? I think from snow that happened back the 1800s, late
Yeah.
18s, I think. I
Yeah,
read.
it was over 100 years they haven't had snow like that.
Nuts.
Crazy.
Nuts.
Been a good day to sell shovels. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Good afternoon, Dominic.
Hello.
And of course, Francis is here.
What's up?
And it is time for our first batch. I say the word batch of Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida.
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Okay, jokey. Well, let's start here with your Florida stories with a woman who got in trouble for sending threatening texts. This happened in Indian River County. A woman has been accused of threatening another woman by sending her text messages stating all kinds of stuff, including curb stomping her bitch ass again. That's one of the texts, yes. Curb stomping is very aggressive. If you don't know what that is, do not look it up. An investigator from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office said on January 17th that this person met with the victim who claimed a woman named Brooke Fowler was texting her threatening messages and causing the victim to have great fear and panic. They said the arrest against Fowler, 31 years old, says the investigator looked through the victim's phone and saw several threatening messages. One of them calling her, "See you next Tuesday." There's a lot of
I like that.
There's a lot of bitches there, and they were like, "You are in so much trouble." The message continues, "That's something I will point blank kill a bitch over. It's family. You're all dead."
Oh, strong.
The following day, investigators went to Fowler's home where she admitted to sending the victim the threatening messages. When investigators asked what curb stomping meant, she said beating someone up and kicking their head against the ground.
Wow.
Not necessarily what it means. Like I said, don't look it up. The affidavit says she allegedly curb stomped the victim before. When detectives asked what she meant when she said they would be dead, Fowler said they would be dead to her. She didn't mean physically, just dead to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She was arrested, of course. They said it was recommended that she go to a mental health court due to the sheriff's office having several interactions with her and concerns that have been raised by her coworker and friends too. So her coworker and friends are like, yeah, maybe she's got some mental health problems. Maybe take her to mental health court. She was taken to the Indian River County Jail where she was booked on counts of harassing and cyberstalking another person. She was also booked on the count of threat to kill or commit bodily harm. Yeah, if you say you're going to kill somebody in their family,
It's not a good.
it's not a great thing.
If you're going to say it, make sure nobody hears you.
You have a mugshot?
And then, yeah, I do actually. Yeah, let's see. She looks quite pleasant. She doesn't look like somebody who would curb stomp somebody.
That's what I was wondering.
She doesn't. No, that's I guess it's one of those you can't judge a book by its cover kind of
right.
situations. And then we were talking about snow in Florida. Pickup driver learned a pretty tough lesson when they crashed into a creek after doing donuts on a snow-covered Florida road. Yeah, if you've never done donuts in the snow, it's not the same. Do it up without snow. Deputies responded to the crash. They said that there was further detail regarding the crash was not immediately released, but what they're saying, of course, I love how Sheriff's Office put a lot of things on social media, and this is where we read this. They urge people to stay safe on the roads due to hazardous conditions caused by this wintry weather that we're having. And they said, perhaps don't zoomy zoom. This is their words. Perhaps don't zoomy zoom on the slicky slick so you don't end up in the ditchy ditch. That's what they wrote on their Facebook page.
Ditchy ditch.
They said you may end up in the snowy snow waiting on a toey toe.
Oh, wow. Everything's double.
So, yeah, that's exactly what happened to dude doing donuts pickup truck, and he did. He landed in a ditch. Very unfortunate. So they're like, hey, listen, here's some tips to help you drive safely in winter conditions. Because I know in Florida, you're like, why do I need to know this? Well, it snowed. Always drive slowly. Adjust your speed as there could be lower traction when driving on snow or ice. Especially, man, that black ice will get you. You don't even see it a lot. Accelerate and decelerate gradually. Apply the gas gently to maintain traction and prevent skids. Avoid sudden starts and take your time slowing down for stoplights. They said keep in mind that stopping on icy roads takes longer. Said increase your following distance. Maintain a gap of 5 to 6 seconds between your vehicle and the one in front of you. Understand your brakes. Whether your car has anti-lock brakes or not, keep your heel on the floor and use the ball of your foot to apply steady, firm pressure if you don't know that. Avoid stopping when possible. Of course, you have to stop sometimes, but starting from a full stop requires more effort than moving while still rolling. They said if approaching a red light, slow down enough to keep rolling until it turns green. Interesting.
Smart.
Don't use extra power on hills. Pressing the gas pedal harder on a snow-covered road can cause your wheels to spin instead build up some momentum on a flat road before reaching the hill. And then finally here, if you're driving on a hill in snowy Florida, which sounds so weird.
Yeah.
Keep moving uphill. Stopping on icy inclines make it difficult to regain traction and start moving again. Build momentum and a level surface before tackling the hill. Now, a couple more crazy things in your What the Florida. A drug-fueled machete robbery in Vero Beach. What's up? Once again, Indian River County.
Machete, get dangerous.
Yeah, machetes and a pocket knife. I think I'm more scared of the machete.
Yeah.
They said, the Indian River County Sheriff's responded to an armed robbery. This was Monday morning. Upon arrival, deputies spoke with the victim, who identified Patrick Desmond, 40, and Tyler Robinson, 27, as the people who robbed him. The victim explained that he had been invited to the home by a friend the day before, and once his friend left on Sunday morning, Desmond instructed him to go into the living room to prevent him from stealing anything. Well, the victim overheard Robinson asking Desmond if they should proceed with their plan. Guys listening to him going, hey, should we go along with this plan? Robinson allegedly armed himself with a pocket knife while Desmond grabbed a machete. And that's when they threatened the victim. Said, give me your effing money. They said, while Desmond reportedly poked the victim in the back with a machete, preventing any chance of escape. They said the pair managed to take a whole $60 from the victim before leaving the scene. That was their big plan. Deputies later spoke with Robinson, who admitted that he, the victim, and Desmond had been using drugs together the previous night. He mentioned that the victim had been acting strangely and even locking himself in the bathroom. Stated that they confronted the victim in the morning out of frustration, and while an argument occurred involving machete, he denied cornering the victim. Well, it was enough for them to still get arrested for that. And that is You're at the Florida.
Great job, Francis. As always, we do it twice a show, 11:05 and 1:05. So we got a giveaway today at 11:45. Franny, what are the people going to have an opportunity to win?
Yeah, so if you enjoy some cervezas, you're going to really enjoy this. My buddy Fran, who runs a couple breweries, including Twisted Trunk, is behind this. It is the Jupiter Craft Brewers Festival. And this is a great festival. It's been going on 19 years. It's happening in Abacoa, and we are going to have a pair of tickets to this. It is happening this Saturday, where you are going to sample all kinds of brewskis if you like yourself beer. They also have wine, too, just so you know. They're going to have a silent disco. By the way, it's over 50 brewers, and they have 175 craft beers are going to be there. They said local, regional, and national silent disco, plus live music from the people upstairs.
What's a silent disco?
You've never seen the silent disco?
No.
So I kind of made fun of people doing it, and then I did it one time, and I was like, this got fun. So it's where you wear headphones on, and you can pick whatever station you want or music
And
you want to
dance?
listen to. Yeah. So everybody is on the dance floor. It is so weird, and I know cruise ships do it a lot.
Festivals do it, too.
Festivals do it. So the first time I actually... And the only time I was in Orlando at one of the clubs over there at City Walk, and they were having a silent disco night. And I was with Jason, who I do the morning show with. And I was with my husband and one of Jason's buddies. And I was like, this is kind of dumb. I was like, all right, fine, give me the head. And I did. And I took it back. I ate my words because I had a really good time.
Now, were they on the dance floor with you too?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we were all listening
different
to
songs?
different things. We were trying to figure out if we were on the same, like, by the way we were dancing. And we were like, are we the same one or are we not? So they had 5 or 6 stations. But the cool thing about the one in Orlando is that they had different rooms too. And so it was actually live. Like the DJ was spinning live with the stations that you were listening to because they had a couple different DJs there.
Oh, wow. So it's something different.
So it was
That's
cool.
cool. It is
Yeah,
cool.
so maybe if you don't dig the same kind of music that your significant other or friends do, you could still be in the same room jamming out just with headphones on.
They do that at festivals, and so they could continue the party outside of the festival. They do it in the campground.
Oh, that's cool.
And since it's quiet, you
Yeah.
can continue the concert then.
Yeah.
And they'll
iHeart
have,
does that too at management meetings.
Oh, yeah.
They all get around. They wear silent disco headphones.
I can see that.
They play a lot of disco songs, different things like that. Yeah, that's going to be at 11:45. That's going to be a great opportunity for you guys and a lot of fun.
And local love, and as I mentioned, it's just a good time. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah, so make sure you listen at 11:45, and you will be very happy. And who doesn't want a prize?
And if you guys want to check it out, you can go to JupiterCraftBrewersFestival.com. That's where you can get tickets. If you just, like, you know what, I don't want to take my chances trying to win, you can get your tickets right there too.
So Pac-Man Jones was a defensive back in the NFL for years, and he had a pretty good career. Certain years he did pretty well. But one night, what do you think he spent in a strip club? He was on a podcast. One night.
What do you think, Tom?
Easy 500K.
In one night?
Yep.
No.
All right, I'll go
half
20.
a million?
I'll go 20. I'll go 20.
That's all. He spent 80. And 80.
I mean, Drake's done it, so.
Well,
Yeah,
Drake's
a lot of
little,
people have a big money.
Yeah, but Drake's a little different than him. I mean, Drake's got serious jack. The rappers do. Pac-Man Jones, again, he played in the NFL. He played with Cincinnati. He ended up playing with Dallas for a little while. Had a decent career, but he wasn't making that kind of money. But he said he made $1 million playing craps in Vegas. So he took the money over to us. Still 80,000 in one night. That's a ton.
Yeah, but we hear it all the time with these ballers because you get a VIP table first of all. You get a couple very expensive bottles. The table service in general is a few $1,000 just to get it at places like that, and then you add on whatever the Ace of Spades or what the champagne or whatever it is that they're drinking. And then the girls that you're taking care of. I can see how somebody with a lot of money can get up there.
I can see it, but I just said that's just a ton of money. 80 dimes in a strip club is a lot in one night. Now, he said he won $1 million playing craps, and then he said he just went over there. But a lot of different ball players have different stories, and rappers. Rappers, yeah, I can see them. They just don't care. They'll walk in with, just throw it out there.
They actually have, I love to just Google stuff. It says the top 10 strip club spenders.
All right.
Ludacris at number 10, $10,000. And this article, mind you, is a few years ago, so people could have beaten this. And he said, famous rapper spent $10,000 at a strip club called Diamonds up in there in Atlanta. And it all happened in one night. All right. Okay. And he was partying with his girlfriend at the time. They said they got crazy and asked strippers for exotic dancers and exotic dancers. They said to dance for them an entire night. Let's see. They said he had a backpack full of singles just for that night in particular.
That's a lot of singles.
Chris Brown, $15,000.
I can see that. I would think more.
Same club, Diamonds Club in Atlanta. Let's see. Rihanna and Drake. Like I said, this was a while ago. The two singers wanted to have a crazy night, and so they did. It doesn't say the year, but they said they didn't look at money at all. They seemed to enjoy watching the dancers. They said about $17,000, the two of them. Fabulous. Spent.
I would think more for Drake.
This one was at.
That's probably years ago, Drake. Though.
This one was at the at the Diamonds Club too. Man, should we go to the Diamond Club?
We should. Maybe tonight.
Let's go now.
Let's go.
Fabulous, $28K. Lil Wayne talks about him. Let's see. Yep, in Atlanta. King of Diamonds is a place to go.
Yeah.
Yep, $30,000. Akon spent $50K. Different club. Lil Wayne and Drake together, $250,000.
Mingada.
Mingada is right. I don't know which. It doesn't say which one they were at. Let's see. Floyd Mayweather, $500K.
Where's that? I say Vegas?
Diamonds in Atlanta.
Oh, does it? Diamonds in Atlanta. It's
like
when
this
you-
article written by, $500K.
It's like reading off the Academy Awards when Titanic was up.
Right?
Titanic.
Right? Rick Ross.
Yeah.
$1 million.
Where?
King of Diamonds in Atlanta.
Oh my God, we gotta go.
And then finally here, somebody who is behind bars.
He did it.
Diddy. $2 million. Number one. Broke any record in Manchester. Spent $2 million in one night celebrating Memorial Day during the weekend. Do you guys want to guess where?
Is it not the King of Diamonds?
No, I was just they don't say the club, but they say in Miami.
Oh.
Yeah, he tweeted several times on his social media until his fans showed their disapproval. Then he retracted his comments. I don't think they approve of him right now either. But yes, they didn't say exactly what club, but it was a strip club in Miami, $2 million.
That's serious money.
Yeah.
$2 million. Woo. Damn, that is a lot. The 10,000. Yeah, I can see people locally doing that, and I have seen that. There was somebody that we had a boss years ago whose son stumbled into a strip club.
Oh, by accident?
Yeah.
That's what you make it sound like, stumbled into it. Oh, wow, look at this. How did I end up here?
Well, he had a big problem, and they called me to try to get him out of it because there was a large amount of money for them. And it was, but...
Well, who? The guy, the dad?
The dad called me.
Try to get...
me to work it out so they didn't, could pay maybe half of what the kid
But
owed.
the kid really he spent that money.
Yeah, he didn't realize what he was doing. He was a very young kid. And
How old are we talking?
I think he was like 24, 25.
So he knew he knew what money was.
Of course.
Not that young.
He didn't realize, with dance and all this other, and the girls were hanging out with him all night and different things. But it was a big tab. I mean, it was just under 10. And the father, called me up.
Did they help you out? Because to me, I'd be like, dude, I mean, that's what it's worth. They were working, and that's what the kids spent. And
I tried to be as nice as I could.
oh, I know.
I was like, look.
I would just be surprised because I'm sure it's a place that people that work. But I would be surprised if a strip club would be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we'll take that off the bill," just because he didn't know what he was spending.
We went there, and everything I tell you is always read up, and they pulled out the video.
Yeah.
And the video was there. The
sure.
whole thing was there.
Mm-hmm.
And, I felt bad for the dad because the dad was there, and he was, it's a little tough to see your son in these kind of decisions. I said, I can't watch this. This is really hurting me. I said,
What you doing?
What's my end? Of course, I had a fee up front, Greeks got to eat. But yeah, he had to pay. I mean, that's what it is. But there are some people, when you're drinking and you get smacked, you may not realize, you look at your credit card. How many guys have said that the next day and say, oh my God, it's $9,700. Now, if you are that guy who goes to strip clubs and you think you have a problem, here's the first thing you do. Bring a credit card that doesn't have a lot of money on it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't bring a credit card with 10 dimes on it.
Yeah.
Because you'll go right through it. And those girls can be very persuasive. They're pros. I mean, that's what they do. Their job is to get money out of you. But yeah, some of the amounts of money that you hear people spend is crazy. But they're having fun and they're doing it. I think obviously when you're younger, as you get older, you're like, I don't know if I want to do that. You could just spend it on one girl and have a good time. And for a couple nights in Boca. 877-927-6969. Okay, Tom.
What's an appropriate amount of money to spend on a vacation, you think?
Gosh, it just depends, right?
Where you're going?
Yeah, just in general. What do you think is a good amount to spend on vacation?
I know, but where are we going?
And how many days?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's say we're going to Atlanta. King of Diamonds.
Oh,
God.
I spent a lot of money then.
I would have no urge to go to Atlanta, to be honest with you.
You're
Like
missing out.
if we did a show there, I would go. But say 3 days in Vegas. You want to say that?
Sure.
Easy 10. But I'm not getting comps.
Okay, with no comps.
No comps. Easy 10, and you don't even consider the bad side, which you could be getting your ass kicked.
Mm-hmm.
And shopping. I mean, it could be expensive. Brady Matthews, by the way, is going to be local tonight at the Beer Garden. I don't think he's going to call us today, but he's traveling. He was at Joe Rogan's, club last night.
Oh.
He's got a great story about the time he got on a plane with me one time. I'm going to let him tell it next time he's on. But yeah, this is a good story. But yeah, it depends what you're doing, who you're doing it with. You know what I mean? And if you're gambling, obviously that could change the whole thing. Now you can win.
Mm-hmm.
And if you win, you're like real happy. Because you're like, all right, well, I'm you hear people say, I paid for my trip.
Yep.
You hear people all the time say that. But come on, let's be honest. 9 out of 10 times you're going to Vegas, you're losing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, see, to me now with the Hard Rock and we have everything, it's just so much easier here. I love Vegas, but I don't have the urge like I once had because also driving back is so much better than taking a 5-hour plane ride when you lose. I mean, it sucks. And then if you're with a girl, they always ask the same questions. How much did you lose? Is it bad?
Do we have first class? Or did we have to give that up?
Oh, no, that's gone. That's tapioca. That's definitely gone. If a gambler could ruin a trip or make it.
Mm-hmm.
I always said they should do a video of people getting off the plane in Vegas and getting on. The same group of people. And once in a while, if you go, you'll get the same people. Especially like weekend charters. Like you go back for a lot of, you'll see a couple people, and you can see them, and they're not happy. I mean, who's happy? Who makes mistakes? Who's praying whatever happened in Vegas stayed in Vegas? They're hoping that. And it's also that little you got that when it's in Vegas, it's different than if you're fooling around in Miami or Lauderdale, because there's really no chance that many people know you.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, I'm out there, I'm never going to see her again, or whatever, or him, and I'm doing there. Like if you're going to Miami for a week in Fort Lauderdale, you can bump into somebody 2 days later. You just don't know. But I always see when you see people, because they're always excited. Even on the plane, they always say to you, "Ooh, we're 20 minutes away," and everybody on the plane goes, "Woohoo! Yeah! Woo! Love it!" They're all
I can see the trip.
Yeah, they do, especially at night.
Mm-hmm.
Now coming back, when you hear them, they're like,
Yeah, leaving, they're like, oh, there it goes.
I hate Vegas. And I think a lot of people, too, not only the gambling, the partying they do. You don't sleep, most people. They're smacked for a couple days. Then it's bad if, you go and then you don't realize what you spent. You know what I mean? Then you get home and you're like, oh, my God.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I never had those feelings because obviously I don't drink and party, so I know right away. to the penny, like, you know, whatever. But I always expect to get my ass kicked. And if I win, it's a win. I mean, obviously. But you got to think that we're gambling. If you think you're going to win, you're not. There's been a few times spam roulette, like, where I know, like, it's going to hit there, and I feel it. I'm like, it's in. And it does. But more times than not, it's your kidney. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. We're going to come back with a big giveaway for you guys and so much more on Real Radio 92.1. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Police are warning all of the residents of chocolate bars that are making the rounds that are laced with hallucinogenic mushrooms. And I know, it's scary. It's frightening. It's dangerous.
I'm terrified that I won't get any.
Yeah, it seems like more of a win to me.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Wildfires that ravaged Los Angeles now account for one of the largest disasters in the history of our country. Now, iHeartRadio is bringing you an historic fundraising event.
The Fire Aid Benefit Concert.
Live in Los Angeles.
Donate today at fireaidla.org.
Join us January 30th.
Listen live to the Hit Nation station on the free iHeartRadio app, starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 Eastern.
And show your support for the people in need in Los Angeles.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
An earlier fatality crash still has all eastbound lanes of I-10 shut down at Chaffee Road. You can exit at First Coast Expressway and then go around and re-enter I-10 beyond the crash scene. A collision is blocking 2 lanes of southbound I-95 at Pecan Park Road. That's traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Tap into your well-being with Audible audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Expand your life with expert insight and motivation for better health, habits, relationships, finance, and more. Start listening free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at audible.com.
It's Frank Mir, two-time UFC heavyweight champion. When it comes to my health, I trust only the best. Vita Vita Medical. Don't settle for imitators or trendy gimmicks.
Call 888-831-3314 or visit VitaVitaMedical.com today.
Spring training at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium is less than a month away. Many plans are the best way to maximize your St. Louis Cardinals and Miami Marlins experiences. Packages start at $75. Purchase your mini plans at the ticket office or visit RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
The Glass Chamber. All things vape and all things smoke. Exotic sodas, Pupco, Mike Tyson wraps, Raz, HQD, and the newest disposables. If you are not shopping at the Glass Chamber, what are you even doing? With the latest and greatest in the industry, why wouldn't you? Now open in Boynton Beach. 8 convenient locations. Visit GlassChamberFL.com and buy the best quality glass pieces and accessories from your favorite store online and have it shipped to your home. The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
Office West Palm Beach.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Bassett-Thorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting freshfromflorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Mo Better Garage. Mo Better Garage. We make it way Mo Better. MoBetterGarage.com.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Elf Beauty.
A couple big-time NCAA women's hoops matchups tonight, including number 7 Texas versus number 17 Tennessee at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. The Longhorns are coming off a big win over number 8 Maryland on Monday. Maryland looking to bounce back from that loss when they take on number 12 Ohio State, 6 p.m. Eastern tonight on the Big Ten Network. Buckeyes suffered their first loss of the season on Sunday. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Elf Cosmetics presents Get Ready with Music, the album, an empowering new album for every mood. With 92% of women saying music boosts their spirits while getting ready, this album blends makeup and music to celebrate self-expression. Available now on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey you guys, I'm Catherine Legg. I'm a racing driver who's literally driven everything with 4 wheels across the planet. And I've got a new podcast. It's called Throttle Therapy. This season, I'm gearing up to make history, competing in some of the world's most notorious racing events. Listen to Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg and start listening.
Presented by Elf Beauty, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
I will point blank kill a bitch, then curb stomp her bitch ass again.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You really are taking things and making me sound like a violent person.
You wonder why I'm more afraid of you than wise guys?
Between the yelling about the coffee, what else? The crack.
Yeah, can we hear all
And
those?
now curb stomping. He's taking all the things from my What the Florida Stories and just out of context, but it is.
Can we hear them again?
You can. Which one do you
I'm
want?
afraid of Franny.
Oh, yeah, my husband's not going to come home. I will point blank kill a bitch, then curb stomp her bitch ass again. If you're just tuning in.
That's Franny.
That is me. That is my voice. But
Yeah.
I was reading stories of things that happen in Florida.
And just in case, you got to be careful driving out there.
Perhaps don't zoomy zoom on the slicky slick so you don't end up in the ditchy ditch.
And it is the Penthouse. We're juiced up today, baby. We had a little day off yesterday because of Dominic. We're back.
Dominic and I were both here working. So there's no day off for us. I just don't say it just wasn't a we thing, though.
Well, you just hung out for a couple hours. Were you actually working?
Yeah.
Were you?
Yeah.
Put the work.
All right, good job.
Just hanging out for a couple hours. Yeah, we worked.
All right. Dominic, good morning.
Good morning, G-Man.
Good morning to
I
you.
love how he's making it seem like we don't do anything here. Because
Who said that?
You're just hanging out for a couple hours. Yeah, from 9 to 5. Great.
I'm not going to say anything.
Twiddling our thumbs.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys
but we were
do.
still here at work.
Doesn't mean you're working. There's a new survey out there. 27% of people who work 8 hours actually work 4.6.
Wow.
Franny's
Yeah,
here.
just because there is some downtime doesn't mean that work is not being done.
Well, you should work the whole 8 hours if you're getting paid for the whole 8.
Oh my goodness, you
Oh,
should have
listen
showed
to
up.
Oh my God.
Is it time for a trifecta?
Yeah.
All right, why is there so much hate for the Chiefs? Because they keep winning and people keep betting against them. But this Sunday, they are playing a later game as they are taking on Buffalo Bills. They are home. They are -2 points in the game. The earlier game is Philly and Washington. Philly is -6. If he gets a 7, changes the whole bet. But we'll see what happens with Philadelphia and 5 games during the season on the last play of the game. So it's always better to be lucky than good. I've always said that, and it's about playing your best ball at the end of the year for all these teams. A couple of teams that should be in it are home, Ravens and Detroit, especially Detroit. We're winning 15 games. So we'll see what happens, but it's going to be interesting games. I don't shy away from it. I picked the Chiefs the last 2 years, and I'll have them again. And if I lose, it doesn't really matter to me because I'm not going to bitch because it's worked out for me already. So I got to look at it.
Brandon, you think he's going to bitch?
Maybe vet.
God, why am I in love with you?
I
Every
don't
day.
know.
Every day. And the Jets got their new coach.
Yep.
They got Glenn and Aaron Glenn, who's been the defense coordinator the last 3 years for the Lions. He was the Jets' first-round pick. Joe Namath gave it thumbs up. He's happy about it. But it's the 3rd time in a row the Jets have picked a defense coordinator to be a head coach. And the last 2, not so good. So let's see what happens. His first decision is probably going to be Rodgers. What's going to happen with that whole saga? Is Rodgers coming back? Is Adams coming back? Is Lazar coming back? Or is he going to show them their backpack and say, get out of here, all 3 of you? We'll see what happens with that. Also, the offensive coordinator for the Lions got a head coaching job with the Bears. So that's going to be pretty unique because he was with the Lions for years. Now he's going to play them. So the head coaching jobs have been filled up. Cowboys' job is still, we don't know what's going to happen. Is it going to be Dion? Does Jerry Jones take away the Super Bowl on Sunday morning and announce his head coach? How much would that would be? Oof. You want to talk about that? And Jerry has a way, like Steinbrenner, of caking the headlines. And, he makes people talk about the Cowboys on all the 4-letter networks and sports shows and blogs. And people speculate, just like he did with Dak and CD. And then he signed
contract.
Yeah, for months. Maybe he does the Super Bowl Sunday. Or maybe he makes the halftime show announce it. How's that? Right there.
Send the presser now, quick.
That's it. Send it right now. Will it be Dion or is that just big smoke screen? We don't know. Jimmy Butler and the Dolphins. I don't know what breakup is worse. Jimmy Butler and the Dolphins. The Heat.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
I said the Dolphins. Or Angelina and Brad Pitt. Both of them were pretty bad. This one is really bad. Jimmy Butler misses a play the other night. Could you imagine having to call Pat Riley on that one? Spo. Because years ago it was in a book that LeBron, when they played in Thanksgiving in Cleveland, wanted the team to stay in Cleveland and have Thanksgiving at his mom's house for everybody. So Spo called Pat Riley and said, LeBron wants us to stay, and we're going to have, Thanksgiving with his mom's, yada, yada. And Pat Riley said, no, you bring the plane home. It's the Miami Heat plane. And that's what happens. I can't imagine if you had to call Pat Riley the other day and say, Jimmy missed the plane. He had to be like you guys. So the Heat did suspend Butler again, 2 more games. That's 9. And we're not even a half a season in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it started last year in trouble. I knew he was done. And Jimmy Butler did a couple things last year. A tennis game, went to the tennis event, then missed that night. Then after they got beat in the playoffs, he said, hey, we would beat them if we were playing. Pat Riley responded, you're home, shut up. And once that happened, I was like, they're done. So we'll see where he goes. February 2nd, I believe, is the trade deadline, but it's not a good situation for Jimmy Butler and the Heat. Greeks Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats and Deerfield Beach and Cove Shopping Plaza. I was there yesterday, had a great lunch and a great cappuccino. Peace.
So our dude Chris, who listens, if you have not heard him before, call in. He was talking about how his anniversary was yesterday, and it sounds like they have a wonderful marriage. It really does. And this is going to be quite the opposite. That's why I'm bringing this up. And this is signs that your partner isn't treating you right and probably won't.
Ooh.
Ever. Yes. Finding your person can be very challenging. And if you wonder how your relationship is going or think you see red flags, here are some signs that you aren't being treated right.
Okay.
And if they don't fix these things, then you probably never will. Right. So they say here, they admit their behavior is wrong. They realize it, but they don't do anything to correct it. They just continue on with that bad behavior that they know they're self-aware, but they just don't do anything about it.
Well, that sucks.
Yes.
Because that's no respect for you at all.
100%. They blame everyone else except themselves. Signs your partner isn't treating you right and probably won't. Not only do they blame, they always have an excuse for their behavior. Then we have, they see you're upset, but don't care or don't ask. Like, hey, is there anything I can do?
Another thing, respect.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. These are, to me, these are like, hello.
Yeah,
There's
hello.
two red flags in the air.
Yeah, I mean, if your partner's hurting, you're hurting.
They said here, they think it's okay to be mean as long as they're not mean to you. Could be toxic traits, right?
You mean to other people?
I guess, yeah. They think it's okay to be mean as long as they're not mean to you. They're like, that's how they excuse their behavior. If they're mean, they're like, well, I'm not mean to you. So that's how they excuse your behavior. You feel they don't want to hear about your life or anything that matters to you. Yeah. You should, and not just your partner, friends. You shouldn't be with anybody or surround yourself with people who don't care.
Yeah.
They said they complain you're way too hung up on manners or accuse you of being a user. They said that they are cavalier about horrible things they've done to people and even brag about it.
That's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a bad person.
Yes. And so not necessarily this is directly aiming towards your partner. This is just their behavior with others, too, that you have to be like, all right, this is not a good person. They said they ghost you or stand you up.
That sucks.
Clearly, that's not a good sign, a red flag. And they show no remorse when they do something awful. You may be with a terrible person, all of those things. But according to this is 10 signs your partner isn't treating you right and won't. If you're wondering how your relationship is going to last, if you see any of these red flags, it's probably not going to end up being right. But to me, a lot of these things hopefully aren't happening once you're in a relationship. I feel like you can see a lot of this stuff from the get-go, but we have heard people say that they're pretty good at hiding crazy until they lock you up, until they got you, and then that's when it comes out.
Yeah, because, I mean, when you get involved with somebody, obviously feelings grow and things change, and you also look to make excuses for them. And then you look back and you're like, you know what? He or she was a douchebag, and I'm going to nail them down the road when I'm out of town. 877-927-6969. But some of these are common things. Like if somebody's ghosting you, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And again, one of the biggest things I've always said, when you see a pattern change, if you're talking to somebody 4 or 5 times a day or texting them or seeing them 3 or 4 nights a week and all of a sudden it decreases, they're seeing somebody else or they're done. Especially when they ghost you. Nobody's that busy. Bill Clinton called Monica Lewinsky 8 times a day. You know what I mean? You're not that busy. You could tell me you don't want to call me. That's cool. But don't tell me you're busy because your life sucks and you're going nowhere. So who are you kidding?
Mm-hmm.
All right, your chance right now to win. What are you going to win, Franny?
So we have a pair of tickets for this weekend. It is the Jupiter Brewers Festival. And if you want in on the action, then all you have to do is give us a call, 877-927-6969. We're Thursday, right? So let's do who's most likely to. where I'm going to ask you a question out, and I'll try to keep it in theme. Maybe I'll do a little beer related, so it may not be Greek in the answer, but we'll try to have some fun with this. I like to kind of keep it on topic because this is happening this weekend at Abacoa, where you can sample from over 50 brewers. They're going to have a bunch of different craft beers. And this is local and international and national brewers that are going to be there. So if you want those tickets to get your cerveza on this weekend, give us a call. 877-927-6969. That's 877-927-6969.
There it is, people. Pick up the phone. Make it happen. Dominic will get you on, and then we'll ask you who's most likely to. Like, it could be an example of who's most likely to bet on the Super Bowl. See, now, Franny does dabble, maybe one in a blue moon. Now, Dom, close to having a problem. So he does bet a lot. And me, I'm pretty much retired, but I'll do it because of the Super Bowl. So who's most likely to have a bet on the game? I mean, that's what you have to ask. You can do any different scenarios. Like, who's most likely to drink tequila this weekend? Not Franny, because it's dry January.
It would be me then.
It would be you. So that's what it is. 877-927-6969. Pick up the phone. You guys give us a call. It's going to be a great event this Saturday. You're going to have fun. You're going to enjoy yourself. And it's on us. So come on. Who doesn't like free? Free.
Yeah, and if you want to check out what it's all about, you can absolutely do so. We do have your tickets that we will send your way. It is a pair of tickets to the Jupiter Craft Brewers Festival. That is this weekend, the 25th, Abacoa. So if you want to get on there, definitely do so. And if you want to see what's going on, it's JupiterCraftBrewersFestival.com.
First up, we have Kevin.
Kevin, what's up, Kevin?
Hey, Greg. Hi, Franny.
Hi, Kevin.
How are you today?
I'm the Kevin from Sovereign Marine. I met you a couple times a year or so ago.
All right, yeah, you sound a little juiced up and ready to go. Thanks for listening to Real Radio, obviously. Kevin?
You're welcome.
Okay.
Well, awesome, Kevin.
Do you know how this game works?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this who's most likely to question. You know the answer is either going to be Dom, Greek, or Franny, but Kevin, give us just a minute. So don't give me your answer until I ask you for it because we have to place our votes here, okay?
I gotcha.
All right, my dude. Your who's most likely to question is, let's see, who's most likely to sneak into the VIP section for an exclusive tasting? Give us a moment to place our votes here. Let's see. All right, we have our vote here in the Penthouse. Who do you think it is, Kevin?
Well, it's Greek or Franny, but I'm going to have to go with Franny.
Yes, of course it's Franny.
Ding, ding, ding.
Because it's a tasting, I assume, liquor?
And you know, Greek doesn't have to sneak in. He's already invited.
Only if I'm with you.
Congratulations, Kevin. That's all you had to do was get it right, and you did.
Great job,
yes.
Kevin.
Hang tight. Just give your information to Dom's specifically email address. So hang tight, okay? And we'll get you those tickets.
Okay.
All right.
Great job there, Dom. Thanks for your help. I know it's a little bit extra what you're used to doing, which is absolutely nothing, but thank you for helping. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Franny, myself being Greek, and of course, we do have Dominic in the house doing a bang-up job. If a girl said, my buddy came up to me the other night, he said, there's this girl he's a little friendly with, but he likes. You know, he has a little bit of a thing for her.
Okay.
And she said she looks at him as like a rescue dog. Like if she has a problem,
wow,
he'll be there for her. I said, I don't know if that's a great thing.
No, that's not.
As I said.
As a romantic partner, no, the girl's not going to, if she has interest in you, she's not going to say that.
Yeah, I said, I don't think that's a great thing. I said, did she bring a leash? She said, no. I said, okay, then I don't think it's anything that's going to work out for you. 877-927.
How do you feel about that?
Not great. They've gone out a couple times.
That's pretty tough.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. She didn't think it was mean. She thought it in a way it was a compliment. But again, I don't think she has the romantic feelings. And you know when somebody likes you romantically, you get a vibe. Maybe the hands, they touch you a little. I'm talking at the very beginning, not after a while. But you know, you could always tell when somebody really likes you. Dom, can you tell when a girl likes you or a man?
Thanks, G.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm asking.
Somewhat, yeah. You can get a feeling if they're into you, like kind of if they're, or if they're just totally shutting you off.
How about if a girl like rubs next to you? Would you feel like she likes you?
Rubs next to you?
Yeah.
What is that? Like she dancing next to you, or what does a rub next to you mean?
Say you're in a restaurant and you order a drink and she leans over to get it, and she puts her breast right on top of you.
What if it's a packed restaurant?
That a packed restaurant's gonna see this.
If it's empty and there's nobody next to you, then maybe. But if you're squished in there, a breast might rub against you.
Like, is this
by
a
accident.
nightclub? Are we at Club 11? It's full of people, or are we at
Jack in a Box?
Jack in a Box. And she's right there, just let me reach over here.
Let me reach over.
Plant these right on you.
Well, do you think you know when a girl likes you or not? Is the question.
Yeah, I feel like you can kind of get a vibe if she's into you or not.
I think if somebody's very, like, a little bit handsy, you maybe touch your hand or your arm, you know what I'm saying? It just shows some affection.
Physical.
Sometimes.
Right away.
Some people are just very touchy,
Mhm.
just in general with everybody.
Ooh.
It makes me, so this
Greek
is,
likes that.
I know. So this is, I had this topic and actually makes sense with what we're talking about. So they asked, out of 1,000 single women your age, right? Asking men, and this is hetero men specifically, out of 1,000 single women your age, how many would be attracted to you if you walked into a room? So this is an interesting hypothetical for you guys to think about. Somebody posed this question to straight men online. If you walked into a room with 1,000 single women around your age, how many do you think would be attracted to you? What would your answers be? Dom and G-Man, you guys are the men here.
How many women?
1,000 single women, and they also say around your age.
4.
I go with 10.
So 10 out of 1,000, and we know Greek's lying because he knows he's the prettiest. What would your real answer be?
I don't know.
If you walked into a room, because
Can
they
they
ask
see?
guys, if you walked into a room with 1,000 single women around your age, how many of them do you think would be attracted to you? I have stats here, numbers from the majority of guys I asked, but I wanted to know your opinion.
I think 5%.
5%?
Which is what, 50 then?
Yeah, math. Yeah, it is.
5%. Yeah, I would say lower. 3%. 2%. 900. Are you blind?
900. She's.
You mentioned, like, do you see my bank account?
I'm not talking about
Dom,
that.
I think you're selling yourself.
I would say about
short.
10 to 15%. I think that
1 out of 10.
Yeah,
Basically,
yeah.
probably.
So 10 to 15%. All right. So 150. Okay, out of 1,000. All right. So just so you know, a lot of people don't really have high hopes. A lot of men that were asked this, 42% said between 1 and 25 women. That's 0.1% to 2.5%. Not a lot.
That's what we said, basically.
But well, first he said 25, 50, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So they're saying, I mean, it's 1 in 25 of the women. That's not a lot. Have more confidence in yourself. 24% said that it's a little higher, between 26 and 74 of the women out of the 1,000 women in that room. That's 2.6 to 7.4%. 10% said a notch above that, between 75 and 99 of those women would. 15% said they turn heads.
Oh, gee, man. There you are.
That's 100 to 200 of them, which is 10 to 20%. They said 14% said they'd be fawned over, with more than 200 of the 1,000 women being attracted to them, which is more than 20%. So that was the highest. There was nobody that really came in and be like, all of them would.
947.
One poor guy, this makes me sad. They said, if I walked in right now, 0.
Aw.
I know.
He's probably having a bad week.
That's sad. Someone else said,
Maybe
can I
at the
talk to
Ravens.
them for a few hours, or is it just like first sight based on appearance only stuff? And yes, I think they did say just appearance. And then there were several men who lacked any confidence and commented on the fact that there wasn't a 0 option. So even more guys, that's sad. But one man, for better or worse, says women are a lot more pickier than men. If I walked around a college campus, I would find at least half of the girls attractive enough to date.
Oh, yeah, guys don't care.
Yeah, they said if you ask women the percentage of college boys they found attractive, most of them would say less than 10%.
Yeah, I think, women's standards are usually higher. Not all, but usually. Guys don't care. They just don't. I mean, if there's a golf course, they're bringing their clubs. I mean, that's it. They don't really care. Hilly or not. They're like, okay, let's do it. But yeah, confidence is a big thing too, because I think women can sense confidence.
And
you
I
don't
even
wanna be
think, yeah, when
cocky,
you,
wanna be
you
confident.
if you walk in, maybe you're not the most attractive guy or what they would look at as being super hot, but you walk in with confidence. There's hotness to that too.
Yeah, they think like, oh, you must be somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like who would, you know, the way you, even if you, the way you walk up to them or say hi to them. Like, you know, like, hey, you know, hello, how are you? Something like that. People don't even like to say hi. I mean, there was a big article about the connection with people is just dwindling more and more, all generations, because of social media, because of texting, and how people really have a hard time speaking to somebody. I went out last week to see Paul McCreal, and I sat with one of my buddies and his wife. And she said to me, if a guy came up to her that she didn't know, she would think it's really, and gave her a compliment, really weird and odd. She was, I would be very standoffish. Nice looking woman, you know, not my cup of tea, but nice looking woman. But we were just talking, you know, how do you meet people and this and that. She goes, oh, I would find that odd if a stranger came up to me and talked to me. She goes, I wouldn't even know what to do. She goes, I would probably just shy away and just keep walking.
Look at their phone.
Yeah.
A lot of people avoid by looking at their phone.
Yeah, that's when you slap their phone out of her face. Pay attention. Your future could change right now. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Thursday. Get ready for the weekend. Championship weekend. We're all Chiefs here. And even if we lose, we don't care.
Wait, I thought
what?
Brandy was rooting for the Bills.
She is.
Yeah, you said we're all Chiefs.
I'm talking about myself.
He's we.
Yeah, I guess so.
he's enough for 3.
Well, I don't want her to bet the Chiefs because the last 3 games
I'm
I
not
gave
betting.
her. Yeah, last 3 games I gave her, they lost. Who do you like there, Periwinkle? Don't kiss her ass. Just be honest.
No, I'm going to go to Chiefs.
All right, thanks.
I said if I was going to bet, I would bet on the Chiefs.
-2.
I would bet on the Chiefs if I was a betting woman, but I said I am pulling for.
Who's your husband? Did he say? Or he doesn't care?
He actually, and he said it's tough for him to say, but he said the same thing. He said he would like to see the Bills win this one.
Oh, I hope so too. It is. It is the
And that's a lot
Penthouse.
because we're surrounded by Chiefs fans. A lot of our friends are Chiefs fans.
I did tell Taylor Swift I'm not going. I go, I can't. I got to be in Boca. Come over here. She might meet me in your prime. It is the Greek. It is Dominic and Francis. It is a great Thursday on Real Radio. Why? Because you guys are listening. Why? Because we're here. Peace.
When the smart speaker you gave your parents eventually becomes yours, tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it! You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money!
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio.
Red Zone Revenue on Real Radio is sponsored by Steiger Green and Finer.
After a car accident, don't settle for less. At Steiger Green and Finer, we fight to win you the compensation you deserve, or you pay us nothing. Call us now at 1-800-561-1111. Offices West Palm Beach.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. If you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse, call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
West Palm Beach, it is a water main break. Okeechobee Boulevard West, right near Sapodilla Avenue. 2 lanes are blocked. Avoid that section of the roadway if you can. Boca Raton right lane blocked. I-95 South after Congress Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Need a change this year? Drive into Valvoline Instant Oil Change for an always quick but never rushed quality oil change. No appointment needed. Save $15 off your next oil change at VIOC.com. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. They'll get you back on the road in no time.
Putting things off is human nature. I get it. You're totally exhausted from the storms and the cleanup, and everyone swears, next time I'll plan ahead. Then 8 months from now, you're watching your garage door sail off into the storm front, getting dumped by your insurance company because of yet another claim you never would have made if you had a garage door strong enough to prevent it. And Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. If you call about a garage door when the storm is on the way, it's too late. Plan ahead, and we can replace your flimsy old door now with a modern, stylish, wind-rated door that impresses the neighbors and makes the insurance company happy when it's time to renew. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage, but call before the storm, which is now.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm John Morgan. When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth, here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same at all. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions and billions and billions. $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, it's a Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
Preparing to tent fumigate your home or business is stressful. With up to 29 interior and exterior preparation steps, the very success of your fumigation depends on being properly prepared. Contact ALR Fumigation Preparation and Recovery, your fumigation preparation experts. Family owned and operated, licensed and insured, specializing in comprehensive fumigation preparation throughout Palm Beach County. We prioritize safety and thoroughness to make sure your property is ready come fumigation day. ALRFumigationPrep.com, your home fumigation ready.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
As the wildfires continue to impact Los Angeles, families are facing unimaginable loss. And when disaster strikes, we come together. That's why iHeartLA has teamed up to help support the Dream Center, a local LA organization working tirelessly to provide relief, from operating shelters to supplying essentials to those who've lost everything. So please, join us in supporting the Dream Center's efforts to help rebuild the lives of thousands who have been affected by these devastating fires. Visit dreamcenter.org today to donate. That's dreamcenter.org.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carr. We are expecting fewer showers this afternoon as a result of our southerly winds in the mid-levels lifting any of those showers up to the north. We are going to see northerly winds establish themselves tomorrow, ushering out any of this remaining moisture across the area and also keeping our temperatures significantly below average.
This report is sponsored by FreshFromFlorida.com.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting FreshFromFlorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
Don't miss the Cruisin' for Crime Stoppers 14th Annual Motorcycle Ride, February 2nd. Come ride or just come for fun. Go to Crime Stoppers PBC to register, and if you know of a crime, you may be eligible for a reward. Ride for Crime Stoppers, February 2nd. Crime Stoppers, Palm Beach County.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
We don't know. Jimmy Butler and the Dolphins.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is a Penthouse on a Thursday. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
You better be sheepish. Next thing you know, you'll be talking to Mary. Francis is here.
What's up, Urs?
And it is time for some fun facts.
It's Freddy's Fun Facts.
Okie dokie, January 23rd all day long. It's Clashing Clothes Day. We know G-Man would never do that, clash his clothing. International Sticky Toffee Pudding Day. Measure your feet. When's the last time you measured your feet?
Size 10.
National Pie Day.
What kind of pie?
Women's Healthy Weight Day. It's any kind.
Oh, apple.
Any kind, G-Man. Just national.
Just so you know, I like apple pie.
Cool. And it's National Handwriting Day, and that's what I'm going to talk about because I feel like a lot of people don't write things. They don't handwrite things anymore. They don't, especially cursive. Did you know that handwriting is just as unique as fingerprints?
Oh, really?
No two people have the exact same handwriting, even if they try to copy each other. Do you guys ever forge your parents' signature on anything?
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
Never.
Especially sick notes.
Oh, that was it. Yeah.
When I skipped school,
that stuff all
but
went
I
away.
would, but I would say the things that my mom actually signs, and I love if she listens because she can't do anything about it now.
Would you copy her signature?
Yes, I would put it on the piece of paper and I'd trace it, or I would trace it more than I would try to copy it.
You never let them see your actual parent's signature. You just do it the whole time.
Oh yeah, that never happened because it wasn't everything I tried to sign off on. It was just the one I got in trouble.
No, you just gotta do it the whole time, so they think that's the one.
It was just when I got in trouble.
Like when they would send you a note home about it and they would make your parents sign it.
Yeah, the worst was when I got into high school though. It wasn't notes. Instead of having they would call.
Oh yeah.
And leave a voicemail if you weren't at work or at
school. Yeah.
Run home, get to the voicemail quickly at the house.
I always did.
You're so funny.
Well, I mean, it's sad. I took advantage of the situation because my mom was a single parent. She worked long hours when I was in high school, so got away with way too much. It says, handwriting. Your mood can change your handwriting. Handwriting often reflects emotions. Stress can make it shaky, while calmness can make it a bit more fluid. Writing by hand engages your brain, of course. It activates areas in brain responsible for memory and learning, which is why taking notes by hand helps you retain that information better than typing does.
Makes sense.
Yes. The world's oldest handwriting dates back to 5,000 years. First known scripts, they said, like the hieroglyphics, were etched into clay or stone tablets. Finally, here we have a few more interesting facts. They said handwriting is faster than typing. In fast-paced situations like shorthand, writing by hand can outpace typing. So it's not always. They said, but when you're pretty skilled at it. Writing by hand stimulates creativity. The physical act of writing slows down your thoughts, making it easier to process and generate ideas. That's why some people just put that pen or pencil to paper and just hope for something to happen. Yeah. Just start, yep. Children learn better with cursive. Studies show that learning cursive improves motor skills and helps with reading comprehension. And that is one thing they've taken away is teaching kids how to write in cursive.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then finally here, something that is still taught is handwriting, but it's taught in space. Astronauts practice handwriting to ensure they can take notes even in zero gravity environments. And there you go. Today for your fun facts.
You're welcome, Francis.
Thank you, Greek.
Maybe that was beforehand.
weird.
One of the stars from Sex and the City, Christine Davis. She was, and all these people,
Kristen.
when they're on podcasts, they're always talking about something that they did. And she said that she was dating an actor who now is very successful, but she said she's not going to mention his name. But like a lot of actors and actresses, he was struggling. He was having some problems. And they were dating, and so that means they were banging. And he asked her for $5,000, and she gave it to him. And she said she never heard from him again. He ghosted her. She said, don't lend people money that you date. I mean, if you lend anybody money that you date, you got to figure it's done. I mean, I do. Yeah, it's like it's done. And I look at it as services rendered. You know what I mean? So just throw in that pile. Because it's, especially if it's a guy. See, I think girls feel bad to ask a guy because they don't want to embarrass him. I think. Okay? Now, for me, I don't want to bring it up because it's awkward. So I won't even bring it up. I just like, here it is. Don't worry about it. Pay me when you can. And I assume it's done. But she said, like, this guy ghosted her. But she said he's very, very successful now. Now, this is very open-ended because people would probably want to know who stiffed you.
Well, and of course, and people are starting to see, they're like, all right, well, who did she date? And she has been romantically linked even to Steve Martin back in the day. She's Aaron Sorkin, who's a writer, director, actor. They claim here. Who else? She was romantically linked to Alec Baldwin, too.
Maybe.
So people are trying to figure it out. Who was it?
You never know. If I was betting, I'd probably bet Baldwin out of 3. Not because he doesn't have it. I think he has I know somebody who knows him pretty well and grew up with him and just said he wasn't maybe the best kind of person. So I would bet on him if I had 3 or 4. But yeah, she talked about this. And now I don't know if she's ever going to let out. Now, you think out of this story, possibly she gets the $5,000 from somebody?
That would be funny if they mailed it to her and they're like, oh,
Venmo
forgot
about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Now, she did say in the article.
Rick Fox, she dated too. Maybe it was him. Or she's been linked to.
She did say in the article that the day before she smashed his motorcycle. So I don't know. Maybe the guy's thinking like you ruined my motorcycle. So
Maybe
was it $5,000 to fix the
buy a
motorcycle?
bike?
I don't know. I mean,
Or buy a new bike.
Yeah.
She was in the article. She just said I did smash his motorcycle. So I don't know. Maybe some people would think that, but to ghost somebody is pretty bad.
I mean, maybe not after they destroy your motorcycle.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you guys have an opinion on it? 877-927-6969. It's not a loan. It's you're giving it to them. It's done.
It sounds like there's more to the story.
Yeah, because I didn't realize she smashed the dude's motorcycle.
That's what I read, or the week before, or whatever. Or maybe I read it wrong, but that's what I did read. But she did come out with it. Now I wonder, like I said, I thought right away, like all of a sudden she gets Venmo'd $5,000 because she said he's very successful.
So speaking of Venmo, there's an airline that's going to be accepting it. But first, we got a couple of texts, a few, more than a couple. 47142 started off with Real Radio. We have, including, if you want to get this ready, we'll do this at the end, misspeak request for number 23. Then he says, I bet Granny would love to, because we're talking about, well, it's interesting because today is, and this before I read the holidays, it is National Pie Day, but it's also, we were talking about the Frisbee, because it's the day of the Frisbee, and somebody texted and said that it was because they were using the pie plates at the factory when they got bored, and that's how Frisbees were made, and then we're talking about smashing pies in people's faces, and that's just what happens here in the Penthouse. So somebody texted in, and they said that it looks like Greek, Granny, please give. Oh, wait, that's not the pie one. Greek getting hit in the face with a pie would definitely be a wham-o. And then we have.
We can make that happen.
I bet
social
Granny
media.
would love to put her pie in Greek's face. We got here. I used to smash my face into the pie. Somebody else texted. Ooh, goodness gracious. We have let's see. These are all over the place. January 23rd is the date, right? I'm trying to think. Granny, please give Greek one of your things for women, all right? Things that for the time of the month. On a better note, I think it's supposed to say, I would like to say happy 21st anniversary to my lovely wife and happy 5-year anniversary to me and Nutter's wife. I like that part of it. The first part of your text was kind of gross. Thanks, Stephen Boca. That made me laugh.
Wow, he's been with Nutter's wife 5 years. That's amazing.
Isn't that crazy?
And everybody gets along, which is nice.
And then at the same anniversary as his
So-
wife, 21 years and 5 years. Wow, it's great.
Probably you figured that out. You're like, let's start the same day so it doesn't get confusing. When I have a
Easy to remember.
Yeah, and then I got to say, I got to celebrate an anniversary. It's the same day.
And then we have Greek. Can we get an update on the elf? We don't call her the elf anymore. In California, did you end up sending the sleigh for her?
2 different people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2 different people.
Yes. So will you explain? You were dating somebody, or you hanging out with somebody that you call the elf, but now she's called PF.
GF.
Excuse me.
Oh,
GF.
PF.
It was PF.
Are we at GF now?
Oh, so now she's a girlfriend?
No. It's PF. It's PF.
I think we have a new development.
I think that was one of they call that Freudian slip. Is that what that was?
Mm-hmm.
And then you were talking, just to explain to people, about a woman in California who's friends of a friend, and it was basically, you were going to get set up, but she was going to come into town, and you guys were going to link up.
Yeah. She was just a friend. I've never met the girl. I've seen a picture of her. And
I thought you guys FaceTime too, you said?
Yeah, the night of we talked to 4 of us, and she might be coming to Florida in March.
Okay.
And I said, March is a little long, to be honest with you. But she said she stays at the Fountain Blue because her family has a timeshare there. And she seemed nice, but she was dealing a lot with the fires and volunteering and Red Cross, which was very nice, all that. I said, well, when you come down here, you could volunteer too.
Aw. Speaking of letting things slip, just before we just had this nice lady trying to collect the prize in the lobby,
Yes.
and Greek was introduced, and he actually got introduced by the wrong name, and you should have saw his face. His face was just.
What'd they call him?
Oh.
That's because his only name is Greek, right? It's on his birth certificate.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh man, who could mess that up?
Yeah, really, who could mess that up?
Who could mess that up?
Management.
Because they're not used to calling you by your real name. They're used to calling you by your fake name.
Oh yeah.
And then
it's can we say it's not fake? It hurts my Greek heritage.
I was at a wild party years ago watching Puffy videos. I got drunk and passed out. When I woke up,
What's this?
something was hurting. I never could figure it out.
Oh God.
If it was a coincidence or a consequence. I'm not going to tell. My mom was an exotic dancer and made me so mad. Not for dancing. It was because she insisted she goes to career day at my school. That was from Alan Green Acres.
Wow.
It says, yeah, Franny, you're a little light. You're going to need to hold that bulldog if you want to be effective in a curb stomp. I would never do that, by the way. No physical violence for me. Says, I forged my mom's signature as soon as I hit middle school. I never stopped even when I got caught. Eventually, everyone stopped trying, parents and teachers, deans and principals. Everyone just gave up.
Nah, I can't take it.
And then finally here, no rhyme or reason, just a request. Could we play Greek Misspeak number 23?
This is your Greek
the date.
Misspeak review.
You figured it out?
Not until now.
I sat next to him at a Super Bowl years ago down here, and he was a very handsome guy. Very nice, too. And impeccably. Great. You just tan everything.
Impeccably?
What the hell did you just say?
Because I think so many people just don't like A-Rod and like bust his goat. You know what I mean? No. I don't want to hear an email.
I don't want to hear an email.
You've got mail.
How you gonna pay me back? You don't have escarole and beans. Hey, mingle, huh?
Hey,
wow.
You know, escarole or beans.
Hey, you don't get done.
Beans are good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you...
You gotta know the lay of the lawn.
I guess you do gotta know the lay of the lawn.
I'm on the needles on my hay.
What the hell does that mean?
And paying very expensive money.
You got change for 100?
It's a new chain. They've been open for like 35 years.
This guy.
Brand new.
Good. That's well said. Shut up. I can't think with your family.
Brand
Great
new.
job.
You want to give some love to the Girl Scouts?
Yes.
He's enjoying them.
Well, you
right
picked up the box. Like, I know you're not even gonna offer. If I want any, those are my favorite kind.
I would assume that you guys already had them and took them home because they were here.
No, they're
Yeah,
this is for the
that's
Penthouse.
for all of us to share. It doesn't say Greek. It says Z Real Radio.
I didn't look. All right. So
Obviously, see, it's used to it.
I figured you go every year. They bring us our own. What,
No, they gave one per station this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right. Cutbacks everywhere. All right. So,
All right, let's try this
I'm just
air check one more time. Air check. Let's start
Oh, this
now.
is supposed to be real? Okay. Hey, it's a Greek.
hold on. You don't have to say, "Hey, it's a Greek." We know who you are.
Okay, sorry. Girl Scout cookies were delivered. They are the best.
That's right.
Thank you, Franny.
Well, Dom, you're the producer. You're supposed to produce us. I mean, come on. I know you can't produce me because I am like, oh.
It's hard keeping you in check already.
Well, again, Girl Scout cookies are great, especially this time of year. Wherever they're being sold, pick up a box. I always do. I always buy Girl Scout cookies.
Especially if the mom's hot.
Jet, this one.
Can we not use that either? All right. So no, it is Girl Scout season. What is going on? And every year they do. They bring us a bag full of all of their Girl Scout cookies that they offer.
Yeah.
And I was just busting here. Those actually are my favorite though. The Samoas.
But did you guys get each one or no?
No, we didn't. We didn't. But I try not to eat that stuff anyways. But I did take a box. I can't remember which one it was. I did take one home for my husband. He likes the lemon ones.
You can take them all home. I
Yes.
can't have cookies.
No,
I gotta watch
well-
my waistline. I have bikini season.
You just ate a sleeve. You just ate a sleeve of cookies.
There's only 3 to sleep. I can't afford lunch.
So shout out. It is going on until March 2nd. Girl Scout season is. And I love it. They are hosting their cookie booths. You see them. Publix, Winn-Dixie, Walmart, Duffy Sports Grill, El Car Wash, Wendy's, a bunch of other local businesses. You can purchase the cookies online through a girl's digital cookie site with an option for delivery to a local address, which is cool. Shipment to your door or have them donated. And that's also a great thing to do, too. Have them donated to. You can have them donated to hospitals. You can have them donated to our military. They really do a great job. To find a cookie booth near you, you can call 561-427-0177, or you can visit gssef.org. And there's a link. It says find cookies and enter your zip code. And just like that, you have it. But yes, they have 9 varieties this year. The Adventurefuls, Thin Mints, Tagalongs, Trefoils, Samoas, Lemon Ups, Do-si-dos, gluten-free, Toffee-tastic, and the s'mores cookies. By the way, this is the last year for the s'mores. So jump on it. You may want to collect. Those are the Samoas. I think the s'mores are still in there. So you may want to collect on those things because this is the last year for them. There's $6 per box for each variety except for the gluten-free, Toffee-tastic, and the s'mores because that's limited. They're done this year. Those are $7 per box. But yes, they do cookies for military. 17 years that they've been doing this. They sponsor their Cookies for the Military program. The program provides an opportunity to donate boxes or cases of Girl Scout cookies to our service women and men domestically or overseas. The Cookies for the Military is a great way for our community to support Girl Scouts while sending a taste of home to the troops. This year, the goal is to collect enough donations for 75,000 boxes of cookies.
Wow.
Because of the generosity of our community members, Girl Scouts of Southeast Florida has sent more than 813,000 boxes of cookies to our troops since 2009.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. So if you want to check out information and let's try to beat that 75,000 boxes this year, right? You can visit cookiesforthemilitary.org.
Great job, Francis. Great job to the Girl Scouts.
Yes.
If you see them, they're always at Hooters in Boca.
I will say this is cool because they've sent a couple of things with us where you can donate. But the happening on Friday, the 21st, if you want to put this on your calendar, this is 21 South Florida Duffy's locations. Duffy's Sports Grill on the 21st from 5 to 9. For every box you donate to the Cookies for the Military campaign, you receive a free box of Girl Scout cookies.
Nice.
Yeah, so they're going to be doing that.
And that's February
Locations-
21st, correct?
21st, yes. Locations, Port St. Lucie, Martin, Palm Beach, and Broward County. So all over South Florida, they're doing that.
Great job, and great job to the Girl Scouts. They do a good job every year. Fantastic. Again, can't thank them enough. Who do you got?
We have your bestie, Jorge.
Jorge, what is up, Jorge?
Not too much. Happy Thursday to everyone.
You too, buddy.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you what, the Ravens, they beat themselves in that last game, huh?
Yeah, they made a lot of mistakes. That's why they're playing golf this week.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Can't have turnovers in playoff games.
That's right. They had more turnovers than a bakery, buddy.
No, they did. They play bad. Lamar doesn't play good in the playoffs either. Every year, same story. 7 years he's in the league. He's won the MVP twice, and talk of him winning a third one, but he's never got to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. What do you think of the Patriots picking up Josh McDaniels there?
I'm not surprised at all. I think that he was a very good offensive coordinator. I think there's the tie to, obviously, the head coach. They all know each other. I think they're trying to tie it back to Belichick era, which was one of the best eras in football history of the NFL. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I would have been surprised if they didn't pick him.
Yeah, I agree. Did you hear anything about the rumors of Tyreek Hill possibly going to the Patriots?
I mean, there's rumors about Tyreek Hill every day. I heard the Patriots. I heard the Raiders. I've heard Dallas. Then you hear he loves Miami. I don't know. I think Tariq and the Dolphins are going to have some more problems. It just seems like he's not happy.
Oh, yeah. Boy, what do you think of the all these new laws that Trump is putting out there? You know, banning the gay pride flag from government buildings.
Not familiar with what President Trump is doing, to be honest with you. I'm not a political guy. Never have been, never will be. So I don't really know what he's doing, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah. That's because you didn't vote for him, buddy. That's why you don't know.
It doesn't mean I voted for him. I didn't vote for him just because I don't know. But I work with people every day. I don't know their names. What the hell does that matter? You're going to assume that because I don't know? You pay me all right. I'll do anything. So what's the matter? You're assuming I didn't vote for him? You don't know what I did. Nobody knows.
I know. Yeah. Felons can't vote, can they?
I'm not a felon. Never been in a police car, knock on wood.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm a role model. Whoop, whoop. I mean, come on. I'm a role model. You know that. No drinking, no drugs.
Yes. Yeah.
Can't say anything about gambling anymore. It's legal.
The hookers aren't legal yet.
When's the next event when you're going to be live somewhere?
Franny usually tells me.
That's not true.
Greek Fest, correct?
Yeah, I normally don't find out until G-Man lets us know. So.
We'll probably be at the golf tournament.
The Cognizance Classic.
Yes. We'll be at the Greek Festival. Opa!
I'm not going to be there. You'll be there.
Well, if you want to come, you can buy.
I've never been. I know you go because it's for Saturdays.
Yeah. Well, it's for Greeks. You know what I mean? I think you have enough during the week. I always tell them that. They're like, can Franny come? You don't have to say yes. But we'll be around.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, Greek, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Are you actually Greek or are you part Guinea or what?
I am Greek. My heritage is Greek. My dad is Greek and my mom is Italian.
So, yes, he's 50-50.
Yeah, it took two cultures to make me, and both of them should be very proud.
But for some reason, he doesn't hold on to that Italian heritage.
We should get him a 23andMe.
You know what it is?
Could you find out if he wasn't even Greek? You'd be like, what?
Oh, God.
A lie my whole life?
They owe me so much. It was a nickname that was put on me for picking games in Vegas when I was very young, and it stuck. And it just stuck. I mean, everywhere I go, I mean, I call up a hotel for a room, and they'll be like, book solid. I'll be like, it's Greek. They're like, okay, restaurants. It just stuck. And everybody knows me as Greek. I mean, Dominic's been out with me a couple times socially, and he's seen it, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, everywhere. I've been out with this girl, I was telling Franny, maybe 8 or 9 times, which is a nice amount of time, right? And she said to me the other night, she's like, I don't know your first name.
Isn't that funny? First, or like, I would have known the last name by probably the end of date 1 or date 2. Those are kind of questions you asked people.
You can look them up online, see if they're like a, creep or something.
He's dated this girl for about 2 months, and she did not even know his real name.
I didn't know her last name either.
I know, and that's on you.
Yeah, I didn't know her last name either. I didn't know her last name. It was just 7:30, pick you up, and we rock and roll. I don't ask questions. I don't like them.
I gotcha.
Now, Franny, if I went out with you
I don't
have my
ask
401k.
questions. I don't like them. You know who does like questions? Your dates. They like that you're inquiring about them.
I'll
want
ask
to know.
Dan, but I don't want them asked. I really didn't know her last name.
Well, obviously you didn't ask her.
Last name was Hilton. Big miss there.
I mean, it didn't come up. What's 9 dates is not a lot.
Oh my goodness, to not know somebody's last
9
name.
dates is a lot.
It is to know somebody's last name or your first name.
She called me G a lot.
Yeah.
All right, see how they beat me up every day? I mean, come on, it's a different life.
You know what, Greek? Obviously, you didn't use your credit card when you paid that girl.
No, you don't pay girls with credit cards. Who takes credit cards? Are you kidding me? Cash is king. I'm not going to pay them with credit cards. What kind of American you think I am? All right, we love you. We got to go to break. Franny's giving me a dirty look.
I am not even looking at you.
Whatever.
Jesus. Don't listen, Jorge. I didn't say anything.
She's the boss.
Oh
you
my
know
God.
that. Behind every good man, there's 2 good women. Don't forget that. We'll be back in a few
Bye,
minutes.
Jorge.
Does that mean another good woman?
I got Franny and Dominic.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Police are warning all of the residents of chocolate bars that are making the rounds that are laced with hallucinogenic mushrooms. And I know, it's scary, It's frightening. It's dangerous.
I'm terrified that I won't get any.
Yeah, it seems like more of a win to me.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
The recent wildfires that ravaged Los Angeles now account for one of the largest disasters in the history of our country. Now, iHeartRadio is bringing you an historic fundraising event.
The Fire Aid Benefit Concert.
Live in Los Angeles.
Donate today at fireaidla.org.
Join us January 30th.
Listen live to the Hit Nation station on the free iHeartRadio app, starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 Eastern.
And show your support for the people in need in Los Angeles.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Water main break has 2 lanes blocked. This is Okeechobee Boulevard West near Sapodilla Avenue. Avoid that section of the roadway. Right lane blocked at 95 South right after Congress Avenue. That's traffic on Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Tap into your well-being with Audible audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Expand your life with expert insight and motivation for better health, habits, relationships, finance, and more. Start listening free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at audible.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and a scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's the Greek. It's a new year. Maybe you changed jobs and you're thinking about what am I going to do? And I have a 401k and I got to transfer it over. Well, call Trajan Wealth today. One of our experts can help you and sit down with you and figure out a plan. You can move your old 401k to your new place. In today's market, people change jobs like players change in football. You never know where you're going to be, but you're going to have the same 401k and you need the right direction. 561-390-1000. Call them. Offices in West Palm Beach. They can help you. New year, new thoughts, new goals. Trajan Wealth can help you with everything. And remember, you're getting closer than you realize to retiring. And when you retire, that's the big prize, baby. That's the big prize. And Trajan Wealth can help you. Call them today at 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and a scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund, so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Thorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The Glass Chamber. All things vape and all things smoke. Exotic sodas, Pupco, Mike Tyson wraps, Raz, HQD, and the newest disposables. If you are not shopping at the Glass Chamber, what are you even doing? With the latest and greatest in the industry, why wouldn't you? Now open in Boynton Beach. 8 convenient locations. Visit GlassChamberFL.com and buy the best quality glass pieces and accessories from your favorite store online and have it shipped to your home. The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T.
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text LION to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text LION to 42424. That's LION to 42424.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more, all at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting fewer showers this afternoon as a result of our southerly winds in the mid-levels lifting any of those showers up to the north. We are going to see northerly winds establish themselves tomorrow, ushering out any of this remaining moisture across the area and also keeping our temperatures significantly below average.
This report is sponsored by True Green. True Green. Get a golf course quality lawn that's more affordable than you think. Don't wait. Sign up at TrueGreen.com for 75% off your first service. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. TrueGreen.com.
New I Heard app.
Yeah, I've been playing around with it.
Love my radio, love my presets.
Thank you.
This is really easy to use.
Join the millions already on the new and improved iHeartRadio app and set your first preset. Plus, discover the new live radio dial, scan, lyrics, podcasts, playlists, and your favorite artist's radio.
Open the app and everything's right there. I love it.
The new and improved iHeartRadio app. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
Go get it!
iHeartRadio.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you guys are having a good day. And supposedly today's going to be the last day where Mr. Sun is not going to be around. It's supposed to pop back tomorrow. And hopefully we get some South Florida weather. It's going to be a little chilly over the weekend. I mean, it'll be a little tough to smoke a cigar. You know what I mean? Thank God I got a pedicure. But, I mean, these are real world problems. Because if it's too cold to smoke a cigar outside, it sort of sucks. Might have to go to Bahamas, maybe the Shore Club, just to kick back for a couple of days. Mental health. Get ready for the big game. Dominic's in the house.
Your life is so tough.
It's not easy.
Yeah, I can tell.
It seems like it's easy, but it's not. I have a lot of struggles. I have demons. I had to clean my microwave yesterday because one of my friends wanted to use popcorn. I was like, I gotta use popcorn? Really? Can't we just go buy it? Never inviting him over again. Franny's here.
Hey, what's up? And speaking of the weather, it is perfect fair weather, and we have a bunch of tickets to the South Florida Fair, which kicked off last weekend. If you want to go, I believe it's a 4-pack that we're giving away. You can hit us up, realradio921.com, and hit up the contest page. It's realradio921.com/contest and register right there. Not only for the fair, but we have all kinds of goodies, including tickets to go see the Florida Panthers.
Now, are you still going to be involved with the bike thing?
I am. That's
When is that?
Wednesday coming up.
I had somebody ask me.
The 29th. Does that feel right?
That does feel right.
Yeah, the 29th.
And
it's
are
gonna be
you
Wednesday night. I'll be there at 6 o'clock.
Are you still going to be numero uno?
I don't know, G-Man, until I get there. It was supposed to be that last year. It didn't happen. I don't care. I had fun anyways. I
Yeah.
don't have to be in the number one spot, but that's what they...
That's because G's going to be there.
Right?
I'm not
right behind the guy.
If I was there, she was
holding
there.
tight to the guy.
Oh, that'd be so cute. Arms around his waist. But yes, it should be fun. That if you have not seen it before, it's really cool. And hundreds of bikes that parade through the South Florida Fair. It happens Wednesday night. They just did it last night, I do believe, too.
Mm-hmm.
And they did honor the those deputies who lost their lives
Very
not
nice.
that long ago out there over in Loxahatchee area. But this time around it will, and check it out, go to the South Florida Fair's website because they tell you how you can enter, and it's very inexpensive to ride if you have a bike in the parade, and once you pay that entry fee, you get to hang out at the fair too, so you don't have to pay that full price to
So
get
you
in.
ride the bike around the fair all night?
No, they have an area where they let you park the bikes after the fact. But yeah, so check it out, South Florida Fair. It looks like it's been a good time. I'm excited about going.
All right, please let me know if you're number one because I might have some money on that with somebody that you're going to be the number one person.
Okay.
Just saying. It's an angle. He doubted me. I said, "You want to bet?" He said, "Yes." So I wanted to throw a couple shekels on it just for sport. You know, I trust Franny always. I mean, I would trust her with 100,000. I say, "Here, I come back tomorrow." Yeah, she's that person. Don, you're a little shaky. Gotta be honest with you. You might invest in Babanya. Next thing you know, you're out in Colombia doing a radio show.
Colombia, I don't know. That's different stuff.
Columbia's nice this time.
Yeah.
Columbia's a lot better than what it was. Medellin is fun.
Yeah, you have a great time down there.
Pretty women, good time.
Woo!
Yeah,
And some cute guys, too. So,
Oh, gee, man. That's just for you.
Let's do a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, Andrews was a tight end for the Ravens, and he's not talking to the media after the game last week. He didn't talk to him after the game, which some guys do, but then Monday he didn't talk to him either. And a lot of media people are getting on him saying, hey, man, it's your obligation. You have to talk. Now, he dropped the pass, 2-point conversion. He did fumble, and he dropped another pass, but I think there was 123 plays in the game. And as fans, we always remember the end of the game. And like I said earlier, it's like a relationship. You remember the end of the relationship, you don't remember the beginning. Lamar made a lot of mistakes. He played good in the second half, but not the first half. Got picked, dropped a fumble. There's other things on defense that they did. You can't blame one person. You just can't. But it happens, and it's tough. And his girlfriend had to delete her social media. I think if you're out there and you're knocking him, realize what you're doing. First of all, here's the first thing. You're not playing yourself. You know what I mean? You got to remember that. The guy's out there busting his ass, and I know he gets millions of dollars. I'm not defending anybody. I'm just saying think what you're doing. He didn't drop the ball on purpose. To go after his girlfriend, I think is wrong. I think when kids in college make mistakes and people go after them, I think that's bad. It really is. I just don't think it's cool for people to deal with. You're mad. I get it. You're angry, whether you're a fan or you bet on it. But to take it out on these people, these guys are trying. I believe in my heart 100% they want to win and they want to try. And don't think this guy's not going through enough on his own self every single day thinking about it. So it's me just getting on the Greek box talking about it because I think it's sad when people can't, be themselves. Does he have to know an obligation? I guess that's debatable. Some people would say yes. Some people would say no. I think if you are in the limelight, you got to deal with it. It sucks, but it's part of it. But I'm not blaming him for the loss of the game. And I picked the Ravens and I had the Ravens. So it just happens. It's just the way it broke. And it sucks. Sunday, there are 2 championship games, and the winners will be in the Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. So every year, there's a conspiracy theory, and it's happened maybe 5 of the last 6, that the colors of the Super Bowl tell who's going to be in it.
We've heard that, yes.
Yes, we've heard it. So this year,
I don't think it worked out last year, right? When we
one of the last 2 years it didn't.
Yeah. What are the colors?
This year it's all red.
Okay.
And I think it's a little yellow in there. So I don't know. When you look at the Super Bowl logo,
Chiefs.
Of course, Chiefs. I mean, the yellow, though, I don't know what the yellow would be. And there's a little green in it. There is a little green in it. So people are saying Philly.
I know I've seen it. I gotta take a look.
Yeah, it's a cool logo for New Orleans.
Mhm.
The NFL has cool logos every year.
Yeah, they have the fleur-de-lis in it.
Yeah.
Which is very.
I think the years where that happened was when they played the 49ers, it was like both reddish kind of.
And the Eagles 1 year. There was a couple wasn't with or I think it wasn't the Eagles and when the Bengals played a couple years ago and they lost to the Rams.
So yeah, they're saying it's green. That color they think is yellow. They're saying red and green is the colors.
Does that
on
look
there.
green to you?
And it is. It's on the greenish side to me, the more so than yellow. It's a very very light green now that I'm looking at it. And so of course they're like Chiefs red, Eagles green, colors that make up this year's Super Bowl logo.
Conspiracy theory. I mean, again, who knows if it's going to happen or not? But that's this Sunday. We'll talk about it more on the Greek Zone today, and we'll talk about it in the locker room on Sunday. But yeah, people are thinking it's going to be Philadelphia and it's going to be the Chiefs. We'll see what happens. And there is a lot of hate for the Chiefs because they keep winning. This is their 7th AFC Conference Championship game. Hats off to that. That's amazing what they've accomplished. I think Patriots were in 8 of 10 years, which was amazing. But again, social media is bigger. Everybody's out there with opinion more. So sports gets blown up more and more and more. And a lot of this stuff you see from gamblers. And gambling is legal in 41 states. So, you know what? You see a lot more people being very vocal about it and upset when teams win or lose. But and then there's that old thing. It's quieted down this year, but where they said last year, a lot of people said the NFL scripted. I don't know. I don't believe that.
I don't believe it either.
Yeah, there was an Atlanta Falcon guy on one of the podcasts, and he said when the Falcons played the Patriots a couple years ago, he was brought in for a tryout with the Patriots. And it was in August. But all the Patriots were asking him was about the Falcons. He said the game was 5 months away. Wow. He goes, and he thought it was weird. He didn't answer that. I mean, again, I don't believe in any of that. I just don't. I could be a sucker like everybody else, but I don't believe in it. I just don't. Jimmy Butler and the Heat are like Brad Pitt and Angelina. It's not working out. And they hate each other, and there's problems. And Jimmy Butler missed the plane 2 days ago, which is just brutal. And the Heat suspended him again 2 games. And all that old adage that I don't like when people use in my circle, when people say, it can't get any worse, it can. It has. And this is a place where Jimmy Butler loved the Heat, the organization, Pat Riley, everything. Training camp, he would go a day before early and be dribbling the ball, they would say, for like 20 hours before. He'd just sit there, I'm ready to go. It went bad, obviously. But I got to say, it's just not a good situation. He's probably going to get traded before the deadline. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar on Ice Streets in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza, where I was at yesterday. Dominic, my day off, I can do whatever I want. You're not my mom. 877-927-6969.
Okay, Greek.
She doesn't talk like that, believe me. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. We had a couple things about relationships today. Ways that you know that somebody's not treating you right. It was a big list. Franny had 10. Pretty much of them are common sense. Dom, you have something?
I have a talk back.
Oh, okay.
Hey, yo, G, what's up? It's Christopher Moltisanti from the Bada Bing. Listen, hey, we don't even need to hide the corruption anymore. Have you been watching the news? Freaking corrupt stuff going on left and right. Okay, if you think the Super Bowl is going to be anything different than Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts, you're freaking out of your mind. Okay, they just brought in Ed Hockley to ref the Eagles game. The Eagles are 6-0 when he refs their games. Okay, and we all know Patrick Mahomes is going to be there for the three-peat. That's a great storyline. Anyway, the girls miss you up here at the Bada Bing. Say hello to your mother for me. I hope she's doing okay, right? We really miss her up at Satriali's Meat Market. And next time you're in New Jersey, stop in the back room, talk to Tiny. We always got an envelope for you. Your parking spot's always still here, all right? Eagles, Chiefs, in the Super Bowl. It's already written on paper, okay? No need to hide this corruption stuff anymore. Peace, guys.
I think a lot of people are going to think that. I don't know. Do you think the games are fixed?
No.
Pretty
Especially
good.
the way that Commanders game with the Hail Mary at the end, I just think,
I mean, I think people want to say it, and people don't like the Chiefs. They don't like Mahomes. I don't think they like Mahomes' wife. the Taylor Swift thing.
And people think like the players care about the spread and their numbers and stuff. They don't care at all.
No.
They don't care about you winning or losing your bet, or if they make it over their number. They don't care. That's not in their mind at all.
Now, fans have the thought process when they go up to players, they'll say stuff and they're going to get mad. They don't care. They really don't care. They're making millions. So if you don't win on an overage, an over for yardage or completions, they don't really care. You can say it. It's not going to go over big. I can tell you that right now. You go up to a player and say that to him, he's not going to be happy about it. He's just be like, get away from me. And they're not supposed to know anything about gambling anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can get suspended by the league. So they're not going to be like, oh, yeah, it was 1 over. I missed. I mean, they might hear stuff, but they're not jumping on that. 877-927-6969. Also, we brought up an article where if you're in a situation with somebody, maybe having some good times, and they bring in a new position, could it mean that they're with somebody else and they're getting it from somebody else and they're bringing it back to their backyard?
So I did mention briefly, and I forgot to cover it, about this whole, we were talking Venmo, and there's an airline that is now accepting Venmo. If you've not seen and you fly JetBlue, yes, now you can Venmo them. It's so crazy that everybody is utilizing it. So I even have a Venmo business account, and you can set it up. It's super easy to do. And even on your phone, you don't even need one of those little things like the Square that you run the cards. You can just tap to pay on your phone these days. It really is nuts. But yes, you can pay for your next flight the same way you paid your friend back for pizza last week. JetBlue just started accepting Venmo. So they have a press release that says, just Venmo us. But you obviously can't just shoot them the cash and add an airplane emoji. You still have to go through the motions and choose your flights. Then there's a new option when you do that to pay using your Venmo balance.
Would you say Venmo is bigger than Zelle?
I would say so. I think more people utilize Venmo. I prefer Zelle because it goes straight into your account.
I think people use Zelle more.
Yeah.
Just because it's associated with a lot of the banks.
To me, it is, but I know some people, even when I say to Zelle me, they Venmo, which is fine. It is what it is, but sometimes, unless you want that small fee taken out of, you got to wait a few days for it to show up in your account. I think Venmo has been around longer, though, than Zelle. So maybe that's why people are just used to sending money a certain way.
So when you are Venmoing people, if you want the money, you have to pay, what, a percentage?
If you want it instant.
Okay.
There's an instant button, and then there's your 1 to 3 business days. They say 1 to 3, you typically get it the next day, typically.
So they get you either way.
No, because you don't have to pay.
Yeah,
if
but
you
if you
wait,
want the money, yeah.
Yes.
Because I know a lot of guys with the apps, they'll put in stuff for people, and then they Venmo them or Zelle.
Yeah, Zelle it goes right into your account right away.
But they don't charge you.
No.
Either way.
So yeah, they said you still have to go through the motions right of the flight, but there's a new option. Then you'll see it, and it'll be like, hey, do you want to pay with Venmo instead of credit card or whatever it may be? They're doing it to attract more customers. Presumably, they're saying younger ones. Yep. Adding Venmo offers a seamless payment option for customers who enjoy the ease and convenience of the Venmo platform. And they said it's already available right now on their website. They're also adding it to their app in the coming months. So, yep, a new way for you to pay for flights, at least JetBlue for now.
Well, it'll start there, and if they see it's successful, I'm sure the other airlines are going to go to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can you use Venmo? I don't know. Can you use it for Uber and Lyft? Are you allowed for that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Unless you have a Venmo card, because they do offer Venmo cards now, almost like a debit card, or even credit cards they offer.
Okay.
Because a lot of people leave their money in Venmo almost like it's a bank account for them. And that scares me. I know a girl has a ton of money just sitting in there that people have paid her. And I'm like, man, what if one day that app crashes? But I guess that could happen with anything. But yeah, so you can have credit cards. So if you hook up your Uber or your Lyft to that,
you
then
can just say, here, I'm paying you.
Yeah, because mine is linked up to a certain account.
Okay.
My Lyft and my Uber account.
But they do take it, though, Uber, right? You're saying they do take
if you have a Venmo account, if you and not just account, I'm guessing a credit card or debit or whatever they have. I know they offer those services.
Just like Cash App offers a debit card.
Yeah.
You could use that and put it on your phone and then order your Uber that way.
And that's another way for people to send you money is Cash App too.
Yeah, I mean,
there's so many ways for people to send you money.
Just send it. Don't worry about how.
My Cash App is.
Yeah, right.
Just knock by my house. I like the old envelope. That's always nice. But Zelle's nice. Anything's nice. You see, my buddy the other day sold me some money. I didn't even know. And then I got it, and I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah, typically you should get a notification.
You get an email, right? I usually get emails.
With Zelle, I get texts, but maybe I signed up that way.
I got text. You're right.
Yeah.
I'll get a text message. It'll say like, I heart just.
I think Venmo, I get
really?
emails. Really, that's nice of them. Is that how we're getting paid these days? Yeah, Venmo, I get emails. I don't get texts because sometimes I will look at my Venmo. I'm like, oh, that's a nice surprise.
Yeah. Especially if you don't know, then you get something like that. You're like, oh god, it's like maybe playing a scratch off ticket, and somebody comes behind you and says, here's another one. Here you go. Have a nice day.
47142 started off with Real Radio. All of these. Let's see. We got a joke. I don't know why, but okay. How does a hamburger introduce his girlfriend?
How does a hamburger introduce his girlfriend?
Yes. How does a hamburger introduce his girlfriend?
I don't know.
Do you know, Dom? No? Meet Patty.
Oh, God.
Meet Patty? Get it?
Terrible. Bad. Wow, that missed the runway. Meet Patty. Suppose he's not dating Patty.
Says, don't let that one blonde girl know any spots where the Girl Scout cookies are. The one that robbed the Girl Scouts that one year. I think that was a What the Florida story. That's from Toot. This is terrible. My favorite Girl Scout cookies were the Labradoodles, extra crispy. Terrible. Gina's like, what? That's a type of dog. Not gonna read that.
Aww.
Go Eagles! ELGSES. Did you guys hear that?
Oh, that girl who did it. She
that
spelled
was like
wrong.
the mayor.
Yeah, she
right?
spelled it wrong.
Of Philadelphia, wasn't it the mayor?
Yeah.
There was someone high up.
If you, I heard the audio, Dom. If you can find the audio, it is so bad, and I think it is the mayor.
I think you're right.
Of Philly, and she's trying to get the chant going. Thank you for texting that because I totally forgot. I heard it yesterday.
Yeah.
And man, she does not know how to spell Eagles. It is so ELGSES. Yeah.
I mean, I spelled Jets wrong.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, but it's you. Red flag that your mate isn't treating you right. When you wake up in the middle of the night, she's sitting on your chest with a pillow on your face.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's not good.
definitely. And then somebody says, does Greek know how much does it cost to use Giselle? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know.
Giselle?
It says, does Greek know how much does Greek know how much does it cost to use Giselle is what it says.
I don't know what that means.
I'm guessing something about Tom Brady's ex.
Oh.
I don't know what though.
I don't know.
So 47142 started off with Real Radio. That's how you can text. I know we'll come back with some Florida stories. Dom is going to get that audio of the mayor trying to do an Eagles chant, and it's so bad. And then, of course, in a few minutes, you're going to have another keyword, red zone revenue, we call it. To get the keyword from Rover, from Rover's Morning Glory, you enter it, realradio921.com. Try to score yourself $1,000. And speaking of Giselle, she is a supermodel. I also have a list here of past and present supermodels. What science says is the most beautiful supermodels in the world. I have that coming your way, too. When we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
You give up trying to teach your parents how to use their smart speaker and take it home. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
Your Stanley Cup Florida Panthers are back.
Looks around, but they score! They score! West Ham home!
They've savored the taste of victory, but a new season is starting, and they're hungry for more.
Johnny scores! Gus Barsley beat the buzzer!
The Cats are back, and they're on the hunt for another championship.
The runner is up, and he scores! The overtime winner!
Listen all season long on Real Radio 92.1.
Start the celebration, South Florida. The Panthers have done it. Stanley Cup champions! Stanley Cup champions!
Your FM home for the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Water main break has 2 lanes blocked. This is Okeechobee Boulevard West near Sapadilla Avenue. Avoid that section of the roadway. Right lane blocked at 95 South right after Congress Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 in my garage after I overpaid for new blinds. I researched the industry, hired my mom, and 14 years later, we're one of the largest retailers of custom blinds in the U.S. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
Ready to sell your car? Hey, it's Franny, and GimmeTheBin.com makes it simple, fast, and easy. They'll buy anything, cars, trucks, SUVs, even exotics, whether it's clean, rough, or average. Just enter your VIN or license plate at GimmeTheBin.com, upload a couple of pics, and get an instant cash offer in 60 seconds. Plus, if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100 with 5-star service and free pickup. GimmeTheBin.com is America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheBin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Catch your Florida Panthers and Amarant Bank Arena world-class shows and events in the most premium setting in South Florida. Our private and exclusive suites, as well as our all-inclusive clubs including Amarant Vault and Corona Beach House, offering multiple ways to forge unforgettable connections with friends, family, employees, and top clients. You'll never want to experience a game or concert any other way. For more information, visit floridapanthers.com or call 954-835-PUCK today.
It's Frank Mir, two-time UFC heavyweight champion. When it comes to my health, I trust only the best. Vita Vita Medical. Don't settle for imitators or trendy gimmicks.
Call 888-831-3314 or visit VitaVitaMedical.com today.
Hey, it's the Greek, and the beautiful ladies are at Monroe's of Palm Beach. And when you want to kick off a great weekend, kick it off at Monroe's with Fantasy Fridays. The beautiful girls are there, and they're entertaining you all night long, along with a 5-star menu. It's Fantasy Fridays at Monroe's, but 7 days a week. It's always a good time at Monroe's, and the beautiful ladies are always there. Monroe's of Palm Beach, #1 on my agenda. Great place to also watch sports. If your team loses, you're still a winner because you got a beautiful lady from Monroe's. But Fantasy Fridays to kick off your weekend. Peace.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund, so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You said bye-bye to big government. Now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. Pure Talk gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers, the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250, say the keyword, save now, save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting fewer showers this afternoon as a result of our southerly winds in the mid-levels lifting any of those showers up to the north. We are going to see northerly winds establish themselves tomorrow, ushering out any of this remaining moisture across the area and also keeping our temperatures significantly below average.
This report is sponsored by Florida Public Transportation Association. Florida's transit connects you to fun. Whether it's a night out in the city, a concert, or a trip to the beach, Florida's transit network takes you straight to the action. From theme parks to concerts, transit will get you there on time. Visit transitconnectsflorida.com and find your way to fun today.
The films, the stars, the milestones, the awards. Here's Big Sue with the Week in Hollywood History.
January 20th, 1994. Seminal romantic comedy Four Weddings and a Funeral has its premiere at the Sundance Film Festival. It would earn nearly $250 million worldwide on a budget of under $5 million and later spawned a 2019 TV miniseries. January 22nd, 1939. Pioneering martial arts star Sonny Chiba is born in Japan. His breakthrough was in 1974's The Street Fighter, continuing to act in such films as Kill Bill Volume 1 and The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift into his 80s. January 23rd, 1986. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame honors its first class of inductees, which includes legends Elvis Presley, Chuck Berry, James Brown, Ray Charles, Little Richard, Fats Domino, and Buddy Holly. January 24th, 1980. Gary Coleman becomes the first black performer to win a People's Choice Award, taking home Favorite Young TV Performer for his role as Arnold Jackson in the sitcom Different Strokes. January 26th, 1931. The epic Western Cimarron is released to theaters. It became the first Western to win the top Oscar and would be remade in 1960.
And that's the Week in Hollywood History on iHeartRadio.
Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at realradio921.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
And that's the mayor of Philly?
Uh-huh. Yep, that's the mayor.
Well, she could probably...
Mayor Parker.
She could put that in her re-election speech.
It's so good. But if you go back, of course, she's just like, ugh. She said... She came back, and of course, she got crushed for this. It's embarrassing, isn't it? So
Sure.
selling it wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, especially when you were the mayor of Philadelphia.
Oh, you want her apology?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Go ahead. I want to hear
We
it.
don't promise perfection. I'm so happy that I never have, especially after I couldn't spell Eagles right. E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
She sounds like my agent. We don't promise perfection.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
I feel bad for her. Because everybody's going to run out. When she goes out in public, they're going to yell at her. Spell Eagles. Hey!
Hey, listen, you can have your full support for the Eagles. Just don't spell it anymore. Just don't ask her to spell it.
Go Philly.
She's at a debate. Can you spell Eagles for us?
The cheesesteaks won't be flying this weekend. I haven't seen the weather. I know it's going to be cold. I don't know if they're going to get any snow. They just got pounded a couple of days ago in the metropolitan area. Ooh, big word. Dominick's in the house.
Hello.
And, of course, Francis is here.
What's up?
And it is time. It's time for another batch of Florida stories.
Florida. Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Yeah, well, a woman is behind bars for threatening text, and she was sending it to another woman. Now, we don't know the reason why. Could it be because of another man? But January 17th, around 4 o'clock, investigators from Indian River County met with a victim who claimed that Brooke Fowler was texting her threatening messages and causing the victim to have great fear and panic, they said. Fowler, when the cops were looking through the victim's phone, they saw that Fowler did send her several threatening messages, one of them calling a "see you next Tuesday" bitch together. Just together. Yep.
You did that so well.
That's strong.
See you next Tuesday.
You are in so much trouble. the message continues. That's something I will point blank kill a bitch over.
Wow.
It's family. You're all dead. Yeah, well, cops took that enough as a threat to go over to her house, where she admitted to sending the text. She was like, yeah, I did. One investigators asked, well, what's this curb stomping? What does that mean? She's like beating somebody up and then kicking them in their head against the ground.
Wow.
Yes.
Can we all just get along?
The affidavit says that she allegedly curb stomped the victim before.
Ooh.
So wouldn't be her
First
time. Yep. When detectives asked what she meant when she said they would be dead, she said, well, I meant they would be dead to me. Not like...
In general.
Yeah. So they still didn't believe it. It was enough to read all that. And I do love this. They said her arrest, they recommend that she go to mental health court due to the sheriff's office having several interactions with her and concerns that have been raised not only by her, but by her coworkers and her friends. So
Nice.
like, yeah, I think it's probably the better idea, maybe. Get her at mental health court.
She's an woman.
She was taken into Indian River County Jail, where she booked on counts of harassing and other kinds of stuff. Next up in your What the Florida, it's not a week in Florida without a machete in the news, and that's what happened. Machete and pocket knife were the weapons of choice for these two Florida men, and we're still staying in Indian River County. They responded to a armed robbery.
Woo!
What up? 1017. They got a call on Monday to a residence. Well, upon arrival, deputies spoke with the victim, who identified Patrick Desmond and Tyler Robinson as the people who robbed him. The victim explained he was invited to the house by a friend the day before. Well, once his friend left that Sunday morning, it looked like the dude was still there hanging out, and Desmond instructed the victim to go into the living room. Oh, you hang out here. Just so I want to make sure you don't steal anything from the house, is what the Desmond guy said. You hang out here. We want to make sure you're not stealing anything, because they don't know. We don't know this guy that well. His friend just who owns a house left. According to the affidavit, the victim overheard Robinson and Desmond, and they were like, "Hey, should we go along with this plan?" They said Robinson allegedly armed himself with a pocket knife. Desmond grabbed a machete. They then went into the living room, threatened the victim, saying, "Give me your effing money."
Ooh.
Said he was poking him in the back with a machete, preventing any chances of escape. That's when the pair managed to take a whole $60 from the victim before leaving the scene. Well, of course, the victim called the cops, and they were able to catch up to him, and they admitted to it. But they said, yeah, we were all hanging out the night before, using drugs and stuff. Yeah, he mentioned he was like, this dude was acting kind of weird. Even locked himself inside the bathroom, and that's why we confronted him the next morning out of frustration.
Babanya.
Yeah, but they were...
I don't know about that.
I don't either, but they were like, it's always Bavani with him. But they were like, yeah, we approached him over frustration. The cops were like, well, then why did you hold him up for money? How frustrated were you? Yeah, so they have been accused of robbery with a weapon and kidnapping because they wouldn't let him leave the house. And then finally here in your What the Florida, wait, where'd you go? Oh, this is Boca. Did you hear about this dude? 52-year-old dude in Boca arrested after he hit another man in the head with a plate. And this all happened at a wedding.
Ooh.
Yes.
Wasn't a Greek wedding, was it?
Uh-huh. No, there was no Opa.
Oh, okay. Hit it head with a plate. I'm like, what's going on?
Yes, this it was at as I mentioned, this guest was at a buffet line at a wedding in Boca Raton. You tell me, it was at Boca Lago Country Club.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's a nice place. Okay, I figured you would know. So, according to Palm Beach County Sheriffs, this dude really was wanting the prime rib that was in that buffet. And he was so excited about it. The guy's name is Mark Rower, and he was attending the wedding at the country club this past Saturday and was waiting in line for some prime rib. So a dude in front of him allowed his young daughter and her daughter friend to join him in line. And Mark got pissed. They said he was furious because they were cutting in front of him.
They ditched me.
But it's a dude. He's calling his daughter his friend. Like a lot of people would do that.
Yeah.
Get over it. It is what it is. I know people. It's not like you're waiting hours in line to ride a ride over.
Did they get the last prime rib?
So no, it wasn't even that. He was mad that the guy let his daughter and his friend join him in line. So Mark was furious because they were cutting. So Mark started shouting at the man, who the guy chose to ignore him. But it didn't stop there. That's when he walked over to the man and hit him in the head with a plate.
Ooh.
The plate shattered. And that started a scuffle with multiple guests. Someone called the police, and Mark was arrested and charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, the plate. They said this is amusing. In the police report, one witness confirmed that they saw, quote, the large bald man strike the slimmer man on the head with a plate, is what they said. For the record, it was a dry wedding. So nobody was, I guess you still could be drunk. They said, so Mark wasn't drunk, but he was really, really excited about the prime rib.
Me too.
And guess what? Now he's not getting any prime rib because he's in jail.
Oof.
And
That's
that
embarrassing.
That issue with the floor. Yeah, I mean, he hit the guy over the head with a plate.
Like, embarrassing over a friggin' line.
Oh, well, yeah, calm down. They didn't say the prime rib ran out.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to tell me. Like, they got the last
bite.
No,
Yeah.
he was just mad that
No more prime rib.
the girl's in line with him.
Man, come on, people. Can't we get along? The hell we doing? Jesus. Another guy behind bars. Well, it doesn't sound like he's a great quality individual anyway. 877-927-6969. Have you ever had a fight with anybody in a buffet line?
In a buffet line? Not that I can think of.
Buffet line, people get serious. Like, they're ready to, get rock and roll and do what they got to do. And you see people like, they come in there and they're like, woohoo. I've been at a couple in Vegas. Not a big fan of buffets in any shape or form because I'm not a big eater. I mean, so you're just paying just to be there.
And those ones in Vegas are huge.
Yeah, they are. There's certain buffets I'm not, but man, you put me at the that big circle room in the breakers.
Oh, forget that.
As long as I'm not paying.
Well, yeah.
And just
It's
and
very
Spoto's in Palm Beach Gardens, they have a phenomenal brunch. It's really good and it's pricey. It's $75, but to me, between the unlimited mimosas and bloodies, and you can go back and forth with those ambolinis, and they have oysters and sushi and crab legs and prime rib. To me, I was just like, see, it's worth it for me because I will eat through all of that.
Oh, I know, I've seen it.
Yeah, it's probably not worth it for you.
Yeah, Caesars has a great buffet. The Wynn has a good one too.
Mm-hmm.
But Caesars has like this big seafood thing. It's expensive. I think it's like $150 a person.
Yeah, what is a breaker? It's like $2 something.
$275.
Right? I think that's the last time I was there was like $250, and that was a few years ago.
It's a lot. I mean,
Yes.
it is.
So good though.
But yeah, $150, and then you also got to Duke the maitre d'. You got to take care of him just to get in there. That's how booked it is. When I went one time, we got to take care of the maitre d' to get us in, which is crazy, and you're paying $150. And it might have even been more. I think it was $150. I'm not sure. It was a couple of years ago, but you had to make sure you stroked him $200 just to get on the.
Jeez.
Just to get
$200 just to get in?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, maybe like a 50. How much are you giving him? 200 for how many people?
It was 4.
Okay, so yeah, I guess each of you had to give 50.
50 is a good tip around here to get a table with no reservation. Like you walk in, hand somebody a 50, they'll usually say 100. Yeah, I'm saying in the area. Miami too. It'll carry a little weight. Now you can't go to the hottest spots for a 50 because they'll just spit at you. But you're not gonna get in to live on a Saturday night nightclub. Walk up to the guy and give him 50 because they're getting stacks of hundreds. But you gotta know your neighborhood and you gotta know who you're dealing with. But for some people, it's you get told right away. This is what he gets if you want to get in, whether or not you got a reservation or not. I mean, there's a top restaurant in Miami for years, and you got to give the kid like $150, reservation or not. You'll just sit outside, and they don't care. But if you want to get in, that's what you got to do. I'm not saying it's great. It's good for them. It's a good scam. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Had a couple different things on the table today, like we always do. And you can ask Franny anything, myself or Dominic. Dominic and Franny are going to be 100% honest. I'm not. But again, know the person. Yes, Tom.
I have a question for you guys.
Yes, sir.
So my parents got in this weird situation a couple days ago last week, and I want to know how you guys would approach it.
Okay.
So last week at night, during the day, a neighbor of my parents drove on the wrong side of the street and hit my parents' mailbox right off, like totally just laid it down.
Yeah.
And this is on the opposite side that you would be driving on. So they were so far off.
So probably
path.
texting and driving.
Something.
Yeah.
They did that, and then they nailed the garbage can, destroyed the big garbage can.
Oh, geez.
So
And they saw it happen? Or
we
was
have it
caught?
on video.
It was caught on
We
Ring?
have it on Ring video
Yeah.
and everything.
Okay.
I actually was able to find the person in the neighborhood with the car and the damage.
Oh, wow.
Would you go
Yes.
and go up to the person
Yes.
and confront them?
Yes. You have video. You have proof.
What did
I
your
mean,
parents-
that's an expense they have to pay for, your parents.
What did your parents want you to call the police?
Well, that's what my parents are just letting it go right now. I'm like, no, you guys should go confront them.
I would.
Oh, yeah, you got to do something.
And don't get the police involved. Be like, listen, I'm being cool with it. I know I have film, but hopefully they will want to take care of it. And if not, I mean, if your parents do want to do it, they could file a report too.
Yeah.
But I would go first without bringing the cops in, getting the police involved.
Depends. I mean, if you think they're going to give you static, you show the cops the video. They'll go knock on the door.
Oh yeah, especially we have video of them that you could see the car hit the mailbox, then hit the garbage pail. stop for a second, and then just continue driving. Like they thought about it.
Oh
They
yeah.
gotta be smacked. Yeah,
Well,
you
this
did.
is 9 a.m. in the morning.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. I
Leave
don't
your
know.
neighborhood.
Smack. They were probably texting. I know.
Whatever. I
Plenty,
mean,
especially teenagers who've
yeah, but you
done
shouldn't
this
pay.
specifically.
There's no way your parents or you should.
No.
You should pay. I would go. If
I
Franny
agree.
said maybe knock on the door.
Now, do you think I should go for my parents? Because my parents don't want it. They don't want to do the confrontation or anything.
Yeah, you go and
Why
take the
not?
money.
I would.
I have the video and
I would-
everything.
I would go.
I'm thinking about posting it to social just to show how bad it is.
I would
No,
go.
I don't know if I go social. I would knock on
If
the
they're
door.
jerks about it, then you post it on social.
Yeah.
If they are, put it on the next door app. Be like, hey, watch out for this. But I would totally, Dom. I would, and you're standing up for your parents. Your
Yeah.
parents don't want to deal with it, and they were just like, nah. But I mean, that's an expense. Getting a new mailbox, and even
Yeah, my parents are saying, oh, they're neighbors. You know, I don't want to go bother them because who knows, they could come, egg our house in the future or something. I'm like,
well, they've already done something.
they already did something. Don't care.
But you don't have to be a jerk about
No.
it. Just be like, hey, we noticed this. We have a ring cam. We went and looked. I mean, you can be cool about it.
Yeah.
You don't have to go in all aggressive and stuff. But if they're cool in return, which they should be, then they would offer to take care of it.
Isn't that kind of like leaving the
It's
scene
a
of a
hit- yeah, it's a hit
crime
crime.
and all that? Leaving the scene of an accident?
An accident, not a crime.
Well,
yeah,
it isn't.
It is a crime.
Yeah, well, see, then I would just knock on their door. I mean, I might even call the cops first and be like, "You guys handle this. I don't want to handle it." But
Yeah, but then you're really going to piss them off as neighbors if you get the cops involved. That's what I'm saying. So first,
That's what my parents are trying to avoid.
Yes, is piss off your neighbors. Getting the law involved, and that's why I would go first on my own.
I know, but they knocked over your mailbox.
But his parents are already worried about causing beef. So you call the cops, that's beef. I mean,
Causing more problems.
Exactly.
They made their bed. Let them sleep in it. I call the cops, the news, Trump, everybody you can. Mahomes. I'd be like, I can't believe what you did. My God, I had my pet goldfish in there. Sammy, now he's gone.
I mean, if you see the video, they could have seriously hurt someone. I'll show it to you guys.
They might have been drunk. Who knows?
Yeah.
The time doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And either way, even if they were drunk or not, they're not going to find out. It's been days later. That doesn't matter at this point. But yes, I mean, it would still, because they did not stop. They didn't inform your parents, whatever. It's considered, it's a hit and run.
Yeah, I would just knock on the door. My friend said, be nice. Say, hey, look, I have this video of you guys smacking our mailbox. We could do this two ways. We'll get an estimate. You pay us, obviously, and
Oh, my dad already replaced the mailbox, and he has to contact the town of Wellington to get a new, garbage pail and all that.
Yeah,
but
so I would give these people a receipt. Just be
Yeah,
like,
that's
listen,
all.
we needed a mailbox because we need to get our mail somehow, some way. But
Yeah.
I would. I know a lot of people don't like confrontation, but if you do something like that,
They would do to you.
Then those
They would
people,
come after you.
There should be some kind of repercussion.
Yeah, well, they should just pay what they broke. That's all.
Yep.
You're not asking for like a vig.
Mhm.
Say, I just want you to pay for the mailbox. I made that in shop class.
that
in
you
eighth grade.
nailed,
Yeah, I mean, come on. Who's on the phone? Is the guy who hit your house?
No, that'd be funny. We have Evan.
What's up, Evan?
Hey, everyone.
Evan?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you clear and loud and clear.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, does Tony Romo drive you crazy like he does me?
No. None of the announcers drive me crazy. Like, I don't mind them at all. I really tune them out, to be honest with you. I've said many times, if I own a TV station, network, I would never pay anybody millions of dollars to announce a game. I think Dominic could do it, and people would still watch it. Nothing against Dominic. I
No,
just
thank
think
you.
they're sports fans.
For anybody, yeah. I think Franny would be good at it, too, because she's got a personality.
Oh, well, if Franny did it, the ratings would go up.
I don't know.
There you go.
But thank you.
But the thing about Tony Romo, he always says, remember I told you this. I told you. He always, every time, remember I told you? I always says, I told you they're going to do this. I told you. And that drives me crazy.
Well, he's trying to also, put a feather in his cap. Like, hey, I'm getting paid big money. And Romo does do that. That's what made him in the very beginning. People like him because they would come up to the line of scrimmage and he'd be like, watch the screen. You can see what they're doing. Or the tight end's in motion. I mean, and people like that.
He was pretty accurate, too.
Yeah, he was pretty good. People did like that. I mean, now it might be like, hey, you know what? I want to stroke myself and tell you how good I am.
Yeah, it's funny, Evan, because one of our listeners, this guy Dan, messages every now and then on my social media, and I guess there's a Tony Romo drinking game that at any time that he's calling plays or you can hear him, there's different things that he says on there, including his grunting and stuff like that, and they say anytime you hear it, you have to take a drink.
Oh, yeah. When I was a kid, when I was younger, we used to play High Bob. And that was when we used to watch reruns at night of the Bob Newhart show.
Okay.
And every time somebody says Hi Bob, you'd have to take a drink.
So how many drinks were you taking by the end of the night?
A lot, because they said hi Bob at least 5 to 8 times during the show.
Yeah, I mean
that was a big thing.
Yeah, but you shouldn't let any of them annoy you. You're watching a game. You enjoy sports. Don't let them get under your skin that much.
I understand that, and then another thing is Joe Buck is another one that drives me crazy. But there's a hillbilly singer that he's like a Marilyn Manson hillbilly.
I'm not familiar with
him. And his name is Joe Buck Yourself.
Oh, okay. It must be impressive. It's nice.
He looks like Marilyn. He's really he's crazy, but he doesn't like Joe Buck either.
Again, don't let them bother you. You're watching the game. That should be enjoyment for you, unless you're betting on it. And don't give them that power to ruin it for you, something that you enjoy as sports.
Don't ruin it for me. I love being angry.
All right, if you like being angry, then good. Then it's something that you want to do, then stay angry. Whatever you want to do, Evan, do. It's your life. You know what? It's your Frisbee in the wind, so just do what you want. Don't worry about the world. Screw the world.
Exactly.
When you drop dead, you're going to the grave by yourself anyway.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
All right. So now, did you say there's going to be the weather's going to be a lot of snow and rain in Kansas City?
I didn't say anything about the weather in Kansas City or Philadelphia. I said it's going to be cold. I didn't hear anything about any snow or rain.
Well, if it's like it's been all over the country over the last, like how it's been, it probably will, because there's another cold front from California is coming that way. So, it could be.
Yeah, it sucks.
Game.
Yeah, I think it'll be a high-scoring game, the Buffalo game. The last 3 times they've played, they averaged 67 points. So that's their average.
Now, is your Kansas City bet about the same as your Syracuse bet during the middle of the season in college?
No. The Syracuse bet was an even bet. The Kansas City bet is 7-1 for them to win the Super Bowl.
And Detroit was what, 6-5? What is it?
Detroit was the favorites, but now the Eagles are the favorites. I mean, Vegas does not believe in the Chiefs, so and you know what? A lot of people out there, they are betting against the Chiefs again. I just think the hate is very strong for the Chiefs for whatever reason.
Of all my anger and all that stuff, I do like the Chiefs because they're a good team.
The Chiefs have their best offense they've had in the last 7 years. They have a very good defense, top 10. They have an awesome field goal kicker, and they got a great coach, and they're home. Can Buffalo beat them? Yes. Any given Sunday, but I'd be surprised if they lost. I really would be. And their stars are playing good right now.
Yep. Have you ever seen how does Kelsey get so open all the time? It makes those, because he's running around. He doesn't stop. That's one thing when Mahomes is scrambling around, he doesn't stop. That's one thing about it.
Yeah, and he runs a lot of routes that are not even planned. I mean, he'll do a 10-yard down and out, then he'll branch off of it and cut in the middle. And if they're not one-on-one, and if they're in a zone, a lot of times you think, well, I'm letting him go. He's out of my zone. The safety's got him, and then the safety could be doing something else. Kelsey had a great game last week, and I expect him to have a good game this week. He's a Hall of Famer. And, I think a lot of the hate that comes from Kelsey is who he was dating, obviously.
Sure. Yeah, that's a big deal. One more thing. The Dolphins are probably scheduled, the way how it's going, I think they're 13th or 14th in the draft. And I'm reading a lot that going for the tight end out of Penn State, Warren.
That'd be a great pick for the Dolphins. You kidding me? That kid's a beast. That'd be awesome. I don't think he'll be around.
You don't think so?
Not 14. That's pretty deep.
Yeah. All right. Well, are you having the zone today?
Yes, we are. Greek Zone will be on, and Defoe's going to join us. And also...
Did Tom just say,
You really want to, why don't you Google unemployment? Because that's where you're going to be soon, bitch. And we're also going to have... you don't have to do the Greek Zone. You can leave. Just set it up. You usually hang out in the back and play solitaire anyway. What do you do? You just hang out. You're a little rambunctious today. Greek was out yesterday, so you figured you had to get back 2 for 1? My God. I even got a text from PF, and she said, "Why is he so mean to you, Bubby?"
She's asking about me.
Yes, she was. She says, "Does he work for you?" I said, "No, he just hangs out." Yeah, we got Drew Martin calling us from Mexico, and we got Defo.
Cool. Are you going to do WWGD today because you weren't there yesterday?
I don't think so. We don't have time today, and I'm not mentally prepared. I usually need a pedicure in the morning. Franny shakes her head.
Peace.
Buzz!
Bye.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday where Dom is just getting a little froggy, jumping at Greek all day long. My God. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night? We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Police are warning all of the residents of chocolate bars that are making the rounds that are laced with hallucinogenic mushrooms. And I know, it's scary. It's frightening. It's dangerous.
I'm terrified that I won't get any.
Yeah, it seems like more of a win to me.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
The recent wildfires that ravaged Los Angeles now account for one of the largest disasters in the history of our country. Now, iHeartRadio is bringing you an historic fundraising event.
The Fire Aid Benefit Concert.
Live in Los Angeles.
Donate today at fireaidla.org.
Join us January 30th.
Listen live to the Hit Nation station on the free iHeartRadio app, starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 Eastern.
And show your support for the people in need in Los Angeles.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Water main break in West Palm Beach. Look out for delays. We have 2 lanes that are blocked. Okeechobee Boulevard, it's westbound, right near Sapodilla Avenue. Avoid that section of the roadway. Roadwork has a right lane blocked, I-95 southbound, right after Congress Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more. All at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and stop wasting your time with lowball offers. Head to GiveMeTheBin.com, America's best car buyer. They'll come to you, check in hand, even pay off your payoff. Cars, trucks, SUVs, exotics, they buy it all from $2,000 to $200,000. Just enter your VIN or license plate at GiveMeTheBin.com and get a cash offer in 60 seconds. It's fast, pressure-free, and they guarantee top dollar. Selling your car has never been easier at GiveMeTheBin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheBin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Less than 1 month until spring training returns to Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium. Tickets, groups, mini plans, birthdays, VIP experiences, and more are all on sale now. Visit RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com or stop by the ticket office today. We can't wait to see you at the ballpark.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Glass Chamber. All things vape and all things smoke. Exotic sodas, Pupco, Mike Tyson wraps, Raz, HQD, and the newest disposables. If you are not shopping at the Glass Chamber, what are you even doing? With the latest and greatest in the industry, why wouldn't you? Now open in Boynton Beach. 8 convenient locations. Visit GlassChamberFL.com and buy the best quality glass pieces and accessories from your favorite store online and have it shipped to your home. The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Putting things off is human nature. I get it. You're totally exhausted from the storms and the cleanup, and everyone swears, next time I'll plan ahead. Then 8 months from now, you're watching your garage doors sail off into the storm front, getting dumped by your insurance company because of yet another claim you never would have made if you had a garage door strong enough to prevent it. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. If you call about a garage door when the storm is on the way, it's too late. Plan ahead, and we can replace your flimsy old door now with a modern, stylish, wind-rated door that impresses the neighbors and makes the insurance company happy when it's time to renew. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage, but call before the storm, which is now.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Hey, it's the Greek, and the beautiful ladies are at Monroe's of Palm Beach. And when you want to kick off a great weekend, kick it off at Monroe's with Fantasy Fridays. The beautiful girls are there, and they're entertaining you all night long, along with a 5-star menu. It's Fantasy Fridays at Monroe's, but 7 days a week. It's always a good time at Monroe's, and the beautiful ladies are always there. Monroe's of Palm Beach, #1 on my agenda. Great place to also watch sports. If your team loses, you're still a winner because you got a beautiful lady from Monroe's. But Fantasy Fridays to kick off your weekend. Peace.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max used for adults only.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places to take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting fewer showers this afternoon as a result of our southerly winds and wind levels lifting any of those showers up to the north. We are going to see northerly winds establish themselves tomorrow, ushering out any of this remaining moisture across the area and also keeping our temperatures significantly below average.
This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Hey you guys, I'm Catherine Legg. I'm a racing driver who's literally driven everything with 4 wheels across the planet. And I've got a new podcast. It's called Throttle Therapy. This season, I'm gearing up to make history, competing in some of the world's most notorious racing events. Listen to Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Throttle Therapy with Catherine Legg and start listening.
Presented by Elf Beauty, founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Screw the world.
See you next Tuesday, bitch.
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Man, violent side of Franny today. Don't cross her. I mean, man, she's really been throwing some stuff out there. You got any more, Franny, about our coffee or anything?
Herb Stomper bitch ass again.
You want more?
Yeah.
Oh, you want them?
Yeah, he loves it when I sound
Love
like
to
a
sit and
jerk.
chat, but crack don't smoke itself.
That's just funny.
F your feelings. Bitch, you know how I take my coffee.
And then just in case if you're driving, in bad conditions out there.
Perhaps don't zoomy zoom on the slicky slick so you don't end up in the ditchy ditch.
You wonder why I'm
I
afraid of her.
think that's good information.
This girl packs a punch.
That is good info.
Man, it is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Another miserable day. But guess what? Tomorrow at this time is going to be a little different because Mr. Sun is out. He's off of vacation, and the rain's supposed to stop tonight. It's supposed to be out of our area about 11:44.
Thanks, weatherman.
You're welcome. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Francis is here.
What's up?
Still one of the greatest scams I wish I was involved in, being a weatherman. Really, especially down in South Florida. It's been a little tough this week, but I mean, man, you want to talk about just taking a check and feeling bad? Weatherman or weatherwoman, if you're out there, I'm not taking a shot at you. I'm jealous. I mean, they get dressed nice and they just go to some board and they point at it and they say, oh, it's really nice or something.
The hurricane's going to this way. Oh, really?
Well, a hurricane's a little different. Yeah. Then I would probably call Miami and find out really what's going on. Because then it's serious. I'll take the days from January to July. Where you say it's going to be 85 today, sunny, a little breezy in the afternoon, and maybe some showers. And that is your weather for South Florida. It's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, the college championship was Monday night. Ohio State played Penn State, but the ratings were down from last year. They attribute to a couple different things. They say possibly because it was a holiday, possibly because President Trump was sworn in and people watched that all day and they wouldn't have time to watch at night football. And maybe because both teams were from the Midwest, Ohio State and Notre Dame. That's what they are feeling. I did bring in $22 million, but they were down from last year. I think it's the playoff system. Me personally, there was a lot more games, and I think people watched it. Might have been a little bit after a while. Notre Dame always gets the big audience. They do. Ohio State too. But I just think it was just a combination of a lot of different things. But I think there was more games. And when they played the Final Four, there's only one game, and then you got the finals. So it does happen like that. And matchups matter. There's no doubt about it. Matchups definitely matter. But I thought Ohio State and Notre Dame was a very good matchup. I had Ohio State, so of course I think it's good. Sunday is the games where you got the conference championships, and this is it. Whoever wins goes to New Orleans, Super Bowl 59. Super Bowl 59. Super Bowl 1 tickets were $10. Going to be a little bit more than $10. The Eagles will take on Washington, division foes, and Philadelphia's right now 6.5, over under 47.5. They split during the season, but don't forget the second game, Eagles were winning 28-14, and then Hurts got hurt. Got a concussion. He went out. Washington came back. Now, in these situations, and you look at a lot of different trends, Philly has every trend on its side. Being home, the division, all the things that you really think matter, and it's a trend of Philly. Now, the second side is Buffalo and Kansas City, and Kansas City's -2. There are some trends pointing toward Buffalo. There are. But the favorites and the home team, which usually are pretty unbeatable, where they win. They might not cover, but they win. So keep that in mind, food for thought if you want to. If you don't want to and you want to bet the other way and you lose, don't bitch, because you were told on Thursday to bet the Chiefs and to bet the Eagles. You can bet the money line too. The money line is when you just bet the game straight up. You're not waiting for the team to win or lose by a certain amount of points. But those are ways you can do it. Jimmy Butler and the Heat are not getting along, and it is over, O-V-E-R. I spelled it right. I'm not the mayor of Philadelphia. It just got worse and worse in the last year. Jimmy Butler just missed the team playing. The Heat suspended him again for 2 more games. So he's been suspended this year 7, and they only play 40-something games. So it's not a good situation. Trade deadline is coming up. Looks like he will be traded, possibly out to Phoenix. We'll see what happens with Jimmy Butler and the Heaters. Creek's Trifecta is sponsored by Polar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. Tom, did you have something? Okay, I thought you pointed. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. If you guys want to get involved in the show, you can always bring up anything and talk to us. We did have a couple things on topic today. We were asking people, first of all, if you're in the bedroom with somebody and they bring in a new move, it could mean that they are with somebody else and they're getting the move from them. So let us know if you've ever been through that. Like you say to the person, hey, nice move. Where'd you get that? Oh, that's
guy banged last week.
Some guy banged last week. I don't know if they're going to say some guy banged. I'll be a little bit nicer than that. But yeah, let us know about that if you've ever been in that kind of situation. And why is there so much hate for the Chiefs? Why does everybody hate the Chiefs? Is it Taylor Swift?
Yeah, and probably just because they won.
Is it Caitlin Clark now? Another one. Just jumping on a bandwagon. She was there. When I saw her last week, I'm like, oh, my God. Another person that people love or hate big time. And she was in their box. And that was the first one. I don't know if she's going tomorrow. Also, the Chiefs are pretty unbeatable with Taylor Swift in attendance.
Then you also had at the championship game, they kept showing LeBron. That's a love-hate relationship a lot of people have.
Oh, yeah. With Ohio State, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron's always been an Ohio State fan. That's where he's from. He supports them. He supports the Dallas Cowboys.
There were some people that were hating on him for not supporting the Akron College or whatever. He's like, oh, why is he supporting the Buckeyes, not Akron?
Well, he's always been a Ohio State fan. Mm-hmm. He was. And LeBron, a couple of years ago, almost quit the NBA and was going to try out for NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Which would have been
lockout.
Yeah, when they were in the lockout, which would have been crazy.
I don't remember that. So Dom had brought up a situation that happened at his parents' house where somebody hit their mailbox and their garbage can, but took off the whole mailbox. They had to get a brand new one, and they had it all on video with the Ring doorbell cam, caught everything on there. And so he was wondering, because your dad went and bought a new mailbox and put it up already, but should something be said? Because they found out who it was. Mm-hmm. They know where the person lives. They even saw the vehicle that did hit. Dom saw that. So he's like, should I go confront them? Because his parents don't want to. They don't want to cause any kind of issues or confrontation. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And G-Man thinks you should call the cops. And we have a couple text messages that were 1K. Hold on, let me find mine because it was directly on my phone. Our buddy Chris says that I wouldn't ask him to pay, talking about the person who hit the mailbox. It says, I would just tell him that you knew that they did it. And hopefully they would be the bigger person or feel bad enough that they either pay for it or give you a bottle of wine or something, is what he said. Here's a bottle of wine for your problems, for your troubles.
I don't know anything about, 1 second, Franny, about mailbox. What does that cost? Is it one on the house or one standing alone?
It's standing alone.
And what do they cost ballpark?
Probably like $200 to $300 or something like that.
They're not inexpensive.
Oh, yeah. They should definitely pay.
Yeah. And it depends on what kind, but they're definitely not inexpensive. Then we have something else. I know a couple people did text about that. They said with the text, it says just leaving a scene. I think it's supposed to say scene of any accident with property damage. They said is absolutely hit and run. They said any property damage is illegal and it is a hit and run if they left the scene. So and then let's see. I got your back, big dog. Says, I know I say you suck all the time, but if you want me to go knock on their door, I'll definitely do it.
Ooh.
So there you go. You got his back. And then we have here
2x4 in hand.
No, you don't have violence. It's not worth it.
Let's see. I'm sure.
Well, that's what my parents say. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Well, if your father's got that kind of money, he doesn't care about $300. Tell him to give me $10,000 so I can bet more on the over.
I love how 300 turned into 10,000. Evidently, Greek doesn't know that a ton of weather reporters just got blown out because all of the news stations that Byron Allen owns just consolidated them because he also owns a weather channel. He is combining the two. There you go.
I don't do the weather.
I know, but I guess a bunch of people got blown out.
Well, I don't want to see anybody lose their job. I think it sucks. I just said it's a great scam. That's all I said. I didn't say that it's, I want people to work for as long as they want to work. Getting blown out sucks. It's never a good thing. Who wants to see that? I want to see people win the lottery, and I want to see everybody hits a casino, crush the casino.
And you want to see the Chiefs win.
Yeah, I want to see the Chiefs win. Some guy was crushing. I love when the casino loses in any shape or form. I don't care where I am because I like, people. This guy was crushing the other night playing roulette. I was so happy for him. And he was with his wife, and they were like this.
You didn't join in?
No.
I see someone crushing, you don't put on top of their numbers or...
I never did that, and then you should do that. It's like when you're playing craps, if somebody throws... I'm not a guy to pound on somebody's numbers, and I don't like playing when there's a lot of people.
Okay.
Like roulette. Like if it's, a couple
No big
people,
table.
Yeah, I don't like that. Because everybody's like leaning over and grabbing.
Too much going on.
Yeah, they're grabbing, they're putting their number on top of yours. Yeah, I don't like that. They're touching me. Like, get away.
So I had to look this up. I had to look this up, but it is quite interesting. So thank you for that text because I did not hear this. But yeah, they said as the parent company to dozens of local television news channels plans to roll out a new format for weather coverage. Meteorologists across the country are facing layoffs. Newsweek was able to identify over a dozen of the meteorologists who have lost their jobs. However, reports indicate it is upwards of 100 meteorologists who've lost their jobs. Weather people, they said in recent years, many local newspapers have either folded or been bought out by larger conglomerates, right, due to the internet subscription, stuff like that. But they also say with anything, right, especially in certain areas, you don't have to have all these people reporting the weather. You just need a few. So in addition, of course, in the age of artificial intelligence, technology, all this stuff, it's significantly changing the industry. So very, very sad to see because we talked about this, especially with AI going that many people.
I had a lot
have
of people
lost their
today,
jobs.
even with their phone, they check the weather. They see the temperature in the morning. I know a lot of people do that. They check the weather, see what it's going to be like, and they're like, all right, I'm good to go. I mean, which sucks too.
Hey Alexa, how's the weather outside?
Yeah.
It's that easy.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're right. Very simple. Where you just hit the weather thing and it tells you the temperature and it shows you the whole day the temperature and when it's going to be rain or not. And I'm sure that adds to it with people using their phone or their computer or laptop, whatever they have. So our hearts go out to the weather people. And again, we wish them all the best. I mean, that's all you can do. I just said it. I was jealous. That's why I was saying it. I was like, hey, would have been a good thing I could have been good at. I got the clothes for it. Could have been out there. Only in Florida. Now, the rest of the country's hard. Because there's a lot of different things, change of seasons and everything like that. But down here, it's pretty much a walk in the park. Like Dom's job. A walk in the park.
Yeah.
877. Would you consider your job hard? Like if somebody said to you, you have a hard job, could you honestly look at them and say, yes?
How do I want to answer this?
Do you think that your job on the radio is more difficult than Greek's job on the radio?
No. I would say no because he has the harder job because he has to come up with all the content for sure, a lot of the content. Yeah, I have to do the board stuff. But
Yeah, you think
there's a
that's-
lot of behind the scenes that he doesn't have to deal with too. That's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I would actually think your job is more difficult. The producer.
Do you think?
Well, what content are you talking about?
Everything, every day.
Yeah.
She hates on me. She does. 16 years.
What
Good
content?
content.
He talks
Every
about
day.
his life, and which is content. It's content enough, but I don't know because and that's it.
How about
Because
sports? How
that's
about
against-
entertainment?
All right, but I would say, and this is not because you are entertaining. You've been doing this for a long time, obviously. But I've even said even when Jimmy was doing it, but Dom, I think producing because you do have a lot. I mean, he's keeping us on air, and then he has a lot of things he has to do. And
I said he does a good job.
I just
Mailed
personally-
it in.
right? I just personally was asking whose job technically is more difficult.
And I think, in a real answer, every job is different. Somebody you could
That
do
is true.
No, you could do a job that seems very easy. We just had somebody who left the company. Okay, somebody new's going to come in. It might be overwhelming for them,
Probably.
or it might.
I was like, probably because I know how much work that person did.
Yeah, and it might be in a different level too.
Or maybe they juggled a million things and they're like, this is a breeze. You never know.
That's my point.
You never
Not
know.
going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't
'cause
know.
Not going to happen.
Some things people make look very easy,
True.
and it could be difficult. You don't know. At night, they might be like
Well,
crying
how do
in
you
their bed.
feel? Do you feel like your job is very difficult?
Do I feel my job is difficult?
Yes.
No. It's very easy. I've been very blessed, and I work with people I like. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, if I don't like you, you're not staying. I mean, obviously.
People are now thinking, all right, who's not here anymore? And now they're going, did Greek do that? As they're counting all the people who are no longer in real radio.
Okay, wait a minute. I said that
I know that you do shows with.
I do shows with.
Yes. There's a few people who aren't here that you did shows with too.
Yeah, but they left on their own thing.
I know, and I kid, and we've said that before.
I've been
but
lucky.
that narrative sounds.
Yeah, I've been lucky. I've been blessed. You know what? Over the last couple of days, a couple of my friends, I went to go see one at his job, and I walked out of there saying, man, I'm glad I don't do that job. I mean, I really do. I just went, and another one of my buddies the other day, I saw him at his job. They make good money. I'm not saying they don't, but I was just like, wow. You know, it's just sometimes you look at different things that you don't even realize. And I don't think there's anything wrong with knowing you have a good gig. Just like if you know you have a good person in your life. I mean, I was the one who selected Franny because I knew Franny was going to be great and a star, and we had good chemistry. I mean, it's easy. If you work with somebody you don't like, especially in radio, so close, and when I say don't like, I mean you really don't like them.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing you get on each other's nerves. That happens. But I'm saying you walk in, you're like, I can't imagine doing 4 hours with somebody.
And it happens. And
It
sometimes,
happens. Yeah.
and sometimes they got along in the beginning, and not all marriages, and I say that loosely, work marriages, whatever you want to call it, relationships, they don't always last. Like it's
We've been very
the
lucky.
honeymoon stage sometimes happens even in your career with your coworkers.
And I also think sometimes when you don't socialize a lot with the person outside, that helps. Because it could hurt. Because there are other things that could get involved, and then you start, having animosity or stuff, and then you bring it into the show. So, that's a lot of times when Franny asks me to go out, I'm like, let's just do the show.
Let's keep it professional.
No pedicures,
Don't
Franny.
want to get sick of each other.
That's so not true. You know I can't get sick of you. You get sick of me. I mean, come on.
They're like, yeah, Franny, you think Greek just pulls his stuff out of his ass? Yes.
Yes.
It's a talent.
And then somebody said with the whole the mailbox situation, somebody says to get the police involved. They said to get the police involved, you're asking for trouble the other way. So they're saying get the police involved. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Tell Dom to get the police involved. You're asking for trouble the other way.
What does that mean, the other way?
I guess they're thinking that the person might be confrontational, aggressive if he goes on his own.
They could.
They absolutely could. My mindset is I'm not a rat unless you make me do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. Like I wouldn't call the cops at first because they're concerned about the neighbor. The repercussions. And the neighbor would be pissed if he legally got in trouble. But if you go to him yourself and try to kind of talk it out man to man and see what happens. But then if he's a jerk, then you call the cops.
Maybe just go to him and say, look, I have the video. It was $300. It would be nice if you reimburse us. If he says no, then give me the address.
He knows somebody who knows somebody.
I'm going to New York in
Who
2
knows
weeks. We'll take care of
somebody.
it.
The mob.
877-927-6969. James Caan, they hit us, we hit them. You don't take anything. You're under the Greek umbrella. We'll get them. That's it. Or maybe we'll go buy 10 mailboxes and throw it on their front lawn.
They're expensive. Don't do that.
And we'll give them that bill.
Knock over theirs instead.
Your parents sound like they're very nice people, first of all.
Mhm.
And I don't know
They
what
don't want
happened.
no confrontation.
Yeah. Well, I don't look at it as a confrontation. I mean, to me, I don't know. Like my dad's next door neighbor called the cops on us. I told the story. I didn't get mad. I was like, I saw him next day. I'm like, bro, I get it. He's like, you threw a chair in the pool.
You should get it.
He goes, you threw the remote
Oh my
over the
goodness.
fence.
Yep.
Like 10 times.
Yep.
So, I mean, but I didn't get mad.
And you're an adult. Like every now and then I'll get toys on the other side of it because there
What
is
type of toys?
there's a for kids.
Oh.
Because there's a 5-year-old boy who lives on the other side. So
That's
sometimes
normal.
Exactly. What's your excuse? Throwing chairs and remotes.
I think he was always cool with me a little bit as he got to know me because he would be friendly with like whoever I was dating would go over and say hi, and he always them walking over in bikinis and stuff. So I think he was cool with
So
that.
of course he was cool with you.
Yeah.
He wanted them to keep on coming over.
Yeah, so he's like, whatever. But the remote thing got bad. I mean, there was, I don't know, 6 or 7 remotes we would throw over the thing. I remember my dad come outside. He's like, is the remote not here again? And I'm like, yeah, I threw it over the fence. He's like, why? I said, I want to make an Olympic sport. Speaking of sports, Dominic's always a great sport. I was out yesterday, and I did miss him. But working with him today after about 15 minutes, I'm like, I don't miss him. Dom, great job as always. I am glad you're here, and thank you for your effort.
I'll keep mailing it in for you.
You got it, buddy. You're perfect at it. The girl that I don't see for 24 hours, and it was, oh my God, I almost didn't make it. But thank God she came to work today. She did a great video yesterday. Check it out. She cracked a Greek, but it was okay.
I did, and you can't because it was a story, so it's already gone.
Yeah, and she looked fantastic, by the way. I got about 15 text messages about it. I kid you not. I was like, bing, bing. I'm like, okay, I know. She's hot. God, Jesus. Great job
Thanks,
as always.
G-Man.
As always.
Thank you. Looking forward to tomorrow because it's Friday. Thanks, Tom, for everything.
What does that mean?
It's the weekend.
Oh.
Thank you.
I thought you were taking a shot at it.
No, not at all. I think we're Fridays, and everybody excited about Fridays.
Are you taking off tomorrow, G-Man?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
One
You
day
never, you never know. One day, but we already had a day off. We had Monday off. Anyway, so have a great weekend. Make sure that, or week, what? Where are we? Make sure you're tuned in because in a few minutes, Rover from Rover's Morning Glory will give you another keyword for Red Zone revenue. We have up to 13 chances a day to score $1,000. So make sure you're tuned in to Real Radio so you get those keywords and you enter them at realradio921.com.
If you go fishing and you're not catching anything, maybe it's your bait. Change your bait, bitch. We'll be back for the Greek Zone and so much more. Peace.
Hey, it's Rover from Rover's Morning Glory. Wake up with me each morning. Just tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1. Hello. On iHeartRadio.
Real Radio wants you to score some red zone revenue.
You asked for it, you got it. You like that?
We're hooking you up with $1,000 up to 13 times every weekday. It's playoff season. Bet on every game, make some crazy parlays, buy some playoff tickets, pay off some of that debt. Once you win the money, we don't care what you do with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Listen for the keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Score $1,000 in red zone revenue. Good luck from Real Radio.
Red Zone Revenue on Real Radio is sponsored by Steiger, Green & Finer.
After your car accident, we will put money in your pocket or you don't pay us. Call Steiger, Green & Finer.
Steiger, Green & Finer won $300,000 for my case.
800-561-1111. 800-561-1111.
Offices, West Palm Beach.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. If you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse, call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Left lane blocked. We have a crash. Okeechobee Boulevard right at Dixie Highway. Water main break slowing us down. Okeechobee Boulevard west near Sapadilla Avenue. 2 lanes are blocked and it's a crash. Hypoluxo west of Military Trail. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber. HOA and condo board members. Fiber internet has never been easier. Blue Stream Fiber simplifies the switch, helping your community save up to 50% while keeping residents happy. Their step-by-step process makes upgrading hassle-free. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio today.
Hey, it's the Greek. It's a new year. Maybe you changed jobs and you're thinking about what am I going to do? And I have a 401k and I got to transfer it over. Well, call Trajan Wealth today. One of our experts can help you and sit down with you and figure out a plan. You can move your old you can move your old 401k to your new place. In today's market, people change jobs like players change in football. You never know where you're going to be, but you're going to have the same 401k and you need the right direction. 561-390-1000. Call them. Offices in West Palm Beach. They can help you. New year, new thoughts, new goals. Trajan Wealth can help you with everything. And remember, you're getting closer than you realize to retiring. And when you retire, that's the big prize, baby. That's the big prize. And Trajan Wealth can help you. Call them today at 561-390-1000. 561-390-1000. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to sell your car? Hey, it's Franny, and GimmeTheBin.com makes it simple, fast, and easy. They'll buy anything, cars, trucks, SUVs, even exotics, whether it's clean, rough, or average. Just enter your VIN or license plate at GimmeTheBin.com, upload a couple of pics, and get an instant cash offer in 60 seconds. Plus, if they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100 with 5-star service and free pickup. GimmeTheBin.com is America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheBin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month, seriously. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting fewer showers this afternoon as a result of our southerly winds in the mid-levels lifting any of those showers up to the north. We are going to see northerly winds establish themselves tomorrow, ushering out any of this remaining moisture across the area and also keeping our temperatures significantly below average.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more, all at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some red zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at realradio921.com. Free and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? Your bet.
I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. $40,000 in all.
Scrap the whole bet?
Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a 6-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the line?
Still +1.
+1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets?
Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets.
Fine.
Come on.
$1,000 a point. Okay, take this. And this is a gift for me.
This is a gift from me. It is the Greek Zone every day on Real Radio 921. This is a show about sports betting, gambling, and the odds. We always have a handicapper join me later in the show. Today we got Defo joining us early, and then we got Drew Martin from WagerTalk.com talking about the games, talk a little bit about Ohio State, Notre Dame, and the two big games this week on Sunday. Two teams we're down to the Final Four, and two teams will punch their ticket and get the Super Bowl. Dominic, good afternoon.
Hey there, G-Man.
We are always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. You get into an accident or you have any kind of injury by an accident, give them a call at 561-689-8180. That's the number to call so you guys can get involved. And also, they'll help you. When you get into an accident, it sucks, and you got a lot of questions, and you need help. Jason Weiser's team can help you. He's been my attorney for 20 years, and he's a good guy. And joins us once in a while on the Greek Zone. I think we have somebody on hold. Dom's getting him too. It probably is Jeff DeForest, our good buddy, who is a big gambler for years and was in the sports business on 940 and with iHeart, and also was working with the Miami Dolphins years ago when the Dolphins had those great teams in the mid-'70s. Defo, good afternoon, buddy.
What's happening, Greek? How are you, my friend?
Very good. It was nice to see you at Paul Mercurio's show last week. You and the wife. It was my pleasure to see you, buddy.
It was fantastic, and you were very easy to spot because I was looking for a guy in an Armani jacket, and I saw a guy in an Armani jacket, real good-looking guy, slick hair, and I figured it was either you or Pat Riley, and it turned out it was you, so it was great to see you.
And it was an Armani jacket, which you're right. Dave, let me ask you, right out of the gate, why is there so much heat, in your opinion, for the Chiefs? Where I don't think enough people would just want to give them credit. Their 7th conference championship. Obviously, Mahomes has been 4-2, going for another title. Is it the Taylor Swift? Is it Kelsey? Or is it like the hate that people had for the Lakers and Celtics and Patriots and Duke, Yankees? I don't understand the hate, but people have it strongly.
I'm not sure it's overwhelming. I mean, people admire what they've done. You certainly, as a sports fan or observer or analyst, you'd have to say, my God, look at that. Don't you wish it was your team that was doing the same thing? I mean, that may be part of it. I think there's a lot of sentiment because Buffalo, Marv Levy, by the way, bless his heart, is still alive at 99. I was in a Dead or Alive contest yesterday, and somebody asked me Marv Levy, and I said dead, and I was dead wrong because he's very much alive. In fact, I think it might have been his birthday yesterday, this guy, 99 years old, but everybody remembers him losing their ass, and how weird would it be if Buffalo's right there, gets to the Super Bowl, they trot out this Tyler Bass, who kicks the ball sometimes like it has a gyroscope in it, and if they had a shot to win the Super Bowl on a last-second kick and it went wide to the right, that would just cement the legacy of futility for the city of Buffalo and make these people realize that they live in the most miserable place that you could possibly ever reside in. Anywhere in the United States. I mean, I went to Syracuse, you know that, for 4 years, Greek.
Yeah.
And only in terms of horrendous winter weather and just bitter cold and Arctic tundra type conditions, even in springtime, eclipsing Syracuse was Buffalo. It was the biggest bleep hole anywhere on the planet. And if you're from Buffalo and you're listening, I'm sorry if I've offended you, but the chicken wing wasn't all that great of an innovation. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of empathy for the Buffalo Bills because they lost the 4 straight Super Bowls, and people don't necessarily credit them with being a great team because they never won any of those chances. So very much like the great Fran Tarkenton, 0 for 4 in Super Bowls. You come back around 30 years later, you got a shot. I think a lot of people are rooting for him. And they also feel that Kansas City, A, is the luckiest team on the face of the earth. They're the team version of Lou Gehrig. And B, that Tim Donaghy must be officiating these games, or me supervising the officials, or advising them before the games, because people have to have money on the Chiefs the way these games are being refereed.
I mean, you're talking about a couple calls that I think could have went either way. Also, I've pointed this out many times.
Chiefs way.
Yeah, I mean,
go to Chiefs way.
Yeah, I mean, people say that, but I don't believe it. I just don't. I mean, there's been many times, and I've talked about this week, the Texans coach, they were at the 45-yard line, 4th and 10, and he went. I've said this 10 times, and he got sacked. I mean, and you gave the Chiefs the shortest field you could possibly give. Nobody's talking about that. Andrews with the Ravens. I want to ask you about him. He's not talking to the media. Didn't talk to him on Sunday or Monday. Do you think he has an obligation, people are saying, to talk to the media, or he doesn't have an obligation to talk to them?
Well, what's he going to say, man? We all saw what happened there. This was a dynamite tight end all year long.
Yeah.
I was very impressed with Mark Andrews. Every time you saw something good happen for the Baltimore Ravens, it was either Derrick Henry, it was Lamar Jackson, and many times it was Lamar Jackson throwing a ball, an impossible game-saving type of catch being made by Mark Andrews, big play after big play. The guy was great. Now all of a sudden he's Jackie Smith.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're looking and thinking, holy moly, I was waiting for Roger Staubach to have his hands on his head thinking, how the hell could you have dropped that?
Yeah.
And the same thing, I mean, Jackie Smith is one of those Bill Buckner types who was a great player his whole career in the National Football League and will only be remembered for dropping that pass in the end zone in the Super Bowl. Much like Buckner and the ball going between his legs. Buckner was a dynamite player. You'd want to have him on any team that you ever fielded. So he had one of those moments, and I don't know. I mean, what could he possibly say that would embellish it? Would it be better if he spoke about it? Maybe. But, I mean, we saw what happened. He kind of slid a little bit in the snow, and maybe as he was losing his balance, he lost his concentration. Never happened to this guy. So that was a fluke play, but it was beneficial for me because I was with the Buffalo Bills in that game, and who wanted to leave it up to overtime to decide it? I guess the Bills still had a chance to come back and score again, even if they had tied the game up with a 2-point conversion, which they were about to convert there. But, yeah, I mean, in all likelihood, that game's going to overtime, and all the bettors are helter-skelter now because your brains get scrambled when games go to overtime in the National Football League.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, like I said, I don't think one play. I never do. I've been like that my whole life. People want to say it, obviously, but to me, no, it's not one play. I mean, it happens, and that's just the way it is.
Maybe not, but when it happens like that, it does seem to, I mean, you can't help but see that one very much in the spotlight. You'll have an indelible impression of this guy dropping the ball if you had any interest in the game, even if you were just mildly interested as a football fan. And you can't change the result. Unfortunately, a guy who's known as this guy is terrific. You talk about Travis Kelce and these other guys with clutch catches.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Andrews is a dynamite player, so that was unfortunate. I got one for you, though, Greek. I wanted to run this by you because you would be the kind of guy that would have expertise in this area. Because you're well known. Everybody knows that you do very well for yourself. The radio business, you're a superstar, and you've had some gelt behind you. So and people are always they want to pick your brain for your selections. They figure you're winning all the time. You go to the track, you're always hitting some 35-1 shot with $100 right on the nose. So, I mean, how hard is it for you to get rid of a stiff? In other words, a guy who's been borrowing money off you, and, you really don't want to see him around. It's kind of like the thing in The Bronx Tale where he says, well, if the guy owes you $20 and you never have to see him again, then forget about him. It was the cheapest way you could get rid of him. Is it difficult to get rid of a stiff in your life, especially with the way that you would attract this type of person as a degenerate gambler that you are?
Well, I think once you loan anybody money and they don't pay you back, it's not hard to get rid of them because you just bring that up. You just go, I can't help you again because
he shows up again. Yeah,
I mean, it's just like American Express. They're not going to extend your credit if you owe money. So, I mean, if I'm ever in those situations, which we've all been, I just say, hey, you can't pay A. How am I going to give you B? So, I mean, it's not a problem. I don't ghost people. I don't believe in ghosting people in any shape or form, friends, business associates, or people you get involved with. I'll pick up the phone all the time, but I would tell them, straight up. I had a good buddy of mine.
Money, Jimmy. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I had a good buddy of mine who would come to me, but he would pay me back right away, and then he would need money again, and nothing big. But I said to him one day, I said, you know what, for our friendship, it makes it, hard for me to be friends with you because when we're out or we're doing something, I feel like, before the end of the night comes on, you're going to put a bite on me. So let's going forward, not bring this up. And he said, you know what? You've helped me numerous times. I will never come to you again. And he never did. So, I mean, but if somebody owes you money, you just say to them, I'm not going to lend you more money if you can't pay this back. When you're talking big money, it's different. Because big money is different. Because there's guys that say, well, you owe me X. If you don't bail me out, you're not getting anything. So that's a different scenario where people would do it when you're talking about gamblers who need money and stuff like that. But as far as friends go, it's pretty simple. You just say, look at the scoreboard. You still owe me, so I can't give it to you.
So, I'm talking about like a guy, too, and that's great examples. But, a guy at the track that, every time you see him, he hits you up for a 20.
Yeah.
And then you figure, okay, so I know Larry the Leaper is going to be at the track today, so I'm going to go to a different spot. So I don't have to tell him I don't have any money on me, even though he just saw me at the window collecting $400. And you try to dodge the guy. It's hard to get rid of a stiff. But the reason I bring this up is because you would be familiar with trying to dodge somebody like that. But how hard is it to get – the most difficult place to get rid of a stiff is the National Basketball Association, isn't it?
Yeah.
What would these people have to do to get rid of Jimmy Butler? My God, do you see what's going on?
Well, I think the thing with Jimmy Butler and what I don't like about the NBA and certain leagues is that the player really has the power. Because if you want to get out of there, all you do is become annoying. And that's what Jimmy Butler's doing. He did it in Minnesota. He did it in Philadelphia. This is his persona. This is who he is. I think Jimmy Butler is a very good basketball player. I loved him down here with the Heat. I was so happy when he came here, but it's the same recipe. If you want to be traded, you're not happy. You just become a disturbance and you become a bitch. And then all of a sudden you're like, right, I'm done. And they have to trade you because it's too much trouble to keep you. And you take away from the team. And then the other thing is every question by the reporters and the media is about him. So that keeps you off your goals. And it just keeps going on and on and on. So they're almost forced to trade you. And like the Heat are now.
Yeah, essentially he's a complete stiff to the Miami Heat. I mean, he's out there sulking. He doesn't play anywhere near as hard as he used to. This was a guy who did a nice thing for the Heat. Let's face it, they made 2 NBA finals.
Yeah.
They didn't have the greatest team. So if he feels like, look, I should get rewarded for my accomplishments, which is how a lot of athletes and people in sports get paid for what they did in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the leverage because he's got 1 more year left, albeit at $50 million if he sticks around. And that is not enough incentive for him to find any joy. I would love going to the bank with those checks. Wouldn't you agree? Or even having them be directly deposited in my account. That would be enough motivation for me to show up and play.
Yeah, I mean, anybody would. But again, you're never going to have the fan, could be able to relate to anybody like that. I mean, it's just the way it is. When Jimmy Butler says, I don't have joy anymore playing basketball, what fan that goes to work every day has joy? I mean, my dad used to always say, your job's going to have aggravation and grief. That's why you get paid. It's a job. It's not fun. I mean, when you say stuff like that, you're not going to have the public or your fan base being endearing to you because they're like, are you kidding me? You don't find joy? You're making $40 million a year and you're playing basketball. So I think Butler and the Heat went bad last year. When his first one was he went to the tennis match and then he sat out that night. He said he had a stomach ache. That was the first sign. They talked about this. Then they lost last year in the playoffs, and he started mounting off. And Pat Riley came out in his year-end speech, which he does every year, and says, "Hey, shut up. You're home." And as soon as Pat Riley said that, I said, "Well, this is done." And I thought that, and it just took longer than I thought. That's all.
Who wins the stare down with Pat Riley? Not too many people. I mean, we've seen it with a couple of guys in the past there, most noticeably Shaq.
No.
Who actually addressed that the other day on the TNT, one of the halftime shows, or one of the pregame shows they did on TNT with Ernie Johnson and the boys there, Kenny Smith and Barkley. I don't know that he gave much of an in-depth answer about that because it was pretty clear that supposedly Shaq came in and said, "Hey, I want you to fire this guys," and and Riley took exception to it and said, "You don't tell me what to do," and then he ended up firing the guy anyway. Stan Van Gundy. So, but I mean, the maneuvers that Phoenix actually wants Jimmy Butler, and what they're having to do to try and get him, and what the Heat are going through to try and get rid of a guy who now represents a complete undesirable stiff. He's the guy that's borrowed money off you 15 times, Greek, and he still wants more. And Utah has gotten involved with Phoenix, and they traded draft picks in 2045. Then they have to get rid of Phoenix has to get rid of Bradley Beal, so they're calling every club in the league trying to dump this guy. Also, they can get 3 or 4 other teams involved and finally make this transaction with the Heat to get a guy that the Heat would gladly put on a plane right now and send to Phoenix. I can't believe how difficult it is to unload somebody.
It's the money factor too. You're talking like Beal, $65 million, which is a sick number for him beyond belief, and Jimmy's up there in 50. So teams got to be able to handle it. And, stay within the realm of the league rules. And they're not being able to do it. It's not that easy. That's why when anytime a trade can't get done, teams get other teams involved. They make it a 3-team way. But Butler, like I said, I agree with you 100%. Here 5 years, 2 NBA finals with teams that were not great. But him and Riley just went awry. I never saw this coming. I did read an article about Jimmy Butler. I thought he has a house in Miami, but his big home that he lives in is in Phoenix.
Okay.
And so I think out there he's going to be happy and close. Not Phoenix, L.A., excuse me. He's got a couple kids. He's a very quiet guy in a lot of ways, and I always enjoyed him playing, and I always enjoyed his style. I mean, when you put the TV on for me and you watch Jimmy Butler, you walked away knowing this guy's giving 125%. But now it's a personal thing, and his agent gets involved. And there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and I just feel like it's a shame. That's all. I wish they could have worked it out, but it's also he's 35, and they're not going to give him a max deal at 35 years old.
No, and he does appear to be, I mean, unless it's just his funk that he's in, but if you look at the numerology and the statistics, he's way off. He's only played 25 of 42 games.
Yeah.
Of course, now he'll be
Suspended.
involved in his 8th game of suspension after the 7-game one. Now he's got 2 more because he misses a team flight. But that's always a curious thing for me. I understand you have to trade money for money in the NBA,
yeah.
and that's what makes some of these deals so complicated. I love when they start trading draft picks from 20 years down the road, because you're thinking, I won't be around to see these guys, so it's not going to matter to me. But, I mean, if you ever had to just get rid of somebody, the NBA is the last place on earth that you want to, have as a platform to do it in. So a lot easier. I'll be dodging a few people at the track tomorrow and Saturday. But
Are you going Saturday to the Pegasus, the big race?
I normally wouldn't, because I used to enjoy those kind of days, but I don't anymore.
Okay.
I'm an old fart. I'm a geezer at Caesars, and speaking of which, I actually you'd enjoy this. Earlier this week on Tuesday, I was doing a show with a guy that it was big in boxing. He's a big boxing commentator named Randy Gordon. Right, so I knew that Randy Gordon did a show with Jerry Cooney on Sirius Satellite.
Okay.
And so I worked around it, and I got Jerry Cooney to drop in as a cameo while I was interviewing this other guy.
Cool.
And I got to tell you, Greek, and he was in the Geezers at Caesars. That was Jerry Cooney and George Foreman in 1990.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my favorite names ever for any fight, and I often refer to my shows as the Geezers at Caesars. And Cooney couldn't have been any more delightful. He was great. To answer your question, I'm not a big fan, being a geezer, of being in these kind of crowds on those big days, unless maybe it's the Kentucky Derby or something at Gulfstream Park on a Saturday. I much prefer going closer to my home base there and going to the Harris Casino in Pompano, which has a real good setup for simulcasting. You know everybody there. It's kind of a cool group. And even the guys you don't care for are still fun to be around. Because you're rooting for their horses to lose. But, no, and I would normally go there, but I'm going to be doing something with this site that I work with called Bleacher Brothers, and I believe I'll be out there early in the day. Now, are you going to be broadcasting live? I would imagine you'll be positioned somewhere. Maybe we'll be close by.
I'm not going to be down there this Saturday with the Pegasus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we usually were for years when they first started. Now it's just gotten so big, and they just don't need any more help. It's an unbelievable package that they have. I know it's a great day of racing, but it's a very expensive day, and the purses are crazy. But to get in, I know it's a hefty ticket.
Yeah, I mean, that scares most people off. I mean, the average degenerate is probably... look, they spoiled us as racetrack fans when they started offering free admission. I always hated being down $20. This was when 20 was probably the equivalent of 200, but you'd be down $20 before you walked in, between parking, clubhouse admission, racing form, maybe you got yourself a beer on the way in, and you're already stuck 20 or part of your bankroll. This one's, I think I've heard outrageous prices for this. Like, just to get access to the grounds is like a stick. So there's no way most of the guys I know are going to want to be out $100 before they walk into the place, because that could be easily lost in the first few races at Tampa Bay Downs. So that's my MO. But I will be out there early in the morning, I think, and I guess the car gets underway around 11 o'clock, doing some kind of broadcast there from Pegasus Day. And then I hope to make my way out of there and up to the Harris Casino, where maybe I'll run into the Greek again. I'll just look for the Armani jacket, man. By the way, you look great, kid. You really look good.
Well, thank you, Defo. You're always so nice. I appreciate you calling into the Greek Zone always. Jeff DeForest, everybody join us, was nice enough to have me on the show for years at 940. And, Jeff, where can I hear you real quick before you sign off?
A lot of stuff I'm doing now is on this thing called Bleacher Brothers Network.
Okay.
You're going to the bleachers at Yankee Stadium. And I have a couple of shows on there. In fact, Louie and I put our morning show on there. You have access to that. Although I'm not sure if it's on their YouTube channel yet, because Louie hadn't figured that out. But it's on their X and Instagram accounts. And then I have another show on there called Conversations, which this week, if you're a boxing fan especially, you'll love it, because when you finish up the show and you say, hey, I just enjoyed being part of it.
Yeah.
Even though it was my show. That's always a good feeling. After doing 8 million shows, and I think I'm now 44 years here in South Florida.
Wow.
And, I was in the business before that in California. When you still get that feeling, that's always a lot of fun. That it still is entertaining. You were saying it's like going to work, unless you're in our business. Although the bad part of our business, Greek, you may be the one exception that rises above this, is that management usually has it in for you. If you were somebody like me, I mean, for some reason, although I've been seen in a favorable light in different places, I always got hands with ducked when it came to harsh management decisions, and never was overwhelmingly encouraged. So a lot of the joy could have been sucked out of it, except the job's so much fun. So I understand that. But, being in this racket, I mean, it isn't like you've been going to work every day of your life and doing some hard labor like these guys at the construction site I'm sitting next to. So, always good stuff. And we loved having you on, Greek. You ignited a spark every time you came on our show. I always love it. We'll have to do something again.
All right, you keep in touch, brother. We'll talk next week. Jeff DeForest, everybody. Real quick, who wins on Sunday?
I'll give you my rooting interest. I'm hoping the Commanders cover, and I don't know that they will, and I'm hoping the Bills cover.
All right, buddy. Thanks a lot. I hope the Bills get crushed. Jeff DeForest, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station.
Grover's Morning Glory. Porn star completed a 1,000-man gangbang session. Doogie, if someone offered you $50 million to do that, would you?
1,000%.
She wouldn't even do Five Guys.
No way. No Five Guys. No way.
I'm a straight guy, and I'm telling you, if somebody offered me $50 million to take 1,000 dudes,
Then
I might be tempted to do that. $50 million?
Really think about it.
There's almost nothing I wouldn't do for $50 million.
I would love to try to raise that money just to make you do that.
Grover's Morning Glory. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting fewer showers this afternoon as a result of our southerly winds in the mid-levels lifting any of those showers up to the north. We are going to see northerly winds establish themselves tomorrow, ushering out any of this remaining moisture across the area and also keeping our temperatures significantly below average.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Need a change this year? Drive into Valvoline Instant Oil Change for an always quick but never rushed quality oil change. No appointment needed. Save $15 off your next oil change at VIOC.com. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. They'll get you back on the road in no time.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. In office, West Palm Beach.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund, so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're watching football this season, you know anything can happen. And on Hard Rock Bet, we mean anything. One fan in South Florida turned a $1 touchdown parlay into a $40,000 payday. Hard Rock Bet has parlays for days. With flex parlays, now you can even miss a few picks and still get paid. Parlays for every kind of play. Only on Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. When your first bet or get up to $100 back in bonus bets. Payable and bonus bet up to $100, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Putting things off is human nature. I get it. You're totally exhausted from the storms and the cleanup, and everyone swears, next time I'll plan ahead. Then 8 months from now, you're watching your garage doors sail off into the storm front, getting dumped by your insurance company because of yet another claim you never would have made if you had a garage door strong enough to prevent it. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. If you call about a garage door when the storm is on the way, it's too late. Plan ahead, And we can replace your flimsy old door now with a modern, stylish, wind-rated door that impresses the neighbors and makes the insurance company happy when it's time to renew. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage. But call before the storm, which is now.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
The Glass Chamber. All things vape and all things smoke. Exotic sodas, Pupco, Mike Tyson wraps, Raz, HQD, and the newest disposables. If you are not shopping at the Glass Chamber, what are you even doing? With the latest and greatest in the industry, why wouldn't you? Now open in Boynton Beach. 8 convenient locations. Visit GlassChamberFL.com and buy the best quality glass pieces and accessories from your favorite store online and have it shipped to your home. The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text LION to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermal, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text LION to 42424. That's LION to 42424.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
In Jupiter, object on the roadway. Right lane is blocked. Look out 95 north, right before Indian Town Road. Left lane blocked. It's a crash Okeechobee Boulevard at Dixie Highway. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. My Lowe's Rewards Week is coming, and it's kind of a big deal. Members, get ready for up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items. Join for free today. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms subject to change.
Have you made your favorite station a preset on our new and improved iHeartRadio app?
Wait, what?
What about your favorite podcast?
You could do that? Yeah, you really can.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love, plus a new trending section and the lyrics to all your favorite songs.
Love the new look of the iHeartRadio app, guys.
It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
Why does it still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. Washington, Philly. Right now, line is Washington getting 6, over under 47.5. Buffalo and the Chiefs. Chiefs minus 1.5. Over under is 47.5. Those are the games in the NFL, and that's what everybody's talking about. We do have our buddy Drew Martin. No, we don't have Drew. All right, who do we have?
We have Arthur on the phone. Arthur.
What's happening?
Hey, how you doing, Greek?
I'm doing good, buddy. What's up?
I love your show, and it's great. And I started listening about a year ago, and I can't stop listening.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Well, maybe not so much a question, but a statement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with this Jimmy Butler situation going on,
mm-hmm.
you know, a lot of people said that, oh, it was this, it was that, but they failed to mention that the fight that was on the bench, that's when I think Jimmy Butler was done with the Heat. He was going to beat up the coach, and Haslam jumped in and said, you fight me, if you guys remember that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that definitely affected it. I mean, I think they're Their romance was a very good one with the Heat. Jimmy wanted to come down here. Obviously, you're a fan. You sound like you know what you're talking about, which is always good. And you're a smart guy. But that was one of the things. I think it just escalated from there. I think the tennis match last year when he went to the tennis tournament at Hard Rock and then didn't play, I don't think that, that pissed off Riley. But I think the nail in the coffin was last year when they lost in the playoffs, and then the next, Butler started talking and saying, oh, we would have beat them and this, that. And then Pat Riley had his press conference where I just spoke about and said, you shut your mouth. Right. You're home. So I think it was a relationship, without repair. I like Jimmy Butler. I thought he was a stud. He played his ass off. I was a big fan of Butler when he played a couple of other places. But I think certain relationships get to a certain level and it's just too far gone. But I do think that the players have an advantage because when they don't want to be someplace, they just cause so much havoc that they have to get out.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, I could agree with that. There's one other thing that I think had an effect on this situation with Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Tyler Hero.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Heat decided to make Tyler Hero the star of the team soon after that fight on the bench. And I think that affected Jimmy Butler's ego. Because a lot of morning shows that I watch, ESPN in the morning and all that stuff, and they, Charles Barkley has said on many occasions that Tyler Hero was the best player on the team. And he said that a couple of years ago. And I think that Jimmy Butler's ego was damaged then also.
The thing with Hero, if you remember a couple of years ago, the Heat were trying to trade a Hero every day for Lillard and other players. And that was something, nobody remembers that. But
I didn't know that.
And the Hero also, he didn't follow the Heat for a while. He thought he was going to get traded. He wasn't happy either. So I think with organizations, there's a climate that goes in and out, just like your workplace, where someday somebody's more of a favorite than the other person. And egos are involved. But to me, you're getting paid $20, $30, $40 million. It should just matter that you go out there, play your ass off, and hope your team wins. And like anything else, sometimes just things, they run their course, unfortunately. But, Jimmy Butler's had some problems in Philly and Minnesota. And the problem with that personality, it's like somebody that you know or you date or something. If they keep having the same problems, at some point you look at, yourself and say, oh, is it me? I mean, my dad used to have a saying that if you had a problem, write it down and put it in a drawer. If you open the drawer 6 months later and the problem's still there, you're the problem. So... you can take a lot of it out of there.
I like that one. Can I have your permission to use that one?
Take it all you want. But call us another time. Thank you for the kind words. I'm glad we're entertaining you. We got Drew Martin calling me from Mexico, and he charges me by the minute.
I love Franny, too. Franny's excellent, too. I'm going to listen to you guys as long as you're together, man.
Franny's great. She is a sweetheart. And she does a great job. Yeah. And Dom does a good job, too. I'm very lucky to work with two good people.
Yeah, exactly. You are very lucky, my friend. All right?
All right, peace. We got Drew Martin? Drew, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, Greek. Doing good, man. Enjoying myself and getting ready for championship weekend. How are you doing?
I'm good. You got probably, I'm guessing where you are, they got the best weather in the country right now, or no? It can't be cloudy and rainy there.
No. I mean, I'm down in Baja, California, Mexico, and
nice.
To tell you the truth, Greek, I would say it's the best weather I've ever been to in my life, like anywhere in the world I've ever traveled.
Yeah.
Just kind of think San Diego, Los Angeles.
Yeah.
But, 1,000 miles south. So it's warmer because, as a Floridian, whenever I went out to Southern California, I would always be like, it's beautiful. I love it, but I'm a little bit too cold.
Yeah.
And so heading a little bit south, that's why I love this part of the world so much.
Talking to Drew Martin, nice enough to call us every Thursday. From WagerTalk.com, and it is conference weekend, championship weekend. What were you surprised about last weekend in the playoffs, and what were your thoughts on Ohio State? Also, when we got you on Notre Dame game.
Overall, I was pretty impressed by the national championship game. I had my worries that Notre Dame might get blown out, even though as a fan I was rooting for them. But I thought they played tough. I really do. I mean, they had an outside, like a small of winning that game. But, Ohio State was the talented team, the most talented this season, at least in my opinion, and very deserving national champions. So I thought the playoff went off well. You know, college football overall, I think, is heading in a great direction. However, I think they need to do something about the transferring, Greek.
Yeah.
I don't think you should be able to transfer from Ohio State to Michigan, from Miami to Florida State. I think that will hurt the sport in the long end. But other than that, I think college football is heading in the right direction. And I'll tell you this, in the NFL playoffs, the Detroit Lions going down, that one surprised me. But we'll see if it carries over to this weekend. And maybe they were just up against a hot opponent. Sometimes that happens in sports.
Well, the one thing that's pretty obvious in the NFL for years and college, you can't turn the ball over. I mean, you just can't. And the Detroit Lions, 4 turnovers, the Ravens turnovers. And when you turn the ball over 3-4 times to good teams, it's going to affect the outcome. And you know what? You're going to go golfing a lot sooner than later. I don't believe that Andrews, I've said it, lost the game. Yes, he dropped the 2-point conversion, but there's 123 plays in that game. And, Lamar and them came out good, and then that was it. And Lamar traditionally doesn't do well in the playoffs. He's had 7 years, 2 MVPs. This one, he's going to probably be second. But he just doesn't play good in the playoffs. And he has said the emotion gets to him, and he gets too excited. And it seemed like even on that snap where, all right, that snap was bad, but he could have just went down. He tried to make something happen. Von Miller takes it 45 yards the other way. They put him at the 10. And it's like a gambler, and you're in a casino, and you're down 800, and you stay another hour, and you lose 3,000. As a pro, and he's 7 years now, he's got to make better decisions in those crush moments.
Oh, absolutely. And it's interesting that he actually admitted to it. I didn't see that, Greek, but it's something that we've noticed, time and time again, when it's year over year and it's kind of the same thing. It is, it becomes a trend.
Yeah.
I think Lamar Jackson overall, though, I think he could overcome it. I think he's impressed me. When he came out of Louisville, the Heisman Trophy, we all knew he had the athleticism. It was more about can he kind of, improve on his passing skills, particularly being accurate. Everything else, I think, with his athletic ability, as long as he's accurate with the football and makes good decisions, he could win a Super Bowl. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And for the most part, he has been pretty accurate, at least during the regular season.
Yeah, regular season he does great. 15 wins, 14, 13 wins. He's there. I don't know if they've ever had 15, but in the playoffs, no. And the other thing they do, for whatever reason, they get away from him running. They make him run. He only runs in these games when it's out of desperation or he's being sacked, but there's not that many assigned runs. And that's when he's better. He's better when he's running the ball 12, 13 times, creating, passing off of that, the fake to Henry, and then he takes off. And they didn't do it last game. And then last year in the championship, they didn't let him run at all, and they got beat by the Chiefs. So to me, it's a little bit management, obviously the coaching. But, yeah, it's very bad. And at Detroit, Goff just picked a bad day to have a terrible game, one of the worst games in his career.
Yeah, and you said it, you can't turn the ball over.
No.
It was just surprising.
Yeah.
The Lions go down. I thought they were going to win the Super Bowl, to tell you the truth, Greek. I thought it was going to be them and, either the Chiefs or the Bills. But, another thing you bring up with the quarterback run, and we saw it in the national championship game.
Yeah, Ohio State.
On that first teams. If you remember the first drive for Notre Dame, they went right down and scored a touchdown. And I believe Riley Leonard, their quarterback,
8 times.
had like 8 or 9 attempts that drive. And it's something that I've in the sport of football. I've been like college football into the playoffs, same thing in the NFL playoffs. If your quarterback takes the ball and runs it like that, he doesn't have to be Lamar Jackson.
No.
He just has to be able to, go get 10 yards. That changes the game because the defense has to start, being aware of that, Greek.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. It's another weapon you have to worry about. And a kid from Ohio State, he's not fast, but he was elusive. And a lot of the downs that he got, and it's also safe. When the quarterback runs the ball, he's touching it. He's putting it on his arm, and he's taking off. There's no handoff. There's no end arounds. There's nothing like that. So it's a safe, high-percentage play. And if it breaks, you can pick up the 5-6 yards. Yeah, Ohio State, they really did well with it. I think Lamar should have ran more. Detroit, like I said, they just ended up turning the ball over. Now, Washington, Daniels is having a great season, obviously. He doesn't have much to work with. He really doesn't. As a team, they don't. Both sides of the ball, I think they have one guy besides him that made the All-Pro team. But he seems to be very calm back there. But I still think at this level, this is going to be hard for him to beat that Philadelphia defense.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the next step off. I mean, this Philly defense, they've been good. Really, the Eagles have been able to put together here for I'm not sure how many years. It's pretty impressive, and they're at home here. Now, Greek, I will say this, weather-wise, it does look to be about 40 degrees, the projected temperature here on Sunday in Philadelphia, which, given the time of year, isn't that bad. So it looks like, weather isn't going to be too big an issue in this one. To tell you the truth, Greek, Jalen Daniels has thrown for, 6 touchdowns in the 2 games against Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Also keep in mind, guys, this is NFC East Division rivals. This is the 3rd time they're playing. They split in the regular season. I don't know if you can take too much away from it, but Philadelphia does have a couple injuries, on the defensive side in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jalen Daniels in Washington is going to be able to score the football. And I also think the same thing on the other side. So I know NFL playoffs this time of year, you kind of shy away from overs. At least that's what kind of history would tell you.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, Greek, I would not be surprised at all if this gets in the 50s, possibly even 60s. 47 and a hook is the total, pretty much across the board right now. I think it's short. We get pretty good weather. Eagles, Commanders, I like it to the over, Greek.
I am not going to argue with you. I like it too. I like the Chiefs, Buffalo over more. The 3 times they played in the playoffs, they averaged 67 points. I think it's one of the games. I think the Chiefs, though, like I said, I don't know why there's so much hate. I know they win, and we've talked about it on my show where, people say they're tired of the Chiefs. Beat them then if you're tired of them. I think he has the most options he's ever has in his wide receivers and his running backs. His defense is number 7. He has the best field goal kicker in the league, and he has probably one of the best coaches in the last, 20 years next to Belichick. And they're strong. And the thing with the Chiefs is they're playing well right now, and there's no injuries. So I don't know. I think Josh Allen, and he's a stud. There's no doubt about it. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, but I think I think the Chiefs have too much.
As you were kind of explaining there, people getting sick of the Chiefs, Greek, do you think there's anything to the NFL making more money when Taylor Swift, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce continues to win in the playoffs? And I'm not saying full-blown corruption, but I'm saying if they get a chance to help them out a little bit, will they help them out in the NFL rest? I actually think so, Greek, and I think that's a little part of this handicap of why I like the Chiefs as well.
I mean, I don't think so. That's me personally. I don't think the games are fixed. I never did. I've been involved in sports betting and doing radio for a long time. I don't think they're fixed. I think the calls could go either way. I think they might talk, in meetings about like Mahomes and who he is, like the same thing they did years ago with Gretzky in hockey. But I don't know. There's other plays and other situations. I brought this up 4 or 5 times last week when Houston's on their 45 with a lot of time left and they go for a 4th and 10 and the guy gets sacked. Nobody's talking about that. That was bad coaching. There was 2 personal fouls that I think could have went either way, obviously. But, I think the fans just are so much against the Chiefs that every little thing gets blown up, like New England. People don't like teams that always win. The majority of people want to see Buffalo win and say, all right, screw the Chiefs, they lost. I'm on the other ticket. I've had the Chiefs for the last 2 years. I've had them again this year. If you want to beat the champs, you want to beat a champ, beat the champ. I mean, that's what it is. And the Chiefs also have home field advantage. That's a big difference, too. So, I don't buy into it, but who the hell knows? Who knows what gets done behind closed doors? I don't know. But I don't think the Chiefs as a whole and Andy Reid get enough credit. This is their 7th in a row AFC championship. I can tell you this. The Dolphins won't go to 7 AFC championships in the next 30 years. They won't. They just won't.
Unfortunately.
No, I mean, and I think like anything, whether it's a radio station, a lemonade stand, or a sports team, it starts at the top. And Andy Reid is a very good coach. Mahomes was a great pick, obviously turned into, just like Brady, a lot better than people thought. Thought he would be okay, but, Brady really, expanded everybody's thought. But Mahomes, people thought he'd be okay. Nobody thought he'd be this good. Same thing with Kelsey. They said all year, Kelsey's old, he's losing a step. Last week he has 100-something yards. I mean, he looked like 25 to me. And he's got so much, Mahomes. I mean, he's got Hopkins. He has Worthy. He has Kelsey. He has Juju. He has Brown. I mean, he's got Hartman. And then he's got Pacheco and Hunt in the backfield. I mean, he's got more options than the Kardashians on a weekend. I mean, he's stacked.
He really is. And he is a really good quarterback overall, even without all those weapons. But you're right. It is a tough Chiefs offense to stop. And I'll tell you this, Greek, I like the Chiefs overall. I just brought up that question with you because it's so many years now in a row, and I did think they got the benefit of the doubt. I can see it happening again. But without that, that's just something I want to put in my back pocket. I mean, let's be real. Kansas City has won 11 straight home games.
Yeah.
They're playing an Arrowhead again here. And their defense, they've allowed 20 or fewer points in 6 of their last 7 games. The only game they allowed more than 20 points was against the Denver Broncos in, week 17. They already had it locked up. They were playing their backup. So this defense is getting a lot of credit either. And also another thing with the schedule is Buffalo has not had a bye week since November. They've played 8 straight games now in a row. Remember, they did not get a bye. Kansas City got the number 1 overall seed and got a bye. Now Buffalo's got a couple injuries. That's another aspect. And then the schedule structure of the NFL playoffs, they really help the number 1 seed.
Oh, of course.
They give them the bye. Then they also play the next weekend, just this past weekend on Saturday. So it even carries over to this round because the Chiefs played on Saturday and they're at home for this matchup, whereas the Bills played on Sunday and they have to travel. That stuff matters in the NFL, and it's all on the Chiefs' side here. So that's why I like the Chiefs in this matchup.
No doubt. I mean, the Chiefs haven't left in 3 weeks. And if they win Sunday, they'll stay home another week, and then they'll get on a plane and go to a Super Bowl. So we'll see what happens. Drew Martin, always great talking to you on Thursdays from WagerTalk.com. And who is your pick in the Philadelphia-Washington game?
Well, I'm going over Washington, Philadelphia, 47.5, and I'm on the Chiefs money line, minus 120. I don't want to lay the 1.5 in case it lands on 1. So I'm on Chiefs, minus 120 money line, and I'm on the over in Philadelphia, Washington for the championship games. Guys, follow me on Twitter at Drew Martin Best. That's my name, Drew Martin, with the word best at the end. At Drew Martin Best, right here on the Greek Zone, Thursday afternoon. So, Greek, always a pleasure, man.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Good talking to you. I'm glad that you're down there staying warm. And we'll talk next week, and we'll start talking about the Super Bowl. Have a great week.
Absolutely, buddy. Cash those tickets.
Yes, cash those tickets. That's what it's all about. It's the Greek. It is the Greek Zone. Dominic, good job as always. Thank you.
Hey, good job, G-Man.
And the Greek Zone is always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. You get into an accident or any kind of injury, call Jason's team at 561-689-8180. They will help you and get you on the right track. You always need good people behind you. Jason Weiser is the good person, and he has a good law firm. Call him today at 561-689-8180. You guys have a great afternoon. Remember, our friend Brady Matthews is going to be at the Beer Garden in Boca tonight. He's going to put on a good show, and I will be in the house. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl, we are expecting fewer showers this afternoon as a result of our southerly winds in the mid-levels lifting any of those showers up to the north. We are going to see northerly winds establish themselves tomorrow, ushering out any of this remaining moisture across the area and also keeping our temperatures significantly below average.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five!
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five!
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five!
5 years of advanced security.
5 years!
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners! Chamberlain, Bassett-Thorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Catch your Florida Panthers and Amerant Bank Arena world-class shows and events in the most premium setting in South Florida. Our private and exclusive suites, as well as our all-inclusive clubs including Amerant Vault and Corona Beach House, offering multiple ways to forge unforgettable connections with friends, family, employees, and top clients. You'll never want to experience a game or concert any other way. For more information, visit floridapanthers.com or call 954-835-PUCK today.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Precision Doors, a name you can trust.
If your garage door is making noise or just not working great, don't wait for it to break. Hey, it's Franny, and have my friends at Precision Door Service of South Florida come out for a tune-up. They use only quality precision parts, and all their trucks are stocked daily, so your door will be fixed on one visit. It's way better than getting stuck in your garage when you need to be somewhere. Precision Door of South Florida is a name you can trust. Just go to flgaragedoor.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Atlantic Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Atlantic Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. That's AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Water main break, West Palm Beach. 2 lanes are blocked. Okeechobee Boulevard West near Sappadilla Avenue. We are slow through there. Crash with a left lane blocked. Okeechobee Boulevard at Dixie Highway. And it's an object on the roadway. Right lane is blocked. I-95 North before Indiantown Road. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Shop limited time deals during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Valid 1/13 through 1/24 while supplies last.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Rover's Morning Glory wants you to score some Red Zone revenue. Win $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword GRAND at realradio921.com. That's GRAND. Enter it now at realradio921.com. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
The News Junkie is on. The 3 best friends you never knew you had. Running through the most viral stories of the day. The News Junkie Sean Wasson with Sabrina and C-Lane.
It is Thursday, January 23rd, 2025. Lots to get to today, from Obama divorce rumors swirl to a TV news employee fired over Elon Musk tweets, and Trump stirs up a tornado in his first week as president, plus your calls, dispatches, emails, texts, and more. Hey there, Sabrina.
Hello.
Hello, C-Lane.
What's
happening? And hello to you. You can join us on the show today. All you have to do is send us a dispatch. Go to thenewsjunkie.com. Hit record on your first dispatch today. You can also watch the show on YouTube and twitch.tv/thenewsjunkie. Your message is rolling right to the studio in real time. How's everybody doing on a Thursday? Man, oh man. Frosty out there, and it's just like I thought we would get a break today. I thought we would get a break and things would get a little better, but I'm just peeking at the map of the United States of America, and it's not even just blue. It's like purple. You get like purple colors when it gets real cold out there.
Like what color your fingers would turn if you weren't wearing gloves.
Or white. There's white and purple and blue all over the United States of America temperature map right now because we're all cold. But here's the crazy thing that I heard. It has snowed in all 50 states.
No, it snows in Hawaii?
Yeah, it snowed in Hawaii this winter too, and it has now snowed in all 50 states this winter because of all these really cold storms that we've had come by. And in fact, one time when I ended up missing a flight, well, I didn't miss a flight, they canceled it. Canceled all sorts of flights across the country when I was in New Orleans. And driving back, I rented a car, and there's a real long road that I ended up going down on the Panhandle. I don't know, I-10 or something like that. It's a very long interstate on the Panhandle, boring-ass road. Goes on for what seems like forever. And the majority of that was all closed down for like the last day or so because snow hits the roads, and then people in Florida go, what do? We
must go faster and hit our brakes very quickly.
Well, we also don't have a whole lot of snowplows just on hand in the Sunshine State.
But our friend Amy Caulfield did find one. There was a photo that she tweeted out, and it said the rare Florida snowplow. And I go, is there just one guy who's been waiting every single day?
I'm assuming